Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became a Villain After Betrayal? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Yagi, as usual, felt invisible. At 4 years old, he struggled to understand why his parents overlooked him, why his sister and old friends seemed to hate and torment him, and why he felt less than human in the eyes of everyone else. He simply didn't understand. Waiting at the quirk doctor's office was a challenging experience. Anxious and excited children, a nervous and worried parent, these were common sights as families waited for their appointments. When children were late in developing their quirks, they were taken to the quirk doctor. No parent wanted to feel the anxiety of their child being born less fortunate than others, nor did they want to worry about their child having fewer opportunities. As the quirk doctor emerged to speak, Inko felt her concerns intensifying. Would you like the good news or the bad news first? Inko's heart raced at the thought that something might be wrong with one of her beloved children. Overwhelmed with worry, she chose the bad news first. There's no easy way to say this, but Izuku won't be developing a quirk. After quirks started appearing, extensive research was conducted. He continued explaining the studies of quirks, but Izuku couldn't focus. He felt crushed. Now, on the other hand, Izumi is a completely different story. The doctor's abrupt shift in tone pulled Inko's attention away from her son's devastated expression and toward her daughter. She has a power-type quirk. From reviewing your family's quirk file, I gather you have a telekinesis quirk, and your husband is quirkless. Inko nodded, eager to learn more about her daughter's abilities. It appears her quirk is a unique mutation. She possesses a strong telekinesis quirk, combined with a strength quirk. You'll need to observe how her quirk develops, but I have a strong suspicion she will become one of the best heroes of our time. She's going places, ma'am. Inko beamed with pride for her daughter. As she lifted Izumi into the air and praised her, Izuku sat quietly on a stool, feeling lost. While his sister and mother celebrated, he was left in denial, grappling with his own devastation. When they returned home, Inko excitedly shared the news about Izumi's quirk with her husband, Toshinori, who was thrilled that the family legacy would continue through her. They celebrated by watching a movie on the couch while enjoying ice cream together. It was almost perfect. Almost. Izuku felt forgotten. No one spared him a second thought. He didn't understand. He could still be a hero, right? Being quirkless didn't change the fact that he had a good, pure heart, did it? He would still help people, right? As he sat alone in his room, listening to the laughter of his family from downstairs, he cried silently. He had finally accepted that he was different. He lacked the one thing he desired most, a quirk, but that wouldn't stop him from becoming the world's greatest hero. The next day at school, the teacher informed Izuku's classmates that he was quirkless and asked them to be kind to him since he was feeling upset. She knew that wouldn't be easy. When people see something different, they often label it as weird. They ostracize those who don't fit in, pushing them away until their differences fade from view. But that never truly helps. The quirkless were seen as burdens, good-for-nothings who relied on those deemed worthy. As the other children stared and laughed at Izuku's expense, he felt the weight of their judgment. Kids were often the first to ostracize their peers for having different lifestyles or appearances. They had no filter. Over the years, Izuku learned this lesson the hard way. He adopted a mindset of acceptance and protection for others, helping without expecting anything in return. He embraced the mindset of a true hero. Yet, those who aspired to be heroes who had the means to achieve their dreams often treated him poorly. It was ironic. Those who wanted to protect and serve their world had hurt and abused Izuku simply for being different. Who cared if someone was quirkless? Society did. Izuku didn't understand. All his friends turned against him. His two best friends, Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki, his sister Izumi, even his own parents Inko and Toshinori seemed to ignore him. He had faced neglect and abuse throughout his life, yet through all the torment, his smile remained unwavering. If it weren't for his idol, All Might, and his fearless smile, he might have given up long ago. All Might had said that anyone could become a hero. That was all Izuku had ever needed. One celebrity's words directed toward billions. Yet, deep down, Izuku knew All Might hadn't been speaking to the 20% of people without quirks, the ones who were different, like him. Though he bore bruises and scrapes, no one ever asked if he was okay. No one cared to help. No one cared. All because he was different. All because he was quirkless. Izuku didn't understand. As he walked to school, deep in thought about a hero fight he had witnessed, he felt a flutter in his heart. He loved watching heroes' fights, interviews, patrolling. He adored it all. The way they put their lives on the line to help others inspired him. He wanted nothing more than to help others. He wanted to become a hero. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice his sister, Izumi, taunting him until he felt a sharp pain in his back. Looking up, he saw Izumi and his former friend, Todoroki, standing above him. As Todoroki's right hand made contact with my skin, I felt an intense sensation. His ice was so cold that it felt almost like a burn. I whimpered as Izumi began lecturing me about the consequences of ignoring her, but her voice faded into the background, overshadowed by the discomfort in my arm. When the bell rang, they walked away, leaving me sitting on the floor, biting the inside of my cheek to stifle the soft sobs threatening to escape. On days like this, I couldn't care less about classes, much to my permanent record's dismay, so I hurried to the bathroom. Once there, I ensured no one was around and let my tears flow. I lost track of time while I cried, clutching my injured wrist, feeling overwhelmed by sadness, sad that this was my life, sad that I was subjected to this treatment, and sad that I felt powerless to change it. Once I felt a bit better, I stood up, ran my wrist under hot water, wrapped it in some gauze I found in the emergency first aid kit on the wall, and headed to my second PRD class. Arriving late, I took my seat. It was unusual for me to walk into class at such a time, so I received many stares from my peers, especially from Izumi. I felt my vision blur and my throat tighten under the weight of judgmental eyes fixed on me as I made my way to my desk. I tried to focus on the teacher's words, but the sensation was familiar. It felt like I was underwater, able to breathe yet suffocating. It felt like I was fading away, without the solace of a peaceful end. As we discussed our futures and aspirations, my breathing became more difficult. The situation escalated when an explosion hit my desk, sending me crashing backward against the wall, right where a past encounter with a locker had left its mark. I looked up to see Bakugo Katsuki, Todoroki Shoto, and my sister, Izumi, looking as intimidating as ever, towering over me. I sat helplessly against the wall, hoping and praying that anyone would step in to help me, but no one did. No one ever did anything to help me. All anyone ever did was laugh at me, which would be ironically amusing if it weren't so disheartening. Why was it always me? Eventually, the teacher intervened, stopping the harassment from my peers and continuing the lesson. Meanwhile, I sat on the floor, too exhausted to move, too weary to pretend everything was fine. I couldn't muster the energy to pick myself up and encourage myself with words like, "It's okay," or "You'll be alright." Why couldn't I just be okay? Shoto Todoroki's POV. After I froze Izuku's arm, he didn't show up to class. It was unlike him to be late, let alone skip. I don't know when it happened, but over the years, I became numb to the pain in my heart when I saw the fear in his eyes. The look of defeat he wore as he navigated the halls, the sadness that flickered in his gaze as he watched us, the people he once considered his closest friends, hurt him repeatedly. I used to feel horrified whenever I saw it. Somewhere along the way, though, I grew numb to that look. I was surprised Izumi had allowed things to escalate so much. It had never been as bad as it was recently. I suspected it had something to do with the UA entrance exams approaching. We were starting our final year of junior high, and in just 10 months, we would be taking the UA entrance exam. The goal had always been to divert his attention from UA or heroics in general, but to our knowledge, nothing had changed. He seemed more determined than ever to become a hero in recent days. Honestly, I didn't think anything anyone did would change that, but we still wanted to try. Many at our school found our treatment of him disgusting, though they would never stand up to us or for him, but they didn't understand that what we did was nothing compared to what would happen if he faced a villain whose power he couldn't handle. Izuku had a good heart and would sacrifice himself in an instant, but out there, that wouldn't be enough. People would still get hurt or even die, even if he gave his life, because unlike bullies at school, villains are heartless and unyielding. They wouldn't stop after one person was gone, or 10, or 20, or 100. They're monsters. He didn't understand that being good inside wasn't enough in the real world. I knew it wasn't right, but talking to him, explaining it over and over again kindly and not so kindly never worked. All I wanted him to grasp was that if he couldn't stand up to one kid using their quirk at the lowest level, he wouldn't stand a chance against a real villain. Self-sacrifice is a noble quality in a hero, but it's not always practical. About 10 minutes into our second PRD, Izuku slowly walked into class. We were discussing our futures. Naturally, my friends and I had all applied to UA High School, the most prestigious school in Japan. Bakugo went on one of his rants about how we were the only 3 students good enough to become heroes until the teacher mentioned Izuku applying as well. Izumi's face drained of color, as did mine. All the effort we had put into making Izuku give up on his dangerous dream felt wasted. Deep down, I always knew he would never back down, but I had hoped that maybe for once, he would try to gain some perspective and think beyond what he felt was right to what was more practical. Because what's noble isn't always what's useful. Izuku Yagi's POV. After the last bell rang, I felt myself release a breath I hadn't even realized I was holding. Finally, I could return home and hide out in my room until tomorrow. Alone. I was packing my notebook in my bag when I felt it being yanked away from my light grip. Bakugo. Looking up, I had just enough time to watch him destroy it. He was ranting about how I was too much of a weakling to be a hero, and that I shouldn't apply to you. The worst part of it all was that I took it. I took their sharp words. I took their harsh scoffs. I took their scowls, the mocking, everything. And I hated it. Bakugo was leaving with Todoroki and Izumi when, out of nowhere, he began to speak again. You want to be a hero so bad? I've got a time-saving idea for you. Izumi and Shoto looked just as surprised as I did as his next words came out. If you think you'll have a quirk in your next life, go take a swan dive off the roof. My mind went blank, my vision blurred, and my throat felt tight as his words sank in. I felt as if I were being submerged, forced to give up my dreams or drown in despair. I was being overwhelmed. As Bakugo, Shoto, and my sister walked away, a ringing filled my ears. A constant ringing that I couldn't silence, no matter how hard I pressed my hands against them. I couldn't hear their laughter. I couldn't hear myself as I cried. I couldn't hear my world collapsing, but I could see it. I felt like I was underwater. Suffocating. I didn't even realize I had left the school until I found myself in a tunnel. I felt so hurt. His words pierced through me. I watched my dreams crumble under the weight of all the torment, neglect, and pain. I felt lost and alone. Lost in thought, I was jolted back to reality by a feeling of suffocation. This time, it felt more real. I then heard a low voice, something sinister. A villain. I clawed for freedom, for air, for help, but nothing worked and no one was around. I continued to struggle against the grip of the darkness until I gave up. Chapter End. Toshinori Yagi's POV. I had been chasing a villain we had dubbed the sludge villain throughout the city for the past hour. He crawled into a sewer not long ago, and I had been trying to locate him ever since. Just as I was about to make my entrance, I heard the sounds of someone in distress. Shooting up to the surface, I struck the villain in the face, calling out the name of my signature move in the process, but not without noticing a figure trapped inside the sludge. Quickly, I contained the villain in some debris I found in the tunnel, scoffing inwardly at the blatant disregard people seem to have for the environment in this neighborhood, and then rushed toward the figure. Finally having a moment to breathe now that the villain had been captured, I turned my attention back to the figure and instantly recognized them as my son. Although I knew it was him by his hair and eye color, inherited from his mother, he looked so awful that I felt taken aback. His face was bruised, his uniform was dirty, and he appeared drained. Making a mental note to discuss these observations later, I lightly tapped his face. As Izuku woke up and noticed who I was, he began to panic. Of course he would. His room was practically a shrine to my merchandise. He stood up and asked me to sign his notebook, acting more like a stuttering mess than I had ever seen. I was caught off guard, to say the least. Had he always been this way? I didn't recall ever seeing him like this. I was pulled from my thoughts by a particular question, one that caught me off guard more than his odd behavior. Can someone without a quirk become a hero? I'm just a normal kid without any powers. Could I ever hope to become someone like you? With his words, I froze. I was about to change back, so I didn't have much time to answer. As a hero, I should always inspire my fans. However, as a parent, I certainly wouldn't want my quirkless, defenseless son to be put in any direct danger. Just a few minutes ago, I had witnessed the dangers firsthand. I've heard the argument that quirks don't make a hero, having been in that same position in the past. I somewhat agree, but it's not that simple. The difference between someone with an erasure quirk and a quirkless person is that those with erasure quirks still have abilities, just not as flashy as others. They can temporarily neutralize a villain's quirk, leveling the playing field. A fight between a hero and a villain would then rely on hand-to-hand combat or quirkless weapons, which weren't typically carried by overconfident villains with strong quirks. However, a quirkless hero wouldn't have the luxury of a fair fight. They can't neutralize a villain's quirk and balance the battle. All they can do is fight with what they have, and when facing villains with powerful quirks, no mercy and no remorse. That's just not enough. As a parent, I couldn't let my son put himself in harm's way, or worse. So, after considering it carefully, I answered, I'm sorry, but without a quirk. No, I honestly don't think you could become a hero. He looked shocked at first, but quickly, a smile returned to his face. I was appalled at how well he was taking this. Of course, in a supportive environment and loving household like ours, I'm sure he felt he had more than enough backing, especially with a sister and friends like his. He truly was lucky. When I was quirkless, it was much more taboo than it is today. Peers snubbed and sneered at you. Some wouldn't even touch you or look at you for fear of becoming infected by our ailment. But worse than that was how my family reacted. After the way I was treated by my family, I knew I had to be different with Izuku than my family was with me, and I'm glad to know it at least paid off to keep him from feeling absolutely devastated by my words. I see. Well, thank you for saving me, All Might, he said through his smile. And with that last sentence, he left. After making a quick stop at the police station to drop off my new sludge-y friend, I began flying home and saw my precious daughter, Izumi, walking home. She seemed nervous. I flew down and thought this was as good a time as any to tell her my secret. Landing, I spoke my catchphrase before bursting into a puff of smoke. There, in the midst of all the commotion, I stood in front of her in my skeleton form. She jumped and took a moment to process everything. Then I told her the truth about my quirk. As I was walking home, crying, I was trying to think. Why did he say I couldn't become a hero if he had always said anyone can become a hero? It was really contradicting. I mean, I suppose he didn't know me. He didn't know my life, my motives. All he knew was the fact that I was quirkless, and like every other kid my age, I wanted to become a hero. It didn't really say much about me, I suppose. I didn't want to think that he was lying when he was on the news that day. I started to turn the corner when I heard All Might's catchphrase erupt from the silence present during my walk. I am here. Looking towards the source of the noise, I saw All Might with my sister. Then, all of a sudden, All Might's large, muscular figure was enveloped in smoke. Standing in the midst of the smog was a man. Not a man covered in muscles and pride, but a man with sagging skin and deep-set wrinkles in his face. A man with skin as thin as paper. A man without visible muscles. A man opposite of All Might. My father. I stood not even 10 feet away, behind a wall, listening to their conversation, but the more I heard, the more annoyed I felt. I could feel my body beginning to shake, I could feel my chest beginning to tighten, and I could feel what was left of my dream beginning to shatter. No way. He explained his quirk to her, not yet acknowledging my presence. He declared his quirk was called One for All, and that he could transfer it to her. Although, all throughout their conversation, all I could think about was our earlier conversation. That he could have done something. That he could have given his quirk to me, and I could have become a hero like him. Although selfish, it was how I felt. I felt hurt and betrayed. He should have known my motives and aspirations. He knew I'd idolized him my entire life. So, instead of my own father giving his quirk to someone whose intentions were pure, someone who wouldn't dare hurt a fly, he decided to give his quirk to Izumi. He decided to give his quirk to someone who had hurt me. That's practically like my father giving my bully another stick to beat me with. Actually, considering the power of his quirk, it's more like a metal bat. I felt so hurt. I ran home, making sure to stay out of sight, running so fast that my legs felt like they would fall off if I ran any faster, or my lungs would burst. I ran inside and made such a ruckus that my mother looked at me. She hardly ever looked at me. I then ran to my room and cried my eyes out. Liars. They're all liars. Hypocrites. They didn't care about the quirkless. They didn't care about the weak. They didn't care about anyone. Anyone other than themselves. They were all so misleading. Every single one of them. This society, this world needed to be cleansed of its ostracism, discrimination, abuse, and of its heroes. Laughing at the irony of my misfortune, I began destroying anything hero-related in sight. I tore the posters in my room to shreds and wrecked the action figures. I was tipping over all Might-themed furniture, and with every passing second, my eyes became puffier, my cheeks more tear-stained, and my heart more mangled. I was a complete mess. I just want to let this all out for once in my life. I then started packing. I couldn't be here anymore. I couldn't do this anymore. I couldn't live like this anymore. I couldn't bring myself to stay even another day. I didn't want to stay. Here, I had to sleep with one eye open constantly. Here, I had to invariably watch how I sat, and how I slept, as to not agitate the constant bruises and gashes I came home with. Here I was trapped. I grabbed everything of use that I could find. Fresh clothes, food, water, cash, the necessities. I even grabbed my analysis books, figuring one day, they'd be of use. I opened my door, my beat-up, yellow backpack resting on my shoulders, to be met with my family outside my room. Dad looked really nervous. It could have been because I was screaming or because of all the noise coming from my room. Looking at the three with puffy, red eyes, I walked out. Just as I was putting on my shoes, Dad asked me where I was going. I truly didn't know what to say. I didn't even know where I was going. I stopped in my tracks and looked to the side, tears filling my eyes, threatening to spill. I could barely bring myself to look him or any of them in the eyes. I felt so betrayed. I felt so stupid for ever believing in these people, in these heroes, in this society. I then opened the door and left. These heroes, these hypocrites, these liars. They don't know what they've lost today, and I don't plan on soon letting them forget. Dad and I were walking back home after our chat. Finding out his hero identity and the secret of his power was shocking on two levels. Firstly, it was mind-blowing to know that my parents were two of the greatest heroes in the world. And secondly, Izuku being quirkless finally clicked. He got it from Dad, and it was even stranger because, him being quirkless, he should have understood what it would have been like for Izuku, right? He could have given his power to Izuku this whole time, and his life would have been great. His dream could have been obtainable. Izuku would have been an amazing hero. However, it's not rocket science to know that without a quirk, becoming a hero would do more harm than good. Regardless of his reasons for wanting to be a hero, he felt he would only be a hindrance, likely putting more people in danger than he could help. What could he possibly do against a power-hungry villain with a quirk that could unleash lightning bolts or create earthquakes and tornadoes? Without a quirk, he believed he couldn't become a hero in the way he envisioned. He thought that if he truly wanted to help people, there were better ways to do so without a quirk. Volunteering, becoming a police officer or detective, or even pursuing a career in medicine, he certainly had the intelligence for it. There were countless ways to save lives that didn't involve facing villains. The only difference between being a doctor or a detective and being a hero was the recognition, but if all he wanted was to help, that shouldn't matter to him. As I opened the door, a loud crashing noise filled the air. I turned toward the kitchen, searching for my mother, and found her holding a cup, her gaze fixed on the ceiling. The fear and worry on her face sent a sinking feeling through me as I exchanged glances with my father. "Mom? What's going on?" I asked, my voice laced with caution. Finally acknowledging us, she turned to face my father and me, replying hastily. I'm not sure, sweetie. Izuku just ran into the house, crying, and locked himself in his room. Glancing between my parents, a muffled scream erupted from upstairs, echoing throughout the house. It sounded as if someone were in distress. We all rushed toward Izuku's room, realizing that was where the cry had come from, and continued to hear choked sobs and loud crashes from inside. Dad was about to open the door when it swung open, revealing a red-eyed Izuku. He looked utterly defeated, likely from whatever Kaken had said earlier. I knew he had gone too far that afternoon, but I didn't say anything. In hindsight, perhaps I should have. Peering into his room, my parents and I were met with chaos. His All Might posters were torn, figurines lay shattered, and furniture was strewn about as if it had been tossed aside carelessly. Everything was in disarray. He walked past us with his school bag slung over his shoulder, while I stood there, staring into a room that felt foreign, out of place in the home I knew so well. Had it really been that long since I had seen his room? It felt like a year had passed. Processing the strange situation, the three of us followed Izuku throughout the house, keeping a respectful distance. He looked so sad and vulnerable. I had seen him cry many times before, but this was different. There was something unsettling about the way he stared blankly ahead. Dad asked Izuku where he was going, but he didn't even glance back, as if he hadn't heard. He seemed lost in thought, as if there were something he wanted to say, but instead he tied his shoelaces and left. He left. At that moment, I didn't realize it, but I wished I had stopped him when I had the chance. It didn't make any sense. Nothing did. He wouldn't have reacted that way just because I hadn't told him what he wanted to hear earlier that afternoon. If that were the case, it was a complete overreaction, trashing his room, crying, throwing a tantrum. Izuku wasn't that impulsive, at least not from what I knew of him. Reflecting on everything that had happened that day, one thought lingered: the bruises. His body was marked with bruises, some large, some small. It didn't add up. Bruises like those wouldn't have formed so quickly given the circumstances. The villain had barely had time to knock him out, let alone inflict such damage. In the 5 minutes he was unconscious, he should have only had red marks, not bruises that looked as if they were already healing. The variety of bruises on his body was inconsistent. Some looked fresh while others suggested they had been there for at least a week. That didn't make sense either, considering I would have noticed if he had such severe bruising on his face. I hadn't had much time to think about this earlier, but now, with clarity, I realized there was definitely something I was missing. Whether he had faced multiple villains before this incident or something else entirely, I felt there was more to the story. Before I could ask Izumi if she had any information about the bruises or his outburst, Inko's voice broke the silence. What just happened? I don't know, Mom. Maybe he just needs some air? Inko suggested. Izumi? I asked, pausing to gather my thoughts and ensure I had her full attention. Izuku had a large bruise on his face, along with gashes and bruises on his forearms, from what I could see. As I spoke, I noticed Izumi visibly tense, shifting her weight and avoiding eye contact. Dodging the question, she quickly smiled and said she was hungry, so I decided to let it go for now until Izuku returned. Then we could have a proper conversation. In almost complete silence, we ate our dinner, only mentioning Izuku when necessary. It felt strange to talk about Izuku, but I couldn't pinpoint why. As my son, it shouldn't have felt so odd to say his name. We decided that once Izuku returned home, Inko and I would question him about the marks. We wanted to know how they happened, when they happened, and if there were more. I thought dark thoughts during my late-night walk, thoughts of hurting everyone I passed. The rage I felt was consuming me, and I didn't know how to stop it. I wandered aimlessly, my entire life flashing through my mind as I walked, remembering the words my old friends had said that day. I remember the words my idol had said today. I recalled the feeling of being alone, the sensation of being cast aside because I wasn't good enough, the impression of being seen as some useless, worthless person. Walking through street after street, I released a shaky breath, realizing I had arrived at my destination, the school roof. Taking out my recently damaged notebook and pencil, I began to write. However, I didn't know who to address or what to say. Eventually, I poured out everything I was feeling and cried. I wrote about my life, detailing what led me to this moment, my breaking point, why I found myself here tonight, on this rooftop, everything. I let out a cry, needing to release all the pent-up emotion I'd locked away for the past decade. Then I removed my shoes, placed the note underneath them, and walked to the edge. Carefully climbing over the fence, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. This was it. This was where I would spend my last moment. This was where my life had led me. I opened my eyes, wanting to see what destiny had left me to gaze at in my final moments, and felt my breath hitch. It was beautiful. The sun-kissed glow illuminated the city, casting a stunning orange hue across the sky. The pink and golden clouds resembled cotton candy more than water vapor. The tall, modern buildings of Mizudafu stood in the distance, creating an elegant contrast to the sunset. Everything was breathtaking. I felt my eyes light up as my lips curved into a genuine smile, different from my usual one. This was life at its finest, unlike the pain I had endured. This was the beautiful side of life, the side that made it worth living. Rain began to fall, wetting my face as I gazed upon the city, watching the sky grow dark and cold. It seemed fitting. On the day I was to say goodbye, even the sky seemed to mourn. The bustling city of Mizudafu was, for once, silent. Taking in one last deep breath, I hesitated for a moment before jumping. I felt my body falling, tears streaming down my face. I didn't want to leave, but I felt trapped in a world corrupted by false heroes and ideals. I couldn't do this anymore. I wouldn't. The wind rushed against my skin as I plummeted, and though it felt like an eternity, it was probably only a brief moment. I didn't want this. I didn't want any of this. The ground grew closer with every passing second until finally, I saw only one thing: darkness. Time of death, 7:29 p.m. Toshinori Yagi's POV. We waited and waited. Minutes turned into hours, and soon we realized Izuku still wasn't back. 6 hours after he left, he was still absent, which was unlike him. As I thought more, I vaguely remembered ever eating dinner with him, but I definitely remembered his shoes by the doorway every night, so he must have been home all this time. I felt my head pound as I tried to rid my mind of pointless questions because, at this moment, all I should have been thinking about was finding my boy. It had been just under an hour since my wife and I began searching for our son, who had originally left at 6 in the evening. When searching for a child or anyone, for that matter the first 24 hours are the most crucial. It would have been easier to find out where he had gone or what had happened if we had started searching earlier, but there was no time to dwell on what could have been. All that mattered was the present and what I could do in this moment. I had so many questions, ranging from where he could be to what could have happened to him. He was a quirkless, defenseless 14-year-old boy, out in the dark, alone. Anything could have happened to him. He could have been kidnapped, he could have been attacked, he could have gotten lost, or he could have even been harmed. I shook my head, desperately trying to rid my mind of these negative thoughts. I doubted he had run away, and if he had, I couldn't understand why. If anything were wrong, he would have told me us. We were his parents. We had always been there for him. I was jumping from rooftop to rooftop when I heard a woman screaming. As a hero, I was obligated to help those in need, so I jumped down. I was surprised to find the situation already being handled by one of my diligent colleagues, Eraserhead. He sent the girl on her way and then noticed me standing off to the side, seeming out of place in his realm of darkness. Surprising. You barely ever patrol at night. I suppose he's right. I don't typically go out when there are fewer people to save. I have to conserve my 3 hours a day to make the most of them. Not wasting any time, I asked Eraserhead what I needed to know. Eraserhead, have you seen a boy with green hair and freckles wearing a black Aldra Junior High uniform? Run past here? He had a yellow backpack on. I listed frantically, trying to recall as many details as I could while maintaining a sense of urgency. Eraserhead seemed slightly taken aback by my question. Is this a missing persons case? I haven't heard of All Might helping in many missing persons cases. What's the deal? Of course, he was right. Even though 3 hours. He's my son. Shota Aizawa's POV. He's my son. I felt my eyes widen at his words. I hadn't heard of All Might having a son. He's just full of mysteries, isn't he? When was the last time you saw him? He left the house around 6 p.m. with a yellow backpack on. Countless thoughts raced through my mind as I gathered as much information as I could from listening to All Might. Piecing together what I could, I figured that All Might had a secret son who had left earlier that evening, given that he was wearing a backpack and all. A runaway? I asked. What? He replied defensively, causing me to raise an eyebrow. No, of course not. Why would he run away? We're a loving and accepting family. Of course, he wouldn't have run away, right? He finished with a hint of uncertainty, as if seeking validation for his own words. His tone intrigued me, and I felt compelled to get involved. The way he spoke about his son suggested he might not even remember what he looked like, and his questioning of their family situation was curious. I haven't seen him, but I'll keep an eye out for your son. Since I'm already on patrol, it makes sense to help find a missing child. I quickly set off in search of this boy. From what I gathered, it sounded like he had run away. As I leaped from rooftop to rooftop, I wondered what could have driven All Might's son to leave home. It could be an enlightening topic, but for now, all I could think about was where this troubled child might be. Izumi Yagi's POV. I woke up to complete silence. Actually, I never fell asleep. Izuku never came home. My parents never came home. I got up and went straight to the bathroom. Stripping down, I felt the warm water cascade down my back, relaxing my muscles and calming my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was all my fault. I felt terrible. All this time, I thought I was protecting him, doing him a favor, but I had only made his life harder. I hadn't helped him at all. It took this whole situation for me to realize that. I decided that when he finally returned, I would give him the biggest hug ever and apologize for everything. Turning off the tap, I stepped out of the shower and dressed, my thoughts consumed by Izuku. I grabbed my bag and breakfast, then started walking. Kaken was waiting for me outside my house, as usual. Where's that loser Deku? Don't tell me he actually slept in for once. What a loser, he said harshly. I shifted my gaze to the ground, bothered by his cruel tone and insensitive words, especially given the circumstances. It felt strange to be outside looking in, forced to confront the mess I had created. Hey, what's up with you, Izumi? Kaken asked, noticing my unusual expression. It's Izuku. As my brother's name left my lips, I saw Kaken's face twist in bitterness. What did that loser do this time? I swear, I'll make him pay when I see him at school, he spat through clenched teeth. I didn't know how to respond, so I stayed silent. What could I say in this situation? Yeah, that might not be possible. He left home last night and didn't come back. Tears brimmed my eyes as Kaken continued ranting about what he would do to Izuku once he saw him at school, if he even showed up. What if he never came back? What then? When we arrived, sirens were wailing. Ambulances and police cars surrounded our school, and crowds of students stood, trying to figure out what was happening. Kaken and I pushed our way through the crowd to find out what was going on. Kaken bumped into someone, and I bumped into him. It was Shoto. Turning to face us, Shoto grabbed both our arms. He looked upset, distraught, and overwhelmed. Don't look. Trust me. I swear, it's for your own good, he urged. Of course, Kaken and I ignored him. We pushed past him, and what we saw made my heart drop. There was blood and a student lying in the middle of it all. My brother. I felt myself choke back a soft sob, which quickly turned into loud cries. What had started as quiet despair became overwhelming. I did this. This was my fault. All I could think was that if I had acted differently, Izuku would be here standing beside me instead of lying in front of me. The only words I could manage to utter were ones I wished I never had to say. He's gone. If you're reading this, that must mean I'm gone. I finally reached my breaking point. It's astonishing that those who strive to become heroes could torment a defenseless child. Just because I was weak, just because I couldn't do anything, just because, in their eyes, I wasn't good enough. I'm sorry I wasn't good enough. I didn't choose to be quirkless. I didn't choose to be different. I didn't choose to be born. Not only did the future heroes abuse and harass me for years, but the current heroes turned a blind eye to it all. When I was suffering, they ignored my pleas for help, my desperate attempts to survive, my cries for salvation. My voice went unheard by everyone. My life held no meaning. The heroes chose not to help a defenseless child, simply because I was different. Because I didn't have power. Because they wouldn't gain anything from saving a quirkless kid. Who cares if I was quirkless or not? I was a human. We're all humans. Gender, race, sexuality, quirks, none of that should determine whether our lives are worth saving. It doesn't matter if I had a quirk or not, I was a person. Was my life not worth the minimal effort it would have taken for someone to help me? This society's loose term, hero, holds no meaning. A hero's job is to save and protect lives, not destroy them. A hero's job is to help those in need, not hurt them. A hero's job is to sacrifice themselves for the good of others, out of kindness, not for personal gain, right? Right? I thought heroes were there to save lives, not take them. I was wrong. I'm not going to live in a society where people are misled into believing in these false heroes. Misled into believing in these distorted ideals of what our world should be. I can't live in a society where people ignore those desperately calling for help. This world needs to awaken and recognize the corruption within its heroes. It must see the darkness clouding their judgment. Before more innocent children suffer. Before more innocent quirkless individuals are lost. Before more innocent lives are taken. I hope you're all content with my absence. I hope you're all satisfied because, in a way, you've all played a part in this tragedy. For the last time ever. Goodbye. Chapter end. Izuku Yagi POV. I woke up in a dark room. The scent was foreign. It reminded me of something unpleasant. Scrunching my nose in disgust, I attempted to rise from what I assumed was a bed, but a sharp pain shot through my body. I yelped in surprise and quickly returned to my original position, biting my cheek to stifle any further sounds. A few moments later, a figure rushed through the door, urging me to stay down. Fear gripped me. Waking up in an unfamiliar place with someone I didn't know was terrifying. Although I had never truly felt free or secure at school or in the house I lived in, at least I had the liberty to move about as I pleased. Now I felt confined and helpless. After a few minutes, I managed to calm down and decided to seize the opportunity to ask a few of the many questions swirling in my mind. Where am I? What happened? Who are you? Why? I began, only to be interrupted by the mysterious figure. Slow down, kid, I can't understand you, he said. Let's start with introductions. My name is Shigaraki Tamura. Shigaraki had greasy blue hair, and his skin looked pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun in years. I took in his details, noting how his hair draped over his eyes, the scars along his eye and lip, and the agitated appearance of his neck likely from scratching or other issues. The unpleasant scent that surrounded him was hard to ignore. He wore plain black clothes and didn't seem much older than me. But what caught my attention the most were his eyes. They were a striking ruby red, and I felt a strange familiarity with them, as if they reminded me of something explosive and chaotic. His ruby red eyes. Shoto Todoroki POV. The more I pictured Izuku's lifeless form, the more tears I shed. We had been taken to the hospital as Izuku's closest friends, and no one had been able to reach Mr. and Mrs. Yagi yet. I didn't know what I would say if they were here. How could I ever face them again after what we did after what I did? Though we all knew he was gone, they were still trying to save him. I suppose they thought there was still something they could do, despite the fact that he had been lying there, alone and in pain, for hours before anyone found him. He was alone, he always was. Izumi rested her head on my shoulder, asleep. She had taken this situation the hardest. It made sense. Her brother had just faced an unimaginable tragedy because of us, because of me. The tears streaming down her face were matched only by the guilt etched on Bakugo's and my own. I felt more selfish than anything, realizing I was only now starting to care about what happened to him. Izuku had endured a life filled with torment, and now we were crying for him. It was as the saying goes. No one cares until you're gone. The doctor tending to Izuku emerged from the ER, and we gently woke Izumi. He explained that they had tried everything they could, but no matter what they did, his heart wouldn't start. We all knew deep down that he would never wake up again, but facing the harsh reality of his death was even more painful. All I could think about were the what-ifs. What if I had been there for him? What if I had helped him? What if I had a second chance? Would I have done things differently? Among his belongings, we found a note. At his words, I perked up, hoping this was all just a cruel joke, that Izuku was just trying to get back at us, that he was okay. If this was him trying to get back at us, it was definitely working. The doctor handed us the note and went to speak with the principal and our homeroom teacher, who were trying to coordinate with the receptionist and an officer to reach Izumi's parents. Turning our attention to the note, its somewhat charred paper originating from the notebook Bakugo burned just yesterday, we began to read. Immediately, a wave of bitterness and frustration radiated from the letter. You could feel how upset he was as he wrote it, and he had every right to be. We had made his life a living hell. Izumi could barely compose herself, and neither could I. We asked Dr. Okumura if we could keep the note, and he agreed. It wasn't addressed to anyone, and it wasn't meant to be buried with Izuku, so he felt it best belonged with his friends. He used the word friends. However, I was sure he knew deep down that we weren't his friends. We knew it too. We weren't his friends. The guilt of my actions weighed heavily on my heart, but alongside that guilt and the selfish desire to see his smile once more, there was something else, something I couldn't quite describe. There was something else gnawing at me. Toshinori Yagi's POV. My wife and I searched for Izuku all night, but he was nowhere to be found. He wasn't at the diner we always took Izumi to when she did well on testing week. He wasn't by the cherry blossom tree where we had picnics. He was nowhere. In our rush to find him, we left both of our phones at home. In hindsight, that wasn't the best idea. What if we got a call about Izuku and didn't know it? When we opened the front door of our house, we were met with Izumi and her friends. They all looked terrible, their red, puffy eyes filled with tears. They wore expressions of guilt and fear, looking defeated and anxious as the sound of the door clicking filled the room. They shared the same horror in their eyes as I scanned the three of them. To top it all off, Izumi looked as if she hadn't slept all night. How could she have? It's okay, kids. We'll find Izuku, I reassured them. In what I interpreted as shame, Izumi bowed her head, evading my gaze. The silence that filled the room was deafening. Izuku. Izumi spoke abruptly. We'll find him, sweetheart. Dad. It's okay, he couldn't have gone far. I hushed her. Dad. You're not listening. She spoke angrily, regret lacing her voice, pausing as she stared into my eyes. They found Izuku. Well, that's great. Inko replied, her voice full of relief. Izumi closed her eyes. When she opened them, she looked to the side, avoiding our gaze. They found him at school. My heart stopped as her words echoed in my ears. It felt like a terrible dream. What? I asked her. She was about to respond, but her voice faltered. Abruptly, Izumi stood up and ran upstairs as fast as she could, leaving Katsuki to finish our conversation. He took his life last night. They found him at school. He jumped off the roof, Shoto added, taking over the sentence Katsuki was about to say. Looking to the two boys for confirmation, Shoto and Katsuki bowed their heads in guilt. This couldn't be happening. I felt my throat closing, my vision blurring, and my mouth drying. I heard my wife collapse to the floor, and I immediately ran to her, bringing her into my arms as she sobbed, and as my world crumbled around me. After a moment, I turned to look at Shoto and noticed a piece of paper in his hand. He was clutching it tightly, as if nothing could pry it from his grasp. Looking to meet my gaze again, Shoto caught my eye on the paper before tensing up and starting to speak. It's Izuku's letter. He answered my unspoken question. Addressed to whom? I asked him, as Inko was still crying in my arms. Shoto paused for a moment and continued. He didn't specify. May we see it? My voice faltered as the realization hit me. I was asking for my son's letter. Shoto tightened his grip on the paper before slowly making his way to my wife and me, loosening his hold just enough for me to grab the paper. Tamura Shigaraki's POV. I heard a loud cry from the room where the child was sleeping. It had been a little under a month since we had brought him here. However, I could still vividly remember the day he came into our possession. Kurogyari and I were walking near a school. He lectured me about being more careful, however, I couldn't care less about our conversation, so I let myself drift off. As Kurogyari was droning on, we heard a scream. It sounded like it came from a child, causing us both to race toward the source of the sound. We may be villains, but we're as curious as cats. We made it to a school just in time to see a child jumping off the roof. As a reflex, Kurogyari opened a warp gate just before the child hit the ground. The warp gate reopened above me, and I swiftly caught him in my arms, careful to avoid touching him directly. He looked to be around 13 or 14 years of age and had soaked green hair. As my eyes wandered over the child, taking in his appearance, Kurogyari began to speak. "We should leave him here." I paused to think. The way the child looked, his body covered in burns, bruises, and injuries suggested this was an attempted suicide. Curiosity getting the better of me, I wanted to see what kind of letter he may have written. Purely for entertainment purposes. Nothing ever happens anymore, and with Master sidelining me from any real fun until All Might's first year at UA High, I needed something to satisfy my boredom. "Kurogyari, open a warp gate to the rooftop where this kid jumped from. I want to check something." My voice trailed off as I spoke, losing myself in my thoughts. I set the child down on the concrete and walked through the warp gate, and just as I suspected, there was a pair of shoes and a note. I picked up the note and read it over. Reading it, he seemed to be an abused child who admired heroes and realized the truth, that those we called heroes were often the real villains. This child was just like me. Cast out by society because of something we couldn't control, abandoned by those said to be our heroes, idols, saviors. It was sad, really. There was nothing we could do for this kid. We couldn't take him with us, obviously, as he would have served us no use. He would have only been in the way. I looked through the child's backpack, and in it, there were a few pens and a notebook. Hero analysis for the future, no. I flipped through page after page, each filled with perfectly accurate notes on countless heroes. That was when the thoughts rolled in. Information like this could be useful. This child could be useful. We brought the child back to the bar and called our supplier, Jiren. He had amazing connections and was well known in the underworld for black market dealings. We sent him a picture of the child who jumped and asked him to bring a kid that looked similar. We specified that he be deceased. However, we did put in special requests. Blood analysis was a problem. We needed the blood spray to match how it would have looked if we had let the child fall to his death, so Kurogyari and I devised a plan. We needed the lookalike to be sedated somehow and lightly pushed from the same roof that the child had originally jumped from. That way, if done correctly, the spray from the lookalike wouldn't be out of the ordinary. Then, we needed to carefully transport the child to our base without disturbing his blood in any way so that we could make any physical alterations that were necessary. Then, we needed to place him back into the exact position he was in after the initial fall, ensuring that nothing looked out of the ordinary. DNA analysis posed a challenge, but we didn't dwell on it. It was unlikely that the NPA had a reference to compare to if they decided to take a blood sample after all. The child didn't appear to be a criminal and had no reason to be in the database. Additionally, it was improbable that any hospitals had a sample, considering the serious injuries on the child's body that should have been treated weeks ago. So, our plan was more of a gamble or a stall depending on whether anyone had any identifying material that went beyond showing a picture to a relative. Jiren showed up at the bar around midnight with a child on a stretcher who resembled this one. His name was Shindo Yo, and he was a first year at Ketsubutsu High. Hero name, Grand. Immediately, we began our work. First, we needed to erase all traces of the sedative we had used to keep the lookalike from struggling. If the sedative showed up during the eventual autopsy, this would shift from a suicide to a potential homicide case in the eyes of the NPA. Even if we couldn't eliminate all of the drag from his system, we needed to do our best. Fortunately, after a quick blood test, we discovered that the child lying unconscious in one of the spare bedrooms had blood type O, making him our surprise blood donor. We performed the blood transfusion with the boy's blood, effectively flushing out most of the sedative and leaving only trace amounts. Having resolved that issue, we began reversing the physical alterations that set the two boys apart. To start, We dyed the boy's hair from black to green, one of their defining differences. Then we noticed his eye color. His brown eyes were initially a problem until we contacted Jiren. He introduced us to a product used in the medical field for correcting iris defects, artificial iris implants. Although not used for cosmetic purposes in medicine, they were available on the black market. It took several hours, but after our tireless work, the boys were almost identical, the only differences being the lack of freckles and height. However, height was unlikely to matter, as whoever would identify the child wouldn't have seen the body in real life. For the freckles, we used black henna to make them as realistic as possible. The last thing we needed was a uniform identical to the boys, which was right in Kurogiri's area. We needed to change the boy anyway, so with his uniform, Kurogiri made slight modifications to fit Shindo's form better. With our work done around 3 in the morning, we carefully transported Shindo's body back to the exact spot we had found him, making sure to preserve his blood perfectly, and placed him back on the ground. Then, we gazed back at our work with pride. He was perfect. I ran through the halls toward the room the child was in and slowly opened the door to see him trying to stand up. Though he didn't hit the ground, he had sustained damage to several internal organs during his fall. I figured it would be quite painful to move, so I convinced him to calm down and stay put. After settling down, the boy began asking questions rapidly. I cut him off quickly to end his nonsensical questioning before introducing myself. Then I noticed his eyes. His large, emerald green orbs began wandering over my figure, flickering from place to place as he took in my details. It felt nerve-wracking and exposing, as if he could see through my skin to my soul. It was almost as if he knew my deepest thoughts and secrets, all from the brief moments his eyes wandered. This must be from the years of jotting down notes on the heroes. I would be lying if I denied that I cared for this kid. Over the past few weeks, I had kept him company and gone through his notebook. The information contained in that little book could be worth fortunes if we refined it, that is. All the information was up to date on the latest heroes and their quirks, making it valuable. I watched his eyes as they wandered until they eventually stopped on my own, clouding over with resentment. As I stared into the man's ruby-red eyes, I felt a wave of pain surge through my brain. I remembered what happened. Those ruby-red eyes resembled the ones I often stared into the eyes of Bakugo Katsuki. I remembered everything. I recalled who I was and what had happened, what led to this moment. However, I still didn't know where here was. I remember everything. I spoke in a low growl, my words laced with intensity. The tone of my voice felt foreign, and the words I spoke were even more so, even to myself. I could hardly remember speaking that way in the past. In the past, that is. Today, I was reborn as a new me, with a new mission. I sneered at the thought and laughed to myself. I remember everything. As I watched the child laughing in delight, I couldn't help but feel I had made a good decision saving the child and bringing him here. The kid was a handful. I grinned like a child who had just received what they wanted after a tantrum. He had been laughing for minutes before abruptly stopping with a straight face, acting as if he hadn't just experienced a moment of pure joy. "Where am I and how long have I been here?" he asked urgently. I was shocked, to say the least. He was acting like a completely different person than he had just moments ago, calm and collected, rather than confused and nervous. Or the wild card laughing a few seconds ago. Though we're all a bit eccentric in this line of work. I usually wouldn't reveal the location of the League of Villains to an outsider, but I didn't plan on letting the child leave either. "You're sitting in the main base of the League of Villains," I explained. "Izuku Yagi's POV. League of Villains? Haven't heard of you," I replied. The name echoed in my mind as I considered it. The lack of creativity left my mouth dry, and the sheer absurdity of the name suggested that even the person who had come up with it was uninterested. We're a newly formed organization still waiting for the right moment to make our grand debut. A newly formed organization? If they were indeed a new villain group, they might be looking for recruits. However, I had no idea about their intentions or motivations, nor did I know if they would even want a quirkless child like me. "What are your intentions? What do you hope to gain as villains?" I asked the man in front of me, my voice tinged with boredom. I wanted to know if I had any reason to join their villainous organization, not that anyone had offered me a place. However, I believed my knowledge and analytical skills could be useful despite my lack of a quirk. Our intentions? Well, our intentions are, Shigaraki paused, grinning. To take down All Might, of course. Upon hearing those words, a wave of genuine happiness washed over me. For the first time in my life, I felt a sense of belonging. I want in. Katsuki Bakugo's POV. I stood there, trembling, in front of a crowd of familiar faces. Familiar to me, that is. What could I even say? I was panicking as my eyes scanned across the rows of people in front of me. Izuku. I started. He was an amazing person. My voice faltered as I felt a lump form in my throat. What was I supposed to say? As I stood there, looking at all the people dressed in black, I felt frozen. All the people that were standing there, all the people that were crying for Izuku, none of them had truly known him. None of them were there for him. None of us were there for him. We were all to blame. Izuku had the purest of hearts. I had no right to say that. He had the purest of intentions. I repeated, feeling the weight of my guilt. He was an amazing friend. I had no right to say that. As I struggled to find the words, my eyes met Izumi and Todoroki's. They were also speakers at Izuku's funeral, looking just as uncomfortable as I felt, standing awkwardly off to the side. It was difficult. Nobody knew what we had done to him. Or at least, they didn't know it was us. They didn't know that this whole mess was on us. And they never will, according to Izumi. What happened to Izuku was a tragedy. This world has lost one of the most caring and compassionate beings to have ever lived. He had ambitions to become a hero, not for the money or the fame, nor for the praise or thanks. He wanted to help others, to see them happy. My voice trembled as I spoke of Izuku and his aspirations. He would have become one of the greatest heroes ever. This was all my fault. He never should have died that day. Unable to bear the whispers and sympathetic looks any longer, I placed my flower on the tombstone and dropped my dirt onto the closed casket. Then I walked to my mom and hugged her. Izuku, why did you do it? Why did you listen to me? Why did you take your life? Izuku Yagi's POV. I felt a sharp ache in my stomach as I curled up, struggling to breathe. Weak, Shigaraki said bitterly. He had been training me for the past week, and his methods were quite unorthodox. Unorthodox meaning he would push me to my limits in ways I never expected. With a look that signaled his boredom, Shigaraki began to walk away, leaving me to gather my strength. With all my might, I rolled over and pushed myself up, wincing as pain coursed through my body. I stood, determined, and mustered my courage to speak. No. I will defeat you. My voice was strained, filled with emotion. To me, this wasn't just a fight against Shigaraki. It was a stand against everyone who had ever mocked me. I felt that at this moment, I was proving myself to all those who had belittled me. I felt as if I could finally find peace if I could stand my ground against Shigaraki. Shigaraki looked at me with a grin, seemingly impressed by my determination. Yet, if you looked closely, you could see the twisted nature behind his smile, the malice in his eyes. Of course, I was the same. I was just as tainted and broken as he was. Will you now? Shigaraki asked, his grin widening. I recognized that smirk all too well. It was the same one Bakugo Katsuki wore daily, the one that had silenced me for years. I ground my teeth, fury igniting in my eyes as I glared at Shigaraki, seeing Bakugo in him. He swiftly approached me, and in a moment of fear, I grabbed Shigaraki's arm, ready to fight back. Then I turned on my heels and pushed him down to the ground. Shock overtook Shigaraki's expression, as it did mine. Recovering quickly, Shigaraki swept my legs out from under me, and the next thing I saw was darkness. Tamura Shigaraki's POV. The child had woken up about a month ago, although he took the first few weeks for recovery as suggested by Kurogiri and the master's doctor. We always listened to him. After all, the master's doctor was a board-certified physician. Yagi was an incredibly frail kid. He was underfed, skinny, and had no training whatsoever when it came to combat and overall technique, which made our recruitment and training process that much longer. Coughing, I stepped back and called him weak for good measure before taking my leave. I discovered that provocation was a viable method to boost Yagi's determination. What I aimed to achieve from the training I subjected Yagi to was a reaction. I wanted him to fight back for once in his life. From the snippets of information he had given me, I learned that he was always the butt of the joke or the punching bag growing up. He had never once stood up for himself. He had suffered quietly without fighting back. If Yagi was going to make a name for himself or grow into a person who wouldn't be afraid to fight back, he'd need to start soon. Just before I reached the door, I heard a shuffling noise arise from behind me, followed by muffled words. "No. I will beat you," he cried out with all the strength he had in him, which wasn't much. After only 1 week, he had already improved his pain tolerance and adaptability. This kid. He surely was astounding. "Will you now?" I replied, excitement shining through my voice. I couldn't wait to see what he would do next. My grin only grew at the thought of Yagi finally learning to stand up for himself. Although it took him a while, this was a landmark. This was an improvement. This was a moment he would remember for the rest of his life, because this was the first moment he had ever stood up for himself. I began walking back to him, noticing him tense at my movements. Then, I hastily ran at him, ready to throw a punch, keeping my thumb tucked in, of course. I knew that it was dangerous keeping my thumb tucked inside my palm as I did, but it was better than causing serious harm. It wasn't as if I was planning to hit him hard, anyway. Ready for my fist to come into contact with Yagi's face, I felt his hand grasp my arm. He tightened his grip and threw me over his head, then slammed me into the ground. Marvelous. My pride leaked through my teeth as I grinned up at him with both excitement and a hint of sadness. Excitement blossomed in my heart as he stared down at me with pride and determination, admiring his ability as it blossomed before his eyes. The sadness came from the realization that our game of waiting was coming to an end, but ultimately my joy prevailed, for this would be a new thrill, waiting to see what would become of the boy. It warmed my soul to see his determination and anger finally forming into something he could use as if he had a weapon of sorts. A few moments later, I recovered and swept his legs out from underneath him. He fell, and when he made contact with the cold floor, he passed out. I rose from the ground and dusted myself off before picking up Yagi. He was still far lighter than a boy of his age should have been. Carrying him back to his room, I laid Yagi on his bed and pulled the covers over his limp form. He hadn't decorated his room yet. I suppose he wanted to wait until he truly had a place here, as a proper part of the league. As soon as he could take me down without complaining about lacking in power or quirks, I would introduce him to Master. Then, Master would give him a quirk. He first needed to learn how not to rely on quirks or powers to save him. He needed to learn to be strong with or without a quirk. I placed a wet cloth over the top of his head and stared down at him peacefully lying on his bed before leaving. I would never admit it to him, but I saw him as a little brother. He and I had a lot in common. Our origin stories, our issues, our past. Master will love him. Chapter End. Shota Aizawa's POV. 3 days. It had been 3 days since I had been made aware of All Might's missing son, and over the course of those 3 days, I hadn't heard anything. There was no good news, there was no bad news. It was complete and utter radio silence. This was an odd case. It was the first I had ever heard of All Might having a son, and to hear that he had potentially run away from home was even odder. Having a pro-hero as a parent was amazing enough, but having the #1 hero in the world as your parent would have seemed like such an honor. It would have seemed incredible. So, why would he have run away? I had been resting my eyes in the staff room as I thought over the possible answers to questions no one had been asking when I heard the doors open. Opening my eyes, I saw Nomuri and Yamada talking from the doorframe. Yamada and Nomuri were some of my closest friends, though I hated to admit it. I stood up to greet them as I normally would have, taken this as my 5-minute warning before class would start, but was surprised to hear them talking about All Might's son rather than their usual banter. Perking up, I began to speak as I approached my high school friends. Have they found him yet? All Might's son, I mean? I asked the two. Giving me a wide stare, the two looked at me as if I were some sort of alien asking where the nearest spaceship pump was. Seeing their expressions, I clarified how I had run into All Might the other night and what he had told me. However, that didn't cease their odd stares. Glancing toward one another, Nemuri began to speak finally, allowing me to understand their surprise. "I guess All Might hasn't told you yet?" she started in a somber tone. "The boy took his own life the other day. I'm so sorry you found out this way, Shota." I could hardly believe my two friends as they continued their conversation, discussing the boy and the tragedy that had claimed his life. Although I hadn't particularly liked All Might as a hero, he seemed like he would have made a good dad. He was fun, carefree, and not often bound by rules, all good qualities for a fun dad. So, hearing that the son of the #1 hero had taken his own life only a few days ago was incredibly odd. "Wow, that's awful," I spoke solemnly. Continuing their conversation, I learned the boy's name was Yagi Izuku. He was a 14-year-old who attended Aldra Junior High, and from Nemuri and Yamada's discussion, none of them knew why he would have wanted to end his life, which intrigued me. Time to start my research. Izuku Yagi's POV. As my eyes fluttered open, my head throbbed. I couldn't remember how long I had been asleep, nor could I recall the events leading up to this moment as clearly as I would have liked. However, what I did remember was standing up for myself. For the first time in my life, I didn't shy away or back down. I stood up and fought for myself. I finally understood Shigaraki's training. He wasn't trying to hurt me for the sake of it. He was helping me grow, and I couldn't be more thankful for what he had taught me. Lifting the thick blanket covers off my body, I felt my eyes widen slightly. Bandages covered me from head to toe, varying in size and color, some a pearly white and others tinged with pink. My abdomen, head, right wrist, and left ankle were all wrapped in gauze. Despite the discomfort, I felt a sense of pride. This was the first time I had ever stood up for myself, and I was proud. I had landed a solid attack against Shigaraki, and I was proud. I was making progress. Turning my head, I noticed a glass of water on my nightstand, accompanied by some aspirin. Shigaraki cared for me. I could feel it. He and Kurogiri were the closest I had ever come to having a family. They were both there for me, concerned for my well-being, both physically and mentally, despite Shigaraki's initial approach to our training sessions. After taking the aspirin and water, I rose from my bed and began to dress. I put on a black hoodie and black sweatpants. Most of my clothes were black. I had a few white shirts and dark green hoodies, but not many. Colors stood out, and villains had to blend in with the shadows, keeping ourselves out of sight. We always had to hide, otherwise people would try to hurt us. Mostly heroes. It was frustrating that we lived in a world where everything was black and white. You were either good or evil, you couldn't be both. I didn't see the villains as evil, though. They were just people, good people. After I finished getting dressed, I walked to the bar and sat down. Shigaraki was there, along with Kurogiri. They seemed deep in conversation, but as I sat down, Kurogiri almost immediately asked how I was feeling, prompting Shigaraki to acknowledge me. Once he was sure I was feeling better, Shigaraki playfully pulled me into a headlock, ruffling my hair in a way that felt more like a brotherly gesture than anything else. "You're finally fighting back, good job." I had learned to accept Shigaraki's rough way of showing affection over the past few weeks. It was just his way of caring, and that was all I needed. As long as I had anyone, really I didn't mind the tough love. He let me go after a few moments, and we laughed a little as I rubbed my head gently. It was a bit painful, but he was my friend, my family. We quickly ate our dinners, racing to see who could finish first, and talked about our days. Although, I didn't have much to share since I had been unconscious for most of the day. Afterward, we ran to the game room and played Mario Kart. All we did was normal family stuff. They weren't villains, they were just people, good people. Shigaraki was the first person to treat me like a human being in a long time. He treated me as if I were part of his family. I hadn't been a part of a family in ages. Though he was a sore loser, it was still fun to hang out with him. Kurogiri was also really nice. For villains, they didn't seem evil. They were just misunderstood, but then again, so was I. We weren't villains. We just wanted to show everyone that the so-called heroes were the real villains. They didn't deserve the acceptance and praise they received. They didn't deserve the fans and appreciation they had. They didn't deserve to breathe. With the help of the League, I was going to liberate this society from the chains confining them to this simple-minded way of thinking. I was going to free them from the lies of those who were called heroes. I was going to save them from themselves. Toshinori Yagi's POV. Things changed when Izuku died. Shoto transferred schools, Katsuki stopped coming by the house, and Izumi began shutting herself in her room. They all cared so much for Izuku. It felt as if Izumi was constantly biting her tongue around Inko. She stopped looking me in the eye, she stopped eating with us, she hardly spoke to me. It felt as if she was hiding something from everyone. Inko and I had been taking Izuku's death hard as well. I just couldn't help but wonder why he had jumped. It felt as if there was more to the case than what we knew. He couldn't have just randomly felt an urge to jump from a roof, nor did I think it was entirely my words that could have ever caused him to do something so drastic. I wanted to ask Izumi whether or not she knew anything relating to what Izuku did. However, every time I opened my mouth to speak, the words just wouldn't come out. I felt frozen, sad, and hurt. It pained me to even think of what could have possibly led Izuku to make such a heartbreaking choice. Whenever I thought about what could have happened, my throat would tighten, and I felt as if I were suffocating. I wished I could have found him before he made that choice. I felt that if I could have been there for him, maybe I could have stopped him. I just wanted to see my son again. Izuku Yagi's POV. Shigaraki and I were enjoying Kurojire's homemade katsudon. His cooking was incredible. He had a knack for bringing out flavors and transforming simple ingredients into something extraordinary. Not that katsudon was plain, but Kurojire had a way of infusing his emotions into his dishes. If he was happy, you could taste it. If he was upset, the dish would reflect that intensity. He communicated through his food, and that was what made it so special. Today marked the 2-month anniversary of the day I woke up. 2 months since I had officially met the people who gave me a home, the people who became my family. They are my family. I could tell they had been wanting to ask me about why I had jumped that day they found me, but they were respecting my feelings and allowing me to settle in. It was difficult for me to think about, much less talk about, but they deserved to know why I was here, what brought me to that rooftop on that fateful day. I was far from ready to share, but I felt as if I owed it to them for everything they had done for me. Tamura Shigaraki's POV. Throughout the night, Yagi had been quiet. He ate his dinner in silence and only answered in single words when we asked him questions. It was strange not having him chat away during dinner. It felt almost too quiet. "Hey kid, what's up? You look lost," I said, breaking the silence. He replied quietly, finally looking up at me for the first time that evening. Seeing his nervousness piqued my interest. He seemed like he was hiding something or trying to find a way to express himself. I raised an eyebrow at his stammering and lightly tapped him on the arm, encouraging him to continue. I could practically feel the embarrassment radiating off him. He began, stuttering. By his expressions, I could tell he had something important yet difficult to say. Normally, I would have urged him to hurry up, but I felt he needed time to find the right words. He glanced at Kurojire and me, then lowered his head. A quiet sigh escaped his lips as he continued. "I just thought." He paused. "It's been 2 months since I woke up and joined the League, and I think of you all as my family." I pulled him into a hug as he spoke. He was such a shy boy, and even though he was starting to stand up for himself, he was still just a kid. I had to admit I was only 18 myself, but he was still only 14. "I feel the same. I think of you as my little brother," I interrupted. Looking down at him, I could see he had more to say. "I feel like you've all been giving me time to tell you when I was ready," he continued. "I think it's time I tell you guys." His voice still sounded unsure. "I think it's time I tell you both why I jumped." As the boy's words echoed throughout the bar, I felt a surge of annoyance. All Might was never my favorite hero. I had always disliked him. However, hearing that he was just as selfish in his personal life as he was as a hero made me feel sick. Heroes as a whole made me sick. They had all turned their backs on me years ago, just as they had on Yagi Izuku. They all deserved to face the consequences for everything they had done. While most of Yagi's story about his experiences with All Might was new to me, it wasn't shocking to hear about All Might's quirk, one for all, and its ability to be passed from user to user. Master had raised me to be his successor, so he had taught me about the quirk's existence from a young age. It was amusing to think about the current situation all the same. Yagi's father was all might, and now he would be on our side. I could only imagine the expression on his face upon learning of his son's betrayal. It would be incredible, and I was determined to witness it. I always found it entertaining to imagine the looks on the faces of those I despised as they slowly pieced together the full picture. It filled my heart with anticipation for each confrontation despite my outward appearance of annoyance during these encounters. As I glanced at the heroes trying desperately to stop me, I felt a sense of purpose and exhilaration fill me like a drag I just couldn't get enough of. It wasn't only All Might's expression I would relish watching twist and morph through confusion and sorrow. Yagi's mother was also a hero who had deceived and neglected to save the boy. Izuku was living proof of the revelation that heroes were a poison sweeping across our nation, our world. He embodied the idea that heroes couldn't be trusted with their power and influence. Izuku would be the evidence we needed to show the world the plague they had invited as protectors to save us. They should have faced consequences for their despicable behavior. They should have been held accountable for the destruction of our buildings, our streets, our futures. They should have been the ones cast out by society, not us. If even the most renowned hero on Earth could go so far as to emotionally scar and neglect his own son, who's to say others wouldn't follow in his footsteps? They needed to be stopped. They needed to be held accountable. While the current heroes of the world neglected a child in desperate need of help, the future heroes took it a step further. You would think children aspiring to be heroes would have supported him, but instead, they harassed and bullied their peer to the brink of despair. This society was sick. This 14-year-old child had endured so much trauma simply for wanting to become a hero. His pure intentions, his genuine heart, his good ideals, and his motives to save others were twisted and molded into what he was today. Another outcast, another monster, like me. All by society, all by the heroes, all because he was different. The real villains were those who watched idly. The real villains were those who tormented a child because he was perceived as weak. The true villain was society, and I would do everything in my power to cleanse this world. Alongside the League of Villains, I would do everything I could to rid this world of the corrupt. I would strive to free those brainwashed by society. I would do everything in my power to liberate humanity from those they called heroes, and then I would lead them. Shota Aizawa's POV. The information I had gathered on Yagi Izuku was extensive. It painted him as a delinquent, skipping class, sleeping during lessons, failing to return over 50 assignments during his junior high career. The list went on. Although his record explained All Might's failure to mention him, something still felt off. Deciding to further my investigation, I chose to visit the scene of the boy's death and interview some of the teachers. With any luck, I hoped to fill in the blanks left in the story. I waited until Thursday evening after club activities to drop by, and fortunately, when I arrived, only the teachers were still on campus. I sought out the principal, who granted me permission to interview the teacher under the pretense that I was researching a suicide case, which technically wasn't a lie. As I walked through the halls from the principal's office, I found the closest door and officially began my interview with a knock and a faint response. Hello, my name is Aizawa Shota. I'm a pro hero and the teacher of IThat's Class 1A, I started. The teacher in question had golden and yellow-tinted hair combed back with a large hairline, accentuating the burgundy dress coat he wore over a red plaid sweater. The UA High, he repeated with an awe-stricken tone. That's incredible. My name is Suzuki Ryo. How can I help you? His voice echoed with excitement. I'm here researching a suicide case. Did you, by chance, teach a Yagi Izuku at any point in the past 3 years? I asked, getting straight to the point. I watched attentively as his expression shifted through various states of melancholy as he recalled memories. Yes, I did know him. I was his homeroom teacher, he replied, regret filling his voice. I then noticed a desk in the middle of the classroom, overflowing with flowers. As I studied each petal on the carnations, it became clear that this was the person I needed to speak with most to understand what I needed to know. Would you mind telling me what you know about the student? I asked Mr. Suzuki. Tensing up as I finished my sentence, my suspicions of a deeper case were only heightened. I could tell there was more to this kid's life than what his file suggested, and I planned to get to the bottom of it. Izuku Yagi's POV. Frustration and anger coursed through my veins as I lay in my bed, staring up at the wooden ceiling. I had suppressed my emotions for so long, but after sharing my story with Shigaraki and Kurogiri, everything felt different. I could see in a new light, a dim light. I breathed different air, a bittersweet air. I felt a different energy flowing through me, and it was more intense than before. I was different, and I was angry. I wanted to confront everyone who had ever laughed, mocked, or embarrassed me. I wanted to show them that I wasn't the defenseless Deku they once knew. I wanted them to see that I was no longer the same kid, desperately hoping to become a hero. I wanted them to know that I would still become a hero, but not the one I had always wished to be. I was going to proclaim from the rooftops that I, the infamous Deku, cast out by everyone around me, was responsible for the fall of the society that had brainwashed humanity. I wanted them to know that the kid branded as Deku by society would save them all from the negligence and hypocrisy of the world. I would become the true symbol of peace. Glancing at my clock, I realized I had been awake all night and quickly shot up to my feet. My schedule was carefully crafted by Shigaraki to allow me 6 hours of sleep per night. However, I often found myself lying awake. Every morning, Shigaraki took me through the city's alleyways to map them out in my head, and afterward, we would train for a little under 5.5 hours. Then, I would have classes with Kurogiri, seeing as I was still only 15. As I walked toward my end suite, preparing to use the 20 minutes I had before breakfast wisely, I remembered an important event occurring the following month: the UA entrance exam. It had been almost 9 months since my death certificate had been signed, 8 months since I had officially met Shigaraki and Kurogiri, and 7 months since I had begun my training. Shigaraki told me I was an unusually fast learner, although whenever the subject came up I could always hear him muttering about feeling old, despite being only a few years older than me. Regardless, we were making progress, and the months had flown by so quickly that it almost felt unreal to think I'd been here for so long. Before I had knocked Shigaraki down a few months ago, the days felt slower than they did when I was legally alive. However, after that day, he began training me with different methods. Instead of throwing me into the deep end, he started teaching me technique, something I had been lacking. Over the 7 months he had been training me, my knowledge of fighting and hand-to-hand combat had significantly improved. I still couldn't match Shigaraki. He had been trained in this lifestyle for several years longer than I had, but I was getting better. I was grateful to be learning from Shigaraki. My technique and martial arts skills had flaws, like the way I punched with my thumbs tucked in, thinking it would protect them. In reality, that was the opposite of how to punch. He also taught me that footwork was crucial in boxing. Without Shigaraki's guidance, I would never have been able to protect myself. I began my day by brushing my teeth, washing my face, moisturizing, sunscreen, the works, and then I put on an ivory hoodie and black jeans before heading out to the bar for something to eat. Just a few minutes later, Shigaraki came down to the bar to get me, and we started our run. As my interrogation continued, my suspicions were confirmed. Mr. Suzuki acknowledged that Yagi was an exceptional student, despite what was noted in his file. I also discovered that Yagi was quirkless and had faced severe bullying. Mr. Suzuki mentioned that he had witnessed Yagi being mistreated at school. However, he never thought to intervene, believing Yagi would resolve it on his own. He expressed regret, saying that if he could go back, he would have stopped the harassment his student endured under his watch. However, that didn't change the fact that the boy had suffered at school while he overlooked it. I asked him for the names of the kids who bullied Yagi and then moved on to the next classroom, making a list of teachers to report to the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Board of Education for negligent behavior that contributed to a preventable tragedy. As I walked through each classroom and spoke to nearly every teacher, they all provided similar responses, describing the boy as kind-hearted with big ambitions, despite his public record. Along with their consistent insights into his character, they all acknowledged the abuse he faced at school. Most were aware of what had been happening and who should have been disciplined, yet none chose to intervene. By the end of my interviews, I had compiled a list of names so extensive that I realized the entire school needed to be reevaluated for its unorthodox practices and negligence. Making a mental note to address that issue later, I left the school, focused only on the 3 names that consistently stood out during my interviews: Yagi Izuku, Todoroki Shoto, and Bakugo Katsuki. After my lessons with Kurogiri, Shigaraki would train me from 4 in the afternoon until 7:30 for combat technique training, which spanned from 6:30 in the morning until noon. During combat training, we sparred without quirk usage or weapons, just good old-fashioned, hand-to-hand combat. We had only been training for 10 or 15 minutes. However, I was already performing better than usual. Shigaraki charged at me, preparing to deliver an uppercut, but just before his fist could connect with my jaw, I executed a roundhouse kick to his head. His body flew back toward the floor, and I braced myself for when he would spring back up to knock me down. However, the longer I waited, the more clearly I could see. He was unconscious. I approached him with an awestruck expression, confirming that I had indeed knocked him out, and a surge of excitement rushed through me. I could hardly believe my eyes. He lay on the floor with a small trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his expression was peaceful, solidifying the realization that I, Izuku Yagi, had knocked out Tamura Shigaraki. This was the greatest day of my life. Kneeling down, I attempted to lift Shigaraki to take him to Kurogiri, but as I tried to pick him up, I realized I was still too weak and abandoned the idea. Unsure of what to do, I decided to run to Kurogiri and leave Shigaraki behind. I sprinted as fast as I could, worried that Shigaraki might be seriously hurt, and by the time I arrived, I was gasping for air. Shiga! I started between breaths. Riki! Yagi! Kurogiri interrupted. Training. Room. I continued. Unconscious. Rushing down the hall to the training room, Kurogiri left me while I lay there, waiting impatiently to hear how Shigaraki was doing as I drifted off to sleep. I woke up in my room with a headache and a blank memory. I always disliked waking up like this, but since I didn't remember falling asleep, I ruled that out as the cause of my confusion. Quickly, I sat up in bed and glanced at my nightstand, where I saw a glass of water and an aspirin. It became clear to me that I must have hit my head, so I took the medication and water before slowly standing up and noticing Yagi asleep on my couch. Seeing him so peaceful as he slept was bittersweet, especially knowing he once tried to take his own life. His mind was troubled and filled with thoughts of vengeance and hatred, though you would never guess it by looking at him while he slept. Grabbing the comforter from my bed, I draped it over his cold-looking body and walked toward the bar, headed for Kurogiri and his endless fountain of knowledge. What happened? I began as I sat down on a bar stool in front of Kurogiri. I feel like I was hit in the head by a falling vending machine, I said, taking a sip of the water I had grabbed from my nightstand to soothe my raspy voice. Young Yagi kicked you in the head. You passed out shortly after, Kurogiri replied, amusement creeping into his tone. Yagi? He knocked me out? I never thought I would see the day when he knocked me unconscious. As I took another sip of water, I recalled the day Kurogiri and I had found Yagi. He had been weak, awkward, and unsure how to defend himself. He had come a long way since then, and I was surprised at how much stronger he had become in such a short time. I didn't think he was ready to meet Master just yet. I suppose this means you'll be taking young Yagi to meet all for one finally? Kurogiri asked, as if reading my mind. I had always planned to introduce him to Master once he could finally beat me in a proper fight, although there were still things I wanted to teach him first. Maybe that was just an excuse. I think I can still teach him something before he meets Master, I explained, glancing at Kurogiri, who could see through my attempt at stalling but made no objection. As my eyes fluttered open, the first thing I noticed was the wallpaper in Shigaraki's room. I had always admired it. The walls were painted a gorgeous burgundy, paired with mahogany wood for the floor and shelves. Thanks to my complaints, Shigaraki had recently added several green plants to give the windowless room some life, large Madagascar dragon trees in the corners and smaller plants on the shelves. I suspected they were fake, though, as Shigaraki had a knack for killing everything he touched. In addition to the plants, he had also invested in some nice abstract paintings and busts. In the corner of his room, Shigaraki had an extravagant gaming setup with multiple monitors, screens, and keyboards. That was, of course, his favorite part of the room. I looked over toward Shigaraki's bed to see if he had woken up yet. However, when I saw he wasn't there, I jumped to my feet to look for him, not without noticing the blanket that had previously been draped over me. He truly was like an older brother. He was more caring than my biological family ever was. I didn't care what anyone said, he wasn't a villain. We weren't criminals, we were just misunderstood. Pulling myself from my thoughts, I made my way toward the bar, knowing that Kurogiri would be there, so Shigaraki was most likely with him. As I suspected, Shigaraki was in a conversation with Kurogiri. I think there's still more I can teach him before he meets Master, he said in a raspy voice. What else can you teach me, and who is Master? I asked, my voice filled with curiosity. Both Shigaraki and Kurogiri turned to look at me as I walked to an empty bar stool and sat down. However, neither of them answered. Yagi, how would you feel about learning to handle firearms? Shigaraki asked after a moment, ignoring my second question. I grinned at them, nodding my head in anticipation of the fun we would have, although one question lingered in my mind. Who was Master? As the sharp sound of my gun echoed in my ears, I strained to cover them, knowing that Shigaraki would reprimand me if I failed to do so. When he began training me in using guns, he had instructed me to wear specially made, sound-canceling headphones to protect my ears. Recently, we realized I wouldn't be wearing them outside of training, so he decided it would be better to train my ears to handle the sound of a speeding bullet being fired. However, this led to some challenges during my training, as my ears were sensitive. Still, over the past month, my accuracy, consistency, and precision had improved significantly. Shigaraki also thought it would be an educational experience for me to learn how guns functioned. He wanted me to learn how to disassemble and reassemble a gun. While I wasn't great at putting them back together, I could take one apart in 38 seconds. It's called field stripping. Aside from my training advancements, an interesting event was approaching, the famous UA entrance exam, which was tomorrow, February 26th. I had hoped to sit in on the exam partly to satisfy my curiosity about what could have been, but also to observe the future students. Luckily for me, Shigaraki had rescheduled my training and lessons for the day after, as he needed to meet someone. With excitement coursing through my veins, I fired my weapon one last time and hit the target before packing up and heading to the bar for dinner. The mental strain of Shigaraki's training was intense, so it was natural that I would be starving by dinner time. I quickly sat down on a stool and began to devour Kurogiri's homemade sashimi. His cooking was so amazing that I almost forgot to take in the neatness of the bar. After consuming enough food to satisfy my hunger, I noticed an extra plate set on the table. Kurogiri, why is there an extra place set? Is someone joining us this evening? I asked, my mouth still full. Yes, we have arranged for one of our new recruits to meet us for more details about their assignment. They will be posing as a student at UA High this next term, he replied, handing me a handkerchief to clean the stray pieces of food that had escaped my mouth. Ignoring his obvious annoyance, I focused purely on his words rather than his actions. A new recruit would be posing as a UA student? We would be able to gather information regarding the hero's quirks, weaknesses, strengths, schedules, and virtually any other important pieces of information we would need to undermine them from within. It was a brilliant plan. That's exactly what I was thinking. Shigaraki's voice rang out from my side. I peered over my shoulder and sure enough, there he was. Sorry, was I muttering? I asked, flustered as a light blush crept onto my cheeks. Yes, you were, Kurogiri replied. Shigaraki chuckled slightly before coming to sit down, and all was peaceful for the next few moments. Until, that is, I heard the doors burst open and saw a kid, who looked to be about my age, thunder in. Hey, the stranger smiled. My name is Shota Aizawa's POV. I entered the surveillance room and immediately noticed all might and attraction. They sat next to Principal Nizu in one corner of the room, so naturally, I leaned against a wall as far away as possible. I was still frustrated with what I'd learned about their children's troublesome relationship and wasn't sure where I stood with them. So, I wasn't eager to associate with them at the moment. As I watched the cameras, I noticed 3 kids in particular: Bakugo Katsuki, Todoroki Shoto, and Yagi Izumi. I glanced at all might and attraction, and as suspected, they both wore looks of admiration and pride as they spotted their daughter. I stared at the screen, watching the current objects of my disdain. They may be talented, but I highly doubted they could ever be heroes. For starters, if they were so comfortable treating people poorly, how could they ever accomplish the self-sacrificing acts heroes must be prepared to make every day? Saving people and helping them through traumatic situations isn't something you can fake. The people they help will see through their false patience and insincere kindness, and then they won't be helping anyone. Secondly, even if they were to mature and become functioning members of society, if I were able to uncover their past mistakes, any internet sleuth with an hour to spare could do the same. Their careers would be over before they even began. So, I didn't think they had much of a future, and I didn't plan on sugarcoating it when I confronted them either. That's just not my style. Turning my focus back to the screen, I noticed the panel of judges press the button to release the 0-pointer. A person's true self is revealed in a crisis situation, like the one that would be created with the release of the robot. I watched as Yagi Izumi saved another young girl from the 0-pointer, and the panel awarded her more rescue points. This girl would definitely be in Class 1A. My class. Izuku Yagi's POV. I woke up on the day of the exam with excitement. I couldn't wait to see our new recruit in action. Getting up from my bed, I walked into the bathroom. Then, I stripped off my clothing and stepped into the shower. As I felt the crisp and cold water cascade down my newly formed muscles, my mind drifted to the inevitable encounter I would have with my sister and her friends. Although I wouldn't be meeting them in person, just the idea of seeing them from afar made me uneasy. I felt a warm liquid trickle down my arms and then noticed my nails digging into both my forearms, likely due to my frustration, anger, fear, or a combination of all 3. It was strange. I couldn't fully understand how I felt. On one hand, I resented and hated them for what they did. I wanted them to know exactly how they made me feel every day for the past decade: scared, suffocated, and powerless. But on the other hand, despite all my training and the strength I had built since my last encounter with them, just thinking of them made me tremble. I was still afraid of them, and part of me thought that would never change, regardless of how strong I got or how long I spent away from them. They would always have a hold on me. Toshinori Yagi's POV. I just stood there, staring at my daughter. It wasn't an exact answer, but it said all it needed to. She admitted to having some role in my son's death. Sitting down with my wife on the couch in front of Izumi, I felt a whirlwind of emotions rise within me. What were we supposed to do with this information? How were we supposed to react? And what were we supposed to ask to get more context? The only questions that popped up were, what did you do? And why? But honestly, I didn't know if I was even ready to hear either answer. Glancing over at Izumi, I noticed her shifting her weight between her feet. She must have been just as uncomfortable as we were, but as terrified as I was to hear what she had to say, I needed to know. What did you do? I asked once more, quietly but sharply. Looking down shamefully, Izumi kept quiet, but after a few moments, she began to speak again. I just wanted him to stop talking about you, she began. He's quirkless, for crying out loud. And villains don't play fair. They're brutal, merciless, and soulless. Trying to become a hero would have done more harm than good because there is nothing he would be able to do against power-hungry villains. He would have only gotten himself hurt during his first fight. I mean, look at you guys. Dad, your injury is a great example. You're All Might, the strongest hero ever. Number 1. And yet, up against a villain, you still lost half of your respiratory system in a fight. Then, Mom, you're number 7 in the whole world, and I'm betting those 6 weeks you spent bedridden with the flu, long after flu season, was a cover-up for a battle gone wrong, right? She questioned, evoking a sigh from Inko. It was a fight between me and Red Granite. I punctured a lung when he shot a spike through my chest, she explained. My point exactly. Even strong, world-renowned heroes like you, with powerful quirks and extensive training, can have trouble against strong villains. Now imagine if quirkless Izuku were to put himself out there and challenge a villain. What do you think would happen? I doubt a villain would take pity on him for not having a quirk. He'd be in serious danger within seconds. She paused. All I meant to do was show him that. I never intended for things to escalate. What do you mean by that? I asked her cautiously. She instantly fell silent, and her lack of response spoke volumes. The image of Izuku on the last day we saw him flashed in my mind, along with the questions I had planned to ask him when he returned home. Where did he get those bruises? It all began to make sense. Izumi was trying to show him that without a quirk, he would have stood no chance. She must have been the one responsible for those bruises. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. After a long pause, I spoke again. How could you? I asked softly. Those bruises, that was you, right? She looked away and nodded cautiously. Kaken was the one who told him to jump, she said after a moment. We didn't think he'd actually do it. Her voice was weary, and Inko gasped in shock. My baby boy, she sobbed, tears welling in her eyes. I wrapped my arms around her, trying to steady myself. It doesn't matter what you thought, I said, raising my voice slightly. You hurt him. And now he's gone. She looked up at me, shame etched on her face, but frustration flickered in her expression. You can't possibly think I'm the only one to blame for this, right? She sobbed. You're not much better than I am. At least I'm admitting to what I did, but what about you? What about us? I spoke wearily. Sure, I bullied him, but you all neglected him. You left him to fend for himself all this time, and now here you are, preaching about how I'm responsible for this. Her voice rose, and I was at a loss for words. Neglected him? How could she think that? We were always there for him. On his first day of junior high, on his 10th birthday, we went to. Oh God. We sat in silence for what felt like hours as I stared at the fireplace, trying to recall at least one memory of Izuku after we found out he was quirkless. But no matter how hard I tried, nothing came to mind. All I could think of was why. I was born quirkless too, and I hated my life. Back then, it wasn't as uncommon to be born quirkless, but it was still just as taboo. At school, students ignored me, and teachers weren't paid enough to care. I ended up doing all group projects alone, always the first out in dodgeball. Not bullying per se, just enough to make me feel different, like I would never belong. Honestly though, what hurt more was my family. They cared too much. They smothered me with love, treating me like I was fragile, too delicate to do anything, too weak to make something of my life. Their plan for me was to stay close for the rest of my life, never too far from their sights. They were great but overly protective, and that was the worst feeling. Knowing that the people closest to you thought you were too weak to achieve anything significant. I felt suffocated and alone amidst all their worrying. I didn't want that kind of life for my son. So, when we found out he was quirkless, I wanted to give him time to process it. That's all I really wanted when I was younger, time to myself. But somewhere along the way, some time to process must have turned into months, then years. I felt awful. I did the exact opposite of what I had intended. I didn't want him to feel alone in a room full of friendly faces, but instead, he felt isolated among strangers. I covered my mouth with one hand as tears welled in my eyes and turned to Inko, who must have already connected the dots. We did this. As I stepped through the warp gate, I was greeted by the delicious smell of fresh tempura. I took a deep breath and sighed in delight. Kurogyari's cooking is amazing. I skipped to the counter and sat down to eat. As good as ever. Kurogyari had redefined the word delicious. I devoured the food without hesitation. This was normal. I looked around and noticed my friend was absent. He's been gone for a while, I thought to myself. Has Shigaraki returned yet? I asked Kurogyari. He glanced at me before returning to his task. Unfortunately, the young master has yet to grace us with his presence today, Kurogyari replied sarcastically, earning a puzzled look from me. I chuckled at his comment. He smiled back at me, or at least I thought he did. I hoped Shigaraki would return soon. I was looking forward to facing him in Night Squad today. I frowned at the thought of missing yet another chance to challenge him. Putting it out of my mind, I continued to enjoy my tempura. Kurogiri and I engaged in light conversation as we ate, but it just wasn't the same without Shigaraki. He was like a dash of salt in a smoothie. He added flavor. Thankfully, our mundane conversation was interrupted by the very person we needed. Shigaraki entered hesitantly. Scanning the bar, his anxious gaze found me. The worried look on his face was unusual for him, and I felt a twinge of suspicion. "Whoa, Shigaraki, you okay?" I asked, bewildered. He paused for a moment before nodding at Kurogiri. My eyes shifted between the two as Kurogiri adjusted to the situation. Shigaraki then turned to me and began to speak. "Yagi, we've known each other for 9 months now. You've been here for almost 10. He approached me cautiously. "Oh no. Is he kicking me out? Are they abandoning me? Did I do something wrong? Do they not like me anymore?" No, of course not." Kurogiri reassured me. Was I speaking out loud? "You've been showing remarkable improvement in training lately. No, you've always been bright and quick thinking. You've been diligent since the beginning. Because of your incredible abilities and newfound knowledge in combat, I think you're finally ready." "Ready? For what?" My interest was piqued. "You're finally ready to meet Master." The warmth of the sun hit my face as bright beams of light shone down on me. I felt blades of grass sway against my figure. The smell of cedar filled my nose. The rustling of the wind rang through my ears. I placed my flowers in the designated area and knelt. The tombstone bore the name of a child who had left this world too soon, a child who had endured far too much, a child I had failed to protect. My son. I could only hope he had forgiven me for my shortcomings. I cried and pleaded for mercy. Yet, if I were Izuku faced with the same circumstances, I would have dismissed my own pleas. My wife and I had come here to apologize to our son. After the funeral, we visited only on Izuku's birthday, the one day each year we honored his memory, aside from the funeral. It was shameful how infrequently we came to see our son after everything that had happened. Strangely, when we arrived, the tombstone was clean, and fresh flowers adorned it. Izumi had mentioned that Izuku had no friends, making it odd that someone had come to care for his resting place. Izumi, Inko, and I had been working on mending our relationship after our recent confrontation. We believed this was what Izuku would have wanted. Izumi shared stories about her brother, filling in the gaps of our knowledge. It was honestly shameful that we knew so little about him. Though he was gone, he would forever remain in our hearts. Katsuki Bakugo's POV. After Aizawa-sensei confronted us about Izuku, Izumi, Todoroki, and I had become extra cautious around him. I later learned that Mr. and Mrs. Yagi had discovered what we had done. This couldn't have gone worse. Class 1A had a free PRD, and the others decided to play some get-to-know-me-better games. I found it lame. Izumi pulled me into one of their exercises, insisting I interact with the others. They asked questions like, "Why do you want to be heroes?" and other trivial things. When it was my turn, I stood up and left without a word. The others responded with comments like, "Yeah, we didn't expect much from you," or similar remarks. But Izumi pulled me back, urging me to answer. I struggled to think of something. The truth was, I didn't really know why I was there. Initially, it was to prove I was the best. I wanted everyone to recognize my strength. But now, after everything that had happened, I was uncertain. I glanced at Izumi, and she understood my confusion. She filled the silence with her own vulnerability. Taking a deep breath, she began to speak. I want to become a hero for." She hesitated, her voice wavering. "I want to become a hero for my brother." This time, her voice was steady and resolute. "He died last year and I—" She paused again, searching for the right words. "And I need to make things right." Shoto and I were likely the only ones who understood her meaning, that she wanted to help others to atone for the pain she had caused him, but everyone felt the weight of her words, even without context. He wanted to help people too, and now he'll never get the chance. He was an amazing brother. It all happened so suddenly. I never even had the chance to tell him. She paused, her voice breaking. To tell him how much I loved him. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, her confidence fading as she revealed her heart. Shoto was the first to react. pulling her into a comforting embrace as she cried. I never even had the chance to apologize, she whispered softly, so only Shoto and I could hear. Izuku Yagi's POV. ID. Kid. Wake up, kid. I jolted awake, my head colliding with another. I winced in pain and turned to see Shigaraki sitting on a stool, looking worse for wear. I groaned, still rubbing my head. What was that about? I grumbled, irritation lacing my words. You overslept. It's 9:46 a.m., and we need to meet Master at 10. Panic surged through me, and I dashed to the bathroom, grabbing my best outfit. I rushed through my routine, barely managing to blow-dry my hair by 9:52 a.m. I couldn't be late. I sprinted through the hallways, feeling like I was racing against a bullet train. Shigaraki waited for me, scratching his neck impatiently. I arrived just in time, with only 2 minutes to spare. No time for breakfast, I thought with annoyance. We quickly jumped through a warp gate, arriving in a dimly lit room. I punched Shigaraki's arm, scolding him for not waking me up sooner. In the shadows sat a man in a suit, his face obscured except for his mouth, surrounded by life preservers and 4 bags. Shigaraki nudged me forward, and I approached the man. Hello, child, he said, his voice both eerie and soothing. Hello, sir. I replied, my nerves getting the better of me. I was actually meeting Shigaraki's master. This was incredible. My name is All for One, he introduced himself with a smile. All for One? That sounded familiar. Yes, I am responsible for the existence of All Might's quirk, one for all, he chuckled. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I sometimes talk without thinking. Haven't even introduced myself yet and I'm already embarrassing myself. I rambled, flustered. My name is Yagi Izuku. It's an honor to meet you, sir. Likewise, he replied. Tamura tells me you have been wronged by those heroes, yes? I glanced at Shigaraki and then back at Mr. All for One, nodding as I bowed my head in shame. Nobody cares for those without power. The heroes discarded me like trash. My heart ached as I shared my struggles. He listened with genuine interest and care. The heroes are a disease this world has yet to cure. I hope to one day remedy society. My words were laced with anger and determination, my motives clear in my tone. Mr. All for One turned to Shigaraki and then back to me, saying something that took me by surprise. Young Yagi, what would you say if I told you I could help you achieve your ambitions? What would you do if I could give you the means to confront those who have wronged you? Those who viewed you as less than human, those who betrayed you, those who haunt this world, those who call themselves heroes. I stared at him in awe as he spoke. What would you do if I told you that you... He paused. Could have a quirk? Izuku Yagi's POV. I felt the wind rush against my face as I soared through the air. Adrenaline surged through my veins. It felt exhilarating. I was flying home after tying up a loose end. Wait, I promise I won't say a word, the man pleaded, panic evident in his voice. I crouched down, my expression serious, and pressed a weapon against his mouth. I pulled the trigger, and the sound echoed in the air. When I finally stood up again, I felt the weight of the situation as I dialed Shigaraki's number. He picked up after the second ring and immediately asked if it was done. No, I was just calling to see what's for dinner. Of course, it's done, I replied, annoyance creeping into my voice. What kind of question was that? Why else would I have called him? He paused for a moment before sighing. Well, good to know. I was just making sure. No need to get smart with me. His tone indicated he was irritated. I ended the call and made my way back home, taking a deep breath to relax as I felt my body begin to float. I floated into the bar and sat down for dinner. It had been 10 weeks since I was gifted my quirks, and the new semester at UA High School had officially started 2 weeks ago. Ever since I received my quirks, Shigaraki and Kurogiri had been sending me on errands to gain experience. While I was out doing their bidding, they plotted in the bar. We had been trying to find the right moment to attack the heroes, but it was more challenging than it appeared. All the teachers were pro-heroes. Their defenses were formidable with virtually no blind spots. Kurogiri interrupted my thoughts by placing 2 plates of food in front of me. I thanked him and began to eat. He had been giving me more food than usual to keep my energy up, which I appreciated. One of my new abilities was incredibly draining and difficult to maintain. As I enjoyed my steaming hot udon, the door burst open, revealing the new recruit. Tamura Shigaraki's POV. I stepped through the warp gate with a weary Yagi. The force of the new abilities Master had bestowed upon him, along with the slight modifications made to his body, was overwhelming. I didn't know what quirks he had been given. All Master had explained to me was that he had 3. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Why did he get 3 quirks while I only had 1? I suppose it was fair in the long run, as I would eventually inherit Master's quirk when he could no longer wield it. I was his successor, not Yagi. Gently I laid Yagi on his bed. His room was still bare, with only a black paint job and a black bed cover to show for his efforts. I walked to the bar and spoke with Kurogiri. He seemed anxious when I told him Yagi had been gifted multiple quirks. He has 3 quirks? Kurogiri asked, his voice filled with concern. Yeah, why does it matter? I replied, narrowing my eyes. He thought for a moment before expressing his worries. I'm concerned for him. Quirks can change a person. The more power he gains, the less likely he will be the same person we knew. Yagi? Different? How different could he be? It's hard to say. We'll have to wait and see. Kurogiri and Yagi weren't as close as he and I were, but I could tell they still cared for one another. Putting the thought of a different Yagi out of our minds, we decided to do some training. Izuku Yagi's POV. I woke up in my bed feeling drained and weak. Cursing under my breath, I stood up, ignoring the pain and fatigue coursing through my body. I slowly walked to the bar, searching for signs of life, but found no one. Where does Kurogiri keep the leftovers? I muttered to myself. I approached the fridge and attempted to open it, only to find it locked. Why would you put a lock on the refrigerator? I exclaimed in frustration. Who locks a refrigerator? What was Kurogiri afraid of? A hero breaking in to steal his leftover katsudon? I groaned in annoyance and returned to my room. If I couldn't eat here, I would go out. I grabbed my hoodie, mask, and wallet. I couldn't leave the base without concealing my identity. You never know who you'll run into, right? Leaving a sticky note explaining my struggles, I exited the base. It was raining outside, so it wouldn't be unusual to see a man in a black hoodie. I was just sheltering from the rain. I chuckled at my own excuse and continued walking to a nearby Yoshinoya dine-in restaurant. I used to come here on my birthday. Even though I was alone, it was still enjoyable and it was affordable. I sat down at one of the wooden tables away from others and ordered a beef bowl. It was delicious. I hadn't eaten here in almost a year, so I had forgotten how good the food was. I devoured my meal quickly, finishing in less than 5 minutes. Still hungry, I ordered a bowl of miso soup and white rice. While waiting for my food, I overheard 2 familiar voices that once terrified me. I used to love this place. They don't have soba, so I don't come here often. You should try something else, maybe you'll like it. I looked up and saw Bakugo Katsuki, Todoroki Shoto, and my sister. I sank deeper into my hoodie, trying to ignore their presence. I didn't have the confidence for this today. I hurriedly finished my food, eager to leave. We're going to Izuku's grave after this, right? Todoroki asked, causing the table to fall silent. Why would they go to my grave? I thought as I ate. Yeah, we got India, after all. This was Izuku's dream. I don't know about you guys, but I got into UA for Izuku. I want him to know I did it. For him, Izumi said, her smile tinged with sadness. She got into UA for me? I had to suppress a laugh at her words. She didn't have the right to say that, not after everything. I asked for the bill, paid, and walked out. As I glanced at the trio, I caught Todoroki's gaze. It felt like he could see right through me, just by looking into my eyes. His voice turned dry, drawing the attention of the others. They looked at him with confusion before shifting their focus to me. I quickly turned my head away, hoping they wouldn't notice me, and slipped out through the glass door. I prayed they didn't realize I was there. Once outside, I felt 3 pairs of eyes on me as I passed the window. The thought of my family confronting me sent a shiver down my spine. Navigating through the crowd of people fleeing from the rain was frustrating, so I decided to take the alleyways. Shigaraki had shown me the way before, so I knew where I was going. As I ventured deeper into the alleys, I heard a piercing scream from a nearby passage. I peeked in and saw a pro hero and a man dressed in black, with baggy pants and a tank top. He had knives visibly strapped to his torso and a large sword on his back, with red and beige ribbons flowing from his head and neck. His sword was pointed at the neck of the pro hero, who I recognized as Air Jet. "No! Help! Anyone help!" he screamed in desperation before the man's sword struck. I watched in shock as blood sprayed from Air Jet's neck. The man turned his attention to me and began walking closer. Just as he was about to approach, I dodged and jumped back. "Hey, dude, I won't tell anyone, I swear." "He was a terrible hero anyway," I added quietly. He squinted at my words and sheathed his weapon. "The name's Yagi Izuku," I said, leaning against a nearby wall and extending my hand. "Stain," he replied. "The Stain? Like, the hero killer Stain?" I asked, excitement bubbling in my voice. "Yeah," he grunted. I reached for my bag, only to realize I hadn't brought it. "Damn it." I muttered under my breath. "What?" he asked, reaching for his knives. "Something wrong?" he continued, his tone turning menacing. "No, not really. I just forgot my notebook." I replied, feeling annoyed. "Notebook? I wanted an autograph." Embarrassment crept into my voice and expression. I couldn't help it, he was one of my heroes. He was taking down those false heroes who claimed to help us, those who abused others without a second thought. He was eliminating the villains posing as heroes. He started to walk away and I followed. He was really cool and I wanted to learn from him. "Hey, I was wondering, how did you learn to throw knives with such accuracy?" Before I could finish, he pulled out his sword and held it to my neck. "What? I want to be just like you," I said with a smirk. "What are your morals?" he snarled. I understood now. I want to rid this world of the heroes. They're all in it for money and fame. They don't deserve the praise they get. "None of them do," I replied, venom lacing my words. "They were all full of it." He paused, considering my words, then sighed. "You want me to train you, right? I assume that's why you asked how I learned to handle knives." My eyes lit up, and a surge of happiness rushed through me. "Really? You'll train me?" I asked, sounding like a child who had just received a new toy. "Yes." Tamura Shigaraki's POV. The kid hadn't woken up yet. It had been a week since he first fell unconscious. Kurojiri and I were so worried that we went to see Master to ask if something was wrong. These quirk transferences could go awry sometimes. After our discussion with Master, Kurojiri opened a warp gate back to the base. I decided to check on the kid, but he wasn't there. I searched frantically, but he was nowhere to be found. Panicking, I approached Kurojiri. "Have you seen the kid?" "He's not in his room?" Kurojiri asked, worry creeping into his voice. Just then, the door opened, revealing a drenched Yagi. He wasn't just wet from the rain, he was covered in blood. After he entered the base, a man who appeared to be in his 30s followed him, also covered in blood. "Yagi, where have you been? Who's this guy?" I asked suspiciously. "Well, Kurojiri." He paused, glaring at Kurojiri. "Kurojiri, put a lock on the fridge." "So I went to Yoshinoya. Then on my way back, I ran into Stain," he said, gesturing toward the man. He was acting like a completely different person, I thought. "He said he'll train me." Izuku Yagi's POV. Stain had been training me for the past 9 weeks. I was sitting down, enjoying my udon when the door burst open, revealing our new recruit. "Have you guys figured out when you're going to attack my school?" they asked, clearly hoping for a negative response. "No, your school isn't that easy to infiltrate," Shigaraki replied with a sharp tone. The new recruit gulped before continuing. "I know when you should do it." At this point, I honestly felt like dead weight to the league, like they could manage just fine without me. I knew I needed to get up and put in the same amount of effort as everyone else. With motivation surging through me, I stood abruptly from my seat and walked toward Mr. Aizawa's desk, concealing my mischievous grin, which I was sure no one had noticed. "Mr. Aizawa? May I use the restroom?" I asked sheepishly. He gave me a quick sideways glance, not taking his eyes from his work for more than a moment, before nodding a brief, "Okay." I bolted through the unnecessarily large doors toward the bathroom. As soon as I arrived, I checked every stall thoroughly as well as the hallway for good measure, before I inevitably went invisible. Joining the League as a spy, all for one realized it would be in the League's best interest for me to have a stealth quirk to conceal my presence when necessary, so he gifted me a more valuable quirk, a second quirk. This quirk allowed me to turn myself invisible. However, that was somewhat dull on its own. Invisibility was valuable, especially when compared to my first quirk. However, it wasn't enough in a school as cautious as the renowned UA High, Hero School Extraordinaire. A place like this would have infrared and thermographic surveillance cameras designed to detect invisibility quirks if needed. Otherwise, people with powers like Hagikure's would have free reign over the classified documents in UA's vault. Invisibility was nothing to scoff at, but someone on a mission to undermine everything heroes stood for would need something more. So, my quirk also allowed me to control my body temperature. With that feature, I could match my heat signature to the temperature of any room I entered, thus concealing my visual and thermal presence. As long as I didn't make any noise or move in a way that left footprints, I would be completely undetectable. I called this quirk Dissipate. Using Dissipate to its full potential, I scoured the halls for anything that might be of use to myself and the League, and then I came across a room labeled the Archive. This is it. I found it surprisingly unguarded for a place that presumably stored information about students, teachers, and advantageous points in the school that could all be exploited by ill-willed individuals such as myself. However, I wasn't going to complain. After all, it's their funeral, I grinned, speaking in a low, husky voice undoubtedly from not having spoken all morning. While suppressing the urge to clear my throat in fear of being louder than necessary, I searched through files for timetables, schedules, or any other documents that would help me find a moment when the heroes would be more spread out, rather than all condensed in the main building. And like a gift from whatever deity was watching over me, I felt a file titled fall into my hands. Unforeseen Simulations Join, or USG. I read aloud. An off-campus natural disaster training facility. Flipping through the file at superhuman speed but still ensuring I absorbed all the information, I learned that the USJ was a training facility under the supervision of a pro hero named 13. However, the best part, in my opinion, was that she ran it completely alone. The USJ is far enough away that no one would hear the commotion of a few dozen heroes in training, I muttered to myself. However, another point to note, mentioned in the schematics of the building, was the alarms. Of course. They had to be on par with the schools, showcasing the extreme paranoia of the institution. This wasn't much of a problem, though, as any villain with an electric-themed quirk could easily mask the alarms. Continuing to scan the enormous file, I found a timetable indicating that our class would be visiting the USJ with all might and Mr. Aizawa the following week. This prompted the sickening grin I'd suppressed in the classroom to return, making its way back onto my face in slow, quivering movements, causing me to cover my mouth with my hand, not that anyone could see it anyway. This would be perfect. Quickly, I slipped the relevant files under my blazer before rushing to my locker and securely placing the files in a secret compartment in my backpack where even a school as suspicious as UA wouldn't be able to find them during a random bag check. As soon as I finished, I dashed toward the bathroom for the second time that day and deactivated Dissipate before returning to class as if everything was normal. I flashed my peers one of my signature smiles, receiving a few greetings in return, before sitting down at my assigned desk a few rows from the window. And I was only gone for 12 minutes and 32 seconds. Izuku Yagi's POV. With excitement radiating from their body, the new recruit bolted toward us, swinging their backpack around to access its contents. I figured out the perfect time you guys can attack you, they grinned, pulling out a large file and slamming it down between our plates of food before walking behind the counter. Okay, I found an off-campus training facility far enough away that no one would hear anything, but guess what the best part is? Eyeing Shigaraki, I watched as they opened the file titled IThat with skepticism, only to be met with schematics and pages upon pages of informative documents regarding the place. Flipping through page after page, Shigaraki stopped on a paper that looked like a timetable, taking in its information eagerly. All might will be there, the recruit spoke, their tone dripping with excitement. As if on cue, Shigaraki began reading the page detailing when Class 1A would visit the USJ, and just as the new recruit mentioned, All Might was scheduled to be there. Grinning, Shigaraki led the four of us to the meeting room, abandoning our food to plot. Here's the plan, he started. We gather around 50 thugs and villains to attack alongside us. We can also separate the students into random sections of the USJ using Kurogiri's quirk to make it more difficult. The goal is to take down All Might. We've been developing monsters we call Nomu, so we can use them to take down the symbol of peace, he explained with excitement, prompting a scoff from me. Turning towards me, he asked with a hint of agitation if something was wrong, which made me roll my eyes. Yeah, your plan is terrible, I replied flatly. Well, what would you do? He challenged, his voice low and menacing. I smirked at his words. This would be interesting. The UA trader's perspective. My mind wandered aimlessly as I absent-mindedly picked at the poor red leather of the couch I was sitting on in the dimly lit bar. All I could think about was the event scheduled for tomorrow, what the League had dubbed the Fall of a Titan, the day of their attack, which they hoped would mark the end of All Might. Although I had worked hard to make this possible alongside the League, the thought of it made me feel uneasy. Was this right? Was this justice? Doubts surged through my mind, shaking my confidence to the core. I had made friends, I had found people I didn't want to lose, I had finally found a place where I belonged. But maybe I didn't belong there either. Maybe I should warn the heroes. Maybe I should turn myself in. Maybe I should tell the people who care about me what I've done, so at least they could prepare themselves. The USJ attack could be avoided, and my friends wouldn't get hurt. As I continued to fidget with the couch, my leg bounced anxiously, but I was too lost in thought to notice. Of course, I wasn't the only one in the bar. Hey, what's up? Yagi asked from behind his glass of water, suspicion glimmering in his eyes as they scanned my figure. There was something about Yagi that could make anyone uneasy. Perhaps it was his striking features or the way his gaze seemed to pierce through you, revealing your innermost thoughts. He had a way of making people nervous with just one look. It wasn't a fear you wanted to escape, it was a fear that compelled you to understand. It was a fear that ignited every sensitive part of you, leaving you vulnerable. Was all I could manage to stammer, standing up and preparing to make a quick exit if necessary, though I knew he was faster than I was. Raising an eyebrow, he stepped closer, reminding me with his presence that we were alone while the rest of the League was out searching for allies for the impending attack. His sudden approach sent a shiver down my spine, causing me to instinctively back away until I hit the wall. I tried to evade him again, but his hands were quicker than my attempts to sidestep. With his hands firmly placed beside my head, he leaned down to match my height. It had always bothered me that he was shorter than me when we first met. However, after receiving his quirks, his body had to change, otherwise, it was rumored that he wouldn't have been able to handle the powers he was given. I'm going to say this one more time, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. What's up? He was so close that I could feel his warm breath against my ear, sending a rush of heat through me. An unwelcome lump formed in my throat as I stared into his bright emerald eyes. Gulping it back, I straightened my posture, realizing that Yagi and I shared a unique connection. He was young, he despised All Might even more than I did, and he was friendly. If anyone would understand my dilemma, it would be him. Taking a deep breath, I cleared my throat and began to speak. But before I could finish a single word, Yagi interrupted. You're not getting cold feet, are you? He asked, his tone sharp as he inched closer. It was intimidating. His method of extracting information was effective, but being this close made my heart race, even though I knew his true intentions. His face was mere inches from mine, our lips almost touching. I took in every detail of his face, from his long lashes to his perfect smile, all while my heartbeat thudded in my ears. Taking my silence as an answer, I watched as his eyes narrowed. You are. Izuku Yagi's perspective. You are. I spoke, my tone laced with menace. Knowing it would be better to address this sooner rather than later, I began to weigh my options. The first and easiest choice was to eliminate the problem and make it look like an accident. However, that would be messy, and they had shown potential when they applied themselves. Ugh, I muttered under my breath before an idea sparked in my mind. I have a plan. I said, my voice filled with purpose. Why would you want to abandon everything we've worked so hard for? I asked with a smirk. They stammered, their voice trembling. Was this what I had been like? Ignoring the similarities between us, I watched them take a shaky breath before speaking again. It's just, I've made friends now, and maybe the heroes aren't that bad? They ended their statement as more of a question than a declaration. I was definitely not as composed as I pretended to be. I wasn't indifferent, I got angry when people praised the heroes for their actions. So, to say their last statement made my blood boil would be an understatement. Nevertheless, I needed to think things through before revealing my emotions. The way you communicate with someone who holds a different opinion can either make them dig in their heels or help them see your perspective. I needed them to understand my side. Recomposing myself, I considered the person in front of me. What were they like? Did they respond better to gentle words or to a more assertive approach? Inwardly smiling, I realized that anger might be the best tactic. I began to think about their reasons for wanting to abandon the plans so hastily. They had made new friends. Maybe they're not that bad? I exclaimed suddenly, after only a brief moment of deliberation. I grabbed them by the collar of their shirt and lifted them slightly off the ground. Don't you remember what they did to you? I squinted my eyes and asked loudly, my voice filled with urgency. The UA trader's perspective. Help, I called out, my voice strained and hoarse. Please, I need help. I emerged from the alleyway where I had been dragged not long ago, desperation evident in my red eyes and tear-stained cheeks. The burns, bruises, and scrapes on my small frame, along with my ragged, blood-stained clothes, painted a clear picture of my suffering. Without hesitation, I crawled out of the darkness and ran toward the nearest hero I had always idolized, All Might. Looking into his eyes felt like a breath of fresh air and a warm ray of sunshine. For the first time in my life, I felt safe. With all the courage I could muster, I pleaded for him to save me, my eyes and words begging for his help. But no amount of pleading could pierce his lofty demeanor. Sorry, my boy, but I need to run. It's my daughter's birthday today, and I'm already late. Another hero will be here shortly. I'm sure you'll manage, he said, his tone laced with false sincerity. Despite the wide smile on his face, his eyes were dark and lifeless as he leaped away. My world shattered as my first and last chance of survival slipped away. He was supposed to help me, to rescue me, to provide safety for me and others like me. Instead, he left me with a bitter taste of disappointment. As I watched my once idol fly away, laughter echoing in the air, a firm grip on my shoulder made my blood run cold. Now, a gravelly voice cut through the tense atmosphere from behind me. You weren't bothering All Might with our little problem, were you? I recognized the voice without needing to look back. The deep, crazed tone made my body tense, extinguishing any shred of hope I had felt moments before. There was nothing I could do, so I let his malicious words circle around me like vultures as he pulled me back into the alleyway, where even the bright summer sun couldn't reach. Izuku Yagi's perspective. A smirk crept onto my lips as I watched my friend's expression shift to one of anger and tears at the memory I had unlocked within them. You're right, they choked out, their lips trembling. They don't care about us, they only care about themselves. Bitterness flowed from their voice as I slowly set them down. Don't worry, I whispered as we heard the door swing open. I won't tell Shigaraki what happened here today. Shigaraki entered the bar and immediately noticed the new kid crying, and me smirking in front of them. He beat you in Mario Kart, didn't he? Shigaraki asked my friend with a hint of empathy. Yeah, I thought so. That little brat totally cheats, he continued, sulking off to his room. I chuckled at his words before turning to my friend and giving them a wink. The human mind truly is malleable. Izumi Yagi's perspective. The rumbling of the bus filled with my friends and classmates rocked me back and forth against Kaken and Shoto as they engaged in their usual argument. Strangely, I didn't mind. I was too excited about the rescue training we would be doing today. Rescue training was one of the most enjoyable aspects of being a hero. My father had made a name for himself by rescuing countless people, and I wanted to do the same. As the bus came to a slow stop, Ida and Mr. Aizawa ushered us off. We walked into the USJ. The foyer of the training facility was filled with gasps from my peers and me as we stared in awe at the place. It was incredible. The pro hero in charge of the USJ was 13, the space hero, one of Uraraka's favorites. She looked thrilled, and seeing her excitement made me feel a pang of melancholy. I couldn't help but think of Izuku and how his face would have lit up in this moment. 13 began to unveil the contents of the USJ to our class, describing the 6 different zones: the flood zone, the mountain zone, the conflagration zone, the landslide zone, the ruin zone, and the downpour zone. Each area had unique scenarios designed for that specific environment, like a shipwreck in the flood zone and a fire in the conflagration zone. Despite the excitement of what lay ahead, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was missing among our teachers. My father. Mr. Aizawa seemed to notice too, turning to 13 and asking where my father was. To which, she held up 3 fingers and explained that he was resting in the teacher's lounge. To an ordinary student, the 3 fingers wouldn't have meant anything, but to someone like me, I knew exactly what was happening and began to sigh. Darn it, I muttered under my breath, inaudible to any of my peers. I was looking forward to training with my dad here, and I frowned, upset that he had spent all his energy helping others instead of training with me. Through my disappointment, my mind wandered until a sudden jolt of electricity surged through the lighting system, plunging the room into darkness. Who are they? Chapter End. Izuku Yagi's POV. As I walked through the portal, I was instantly engulfed in light. Even though I was wearing a hoodie and a black surgical mask, I still had to squint my eyes. The brightness in the bar compared to the USJ was like standing between a black hole and the sun. After adjusting to the light, I quickly scanned the premises. It was fascinating. The schematics didn't do this place justice. Making a mental map, my eyes landed on my old friends. They were trembling. Today, they would feel a fraction of what I had felt my entire life. Today, they, along with all their classmates, would face the consequences of their actions. Today, they would experience the turmoil of a wounded soul. Today, they would reap what they had sown. I tore my gaze from the 3 and glanced toward Shigaraki. He was scratching his neck and quietly mumbling incoherent words. I could only make out fragments, but it was enough to understand his intent. Where? Symbol. Wanted. All might. I was piecing the words together in my mind. Although I didn't have many clues, I reached a conclusion. My dear dad wasn't here. Izumi Yagi's POV. Wow. Awesome, you guys even got fake villains? Those are real. Get back. As those few words left our teacher's mouth, the looks of awe and amazement quickly vanished from our innocent faces. What were real villains doing here? How did they even get in? Many of us were in shock. Scanning through the villains that stood before me, my eyes landed on a familiar hoodie. That man dressed in black, wearing a mask. He was at the Yoshinoya when Kaken and I were there 10 weeks ago. I remembered Shoto pointing him out in the restaurant for some reason. His eyes looked so familiar. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, and I completely agree. Perhaps Shoto believed in that as well and saw in that man what I could see now, pure malice. As our eyes met, I couldn't help but feel small, as if there was more to the fury behind them. As if there was more to the rage behind them. He stared at Kaken, Shoto, and me for what felt like an eternity before turning his gaze toward the man next to him. The purple mist they had used to infuriate the USJ grew eyes and began to speak. The only real heroes I see are Erasure Head and 13. The mist began. Perplexing, according to the schedule we retrieved from IThat, All Might should be here as well. Aizawa and 13 wore the same expressions as the rest of us at least, I assumed 13 did under her suit minus the fright evident on our faces, of course. They were both confused. When could they have gotten their hands on a official document as important as a class schedule? Aizawa muttered quietly to himself and 13. I listened to my peers and the pros make a plan to get us all to safety, but as Aizawa was giving us our instructions, he started walking toward the villains. His quirk allowed him to cancel out another's, but it only worked on one person at a time. It was also limited to how long he could keep his eyes open. That's why he excelled in one-on-one combat, particularly surprise attacks. His quirk wasn't suited for group confrontations. "What are you going to do?" I asked him, worry evident in my voice. Although he had made it clear that he disliked me, I still felt concern for him. He was my teacher, so it made sense that I would be anxious for his well-being. You can't fight them on your own. There are too many of them. Even if you can nullify their quirks, your fighting style isn't suited for this. Your power works best in stealth and one-on-one fights, I said, stating the obvious. Looking down, I continued, it's not going to help with a group. Can't be a pro if you've only got one trick, he retorted in a lecturing tone. I watched him dash toward the villains and take down 3 in an instant. A heteromorphic man with blue skin and 6 arms shouted at Mr. Aizawa about cancellation not working on him. A villain like you is only dangerous if you can reach me. He paused, dodging another man's punch and roundhouse kicking him in the face. Luckily, I've taken measures to ensure that never happens. He finished by slamming the blue-skinned heteromorphic man to the floor with his scarf. I stood there, watching in awe. Had I been looking at this the wrong way? As I observed my teacher, barely using his quirk, I felt tears begin to form in my eyes. I couldn't help but wonder if that could have been Izuku. With proper training and technique, Izuku might have become a hero, an underground hero who specialized in stealth attacks, just like my teacher. I had been viewing heroism in the wrong light. I had always thought you needed a quirk to help people, but maybe. This is no time to be spacing off. Ida warned me, pulling me from my self-induced trance. Quickly wiping my eyes dry, I started running with the rest of my class toward the exit. As we neared the door, the purple mist that had somehow transported the villains here appeared in front of us. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. The mist paused. Besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? I believe he was supposed to be here today, and yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change in plans we could not have foreseen. Well, in the end, I suppose it does not matter. I still have a role to play. He spoke with a chilling tone as he mentioned my father. 13 raised her hand, preparing to capture the being shrouded in mist, when suddenly, 3 of my classmates sprang into action. A loud explosion erupted from my explosive friend's hand, while a structure of ice formed from the right hand of my dual-colored friend. As the smoke and ash cleared, Kaken, Kirishima, and Shoto stood defiantly below the villain. You live up to your school's reputation, but you should be more careful, children. Otherwise, someone could get hurt. The villain's voice dripped with disdain, directed specifically at Kaken, Shoto, and me. As 13 shouted at the 3 reckless boys blocking her path, the purple villain expanded his presence. Now, to implement phase 2 of the boys' plan, he murmured to himself. Watching my friends and me enveloped in the purple fog, worry gnawed at me. What was going to happen to us? Yuga Oyama's POV. I felt myself tumble from the purple portal, landing hard and feeling bruised. I yelped in pain and shut my eyes. The voices of surrounding villains echoed in my ears. Fear surged within me as I opened my eyes to see at least 15 villains looming over me. All around were cliffs and rocks. I must be in the mountainous area. Quickly scanning the mountain range, I spotted an opening between the villains. Gathering what little courage I had, I sprang to my feet and dashed toward the unblocked pathway. Running for my life, I made it to a path leading upward. I didn't think about where I was going, I simply ran. The villains were hot on my heels as I ascended the mountain. My heart raced and my lungs burned. The more I ran, the more my speed faltered. I was alone, with villains chasing me, and they were gaining ground. I ran until there was nowhere left to escape. Stopping just before the edge of the cliff, I turned to face the villains. They halted just in front of me and began to use their quirks. Acting on impulse, I stepped backward in a desperate attempt to evade them. My heart sank when I felt nothing but air beneath my foot. Time seemed to slow as I fell backward off the cliff. The villains watched my descent, and I could see the satisfaction on their faces. As I fell, a terrifying thought crossed my mind. I was falling and there was no chance of survival. Thrashing through the air, I repeated the same words in my mind. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. My arms flailed as I tried to grasp the mountainside, but it was all in vain. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I'm sorry. My vision faded to darkness as I felt a jarring impact. A ringing filled my ears as I took my final breaths. Please, I don't want to die yet. 13th POV. As the warp mist cleared, I saw the remaining students trembling with fear. The students left were Uraraka Achiko, Kaminari Denki, Sato Rikido, Jiro Kyoka, and Yaoyorozu Momo. I didn't have much to work with. The 6 kids who hadn't been transported across the USJ had impressive quirks, but I wasn't sure how to utilize their strengths against such a formidable villain. Everyone, get back! I shouted, trying to keep the children safe. The kids hurried behind me as I powered up my quirk. The purple mist emitted by the villain was quickly drawn into a black hole. As my quirk absorbed the villain, he chuckled darkly before opening a warp gate in front of himself and behind me. I felt my suit tearing and pain shooting through my back. Gasps from the young aspiring heroes filled my ears as I fell to the ground. He got me, I said, sorrow lacing my words. Uraraka Achiko's POV. I watched 13 fall to the ground, fear gripping me. Gathering all my courage, I charged at the villain. Panic surged as I scanned for something I could make float. Then I spotted it, a metal neck brace. I reached the metal surrounding the villain's neck, and he began to float. Denki, use your quirk and electrify this villain. I shouted, taking charge of the situation. I can't control it. If I use it, I could hurt you all, too, he replied, anxiety evident in his voice. Momo, acting on impulse, created a giant blanket of insulation about 10 centimeters thick. I rushed to get underneath the shield, feeling nauseous. Kaminari approached the villain and started shocking him from the ground. After the villain shut his eyes and appeared unconscious, I released him and felt the urge to throw up. Momo lifted the blanket, allowing Sato and Jiro to attack the villain. Even though the villain was down, they stayed close as a precaution. Realizing we were the only ones who could alert the pros, we began discussing our options. 13 was in critical condition, and Kaminari was in his yay mode. I was currently feeling unwell, and Momo was wearing a miniskirt. The obvious candidates for the run would have been Jiro or Sato. After assessing both their abilities, we discovered that Jiro was surprisingly the fastest among us. Thus, our frantic conversation ended with Jiro bolting toward the main building. I just hope the rest of our classmates are okay. Tenya's POV. As the purple mist cleared, I felt my body plummeting through the air. Preparing to land, I looked down and saw water. I must be in the flood zone. The water soon surrounded me, filling my engines. I heard a voice coming from my left and noticed a villain swimming. Quickly, I swam to the surface. Gasping for air, I spotted a boat. At least 15 villains were stationed in the water, racing toward me. I swam and dodged every villain that approached me, gradually making my way towards the boat. Once I reached it, I began to climb up the side. Upon hoisting myself onto the deck, I noticed one of my classmates already there. I recognized him as Koda, who was huddled against the boat and seemed to be talking to himself. Koda, I'm so glad to see you made it to safety. Have you seen anyone else from our class in the water or on deck? I asked, relief evident in my voice. I felt a wave of comfort knowing I wasn't alone. As they say, safety in numbers, right? As I approached my timid classmate, I heard a quiet sigh of frustration. I'm here too, you know. Recognizing the familiar voice, I noticed 2 white gloves floating in the air. I bowed my head apologetically and expressed my remorse. She then apologized for her outburst. We all realized we needed a plan to escape this unfortunate situation before the villains still in the water attacked. Crouching down, we began brainstorming and analyzing our current predicament. How could we possibly escape these villains with our quirks? We're totally not suited for this, Hagakure pointed out. While Koda and Hagakure panicked, I focused on our situation and our powers. A thought struck me. It seemed almost too perfect. Our quirks were specifically mismatched for the flood zone. It was as if they had prior knowledge of all our abilities. Hagakure had a strong quirk, but any movement she made would be obvious in this environment. The water would create noise, and air bubbles would give away her location, rendering her invisibility quirk nearly useless. This made her more of a hindrance in this particular situation. Then there was Koda. His ability to control and communicate with animals was impressive, but there were no animals in the USJ's flood zone. Because of this, he had no real power in these conditions. As for me, while I could run extremely fast due to my quirk, engine, it didn't help with swimming. A car can reach high speeds, but if you drop it in water, it won't match those speeds. I swam just like any normal person would. So, we were all at a disadvantage against the villains in the water. Looking at the villains, I noticed they all seemed to have water-related quirks. The first villain to attack me had gills and fish-like features. They were in their element, and most of them appeared to be adults, ranging from their early 20s to late 40s. They had experience and quirks suited for this environment. This doesn't look good, I said, startling my classmates from my previous silence. What do you mean? Koda asked, fear evident in his tone. None of our quirks seem useful in an environment like this. Even if there were a way to benefit us, the villains in the water have much more experience and quirks suited for it, I explained. Whoever planned this coordinated attack must have an IQ far beyond the ordinary, I muttered under my breath, loud enough for my peers to hear. Well, we can't just do nothing, Hagakure said, determination in her voice. Who knows how long the pros will take to get here, if they even make it at all. The villains could attack us at any moment, so we need to act quickly. There must be something we can do. I thought for a moment before looking at my classmates. They were shaking. I have to save them. It is my duty as an aspiring hero and as their class representative. I walked to the side of the boat to glance at the villains in the water. They seemed to be giving us time to accept our fate. Looking back at my classmates, I began to speak. I have an idea. My words were cut short as a giant hand made of water clawed at the boat. Time's up, kids. Masahiro Ojiro's POV. Arg. Dark Shadow. Calm down. To my horror, and probably the villains as well, I saw Tokoyami's quirk, Dark Shadow, grow to the size of a dragon and begin to thrash around. We were fighting villains in the downpour zone almost immediately after we had all fallen here. There were approximately 20 villains waiting for us before any of us had even arrived. Earlier, I was assaulted from behind by a villain. I recovered quickly and countered with a strong tail whip and a roundhouse kick. After knocking down the villain, I decided to run to regroup with any classmates who might have been transported to the downpour zone with me. It would be super inconvenient to be alone. I do love my quirk's mutation, but at the moment, with only about 2 weeks of proper training, I didn't feel comfortable fending off who knows how many villains. Although I am a black belt in karate, there's truth to the phrase, safety in numbers. As I ran through the rainy, gray, fake city, dodging villains, I found a couple of my classmates already fighting. Naturally, I joined in to help. Kirishima had hardened his body and was currently battling an opponent with what seemed to be a strength quirk. As Kirishima fought, another villain approached from behind, attempting to strike him with what looked like a metal bat. Luckily, Kirishima heard the footsteps and dodged just before impact, causing the villain to accidentally hit his comrade instead. Wow, so unmanly of you, bro, he shouted before hardening his arm and punching the villain square in the jaw. Next to me, Tokoyami was stationed, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle. I couldn't understand why. His quirk seemed perfectly suited for a setting like this. Dark Shadow could cover our blind spots and assist in the fight. I tore my eyes from Tokoyami and looked at my other classmate. Shoji was engaged in a fierce battle with a villain whose quirk resembled that of Vlad King. The villain managed to cut Shoji's arm, and a stream of his blood began to morph into a sword. With that weapon, made entirely of blood, he severed one of Shoji's dupli arm extensions. A loud, chilling scream erupted beside me. I whipped my head around to see Tokoyami struggling against Dark Shadow. "Dark Shadow! Calm yourself," he shouted, clearly distressed. Almost instantly, Dark Shadow retaliated, taking down every villain within the area. Kirishima, Shoji, and I were relieved and were about to congratulate Tokoyami when, out of nowhere, Kirishima was thrown across the city street where we were battling. As his body flew backward and collided with a wall, Shoji and I rushed to his side. Crouching down, I checked his pulse. He was alive but unconscious. I worried that he might have a concussion from the impact, but quickly realized there was still one more villain to defeat, and it had to be a strong one. "Dark Shadow!" Tokoyami screamed, his voice filled with urgency. I glanced to my right and noticed Dark Shadow thrashing about, seemingly trying to attack Shoji. With no villains around, it became clear that Dark Shadow must have been the one to throw Kirishima. This explained Tokoyami's earlier distress. I looked from Kirishima to Shoji and then back to Tokoyami, formulating a plan. With Shoji injured and Kirishima unconscious, I was the only one left to act. My only option was to lead Dark Shadow and Tokoyami away from the area. Outside, I could potentially get help from my classmates or, if available, the pros. Tenya Ida's POV. With Hagakure and Koda on my back, I jumped from the boat, shifting into high gear. I realized the only way to escape this situation was to run along the only platforms available, the villains' heads. As barbaric as it sounded, it was my only option. I aimed my foot to land on the head of an unsuspecting villain. As my foot made contact, the villain began to sink. I leaped before he was fully submerged, jumping from villain to villain as quickly as I could. I had to dodge the constant quirks being fired at me and adjust to the movements of the villains. We cleared the flood zone swiftly and decided to check on Mr. Aizawa in the center. As we approached the site of the fight, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about how easily we had escaped. Although our positioning seemed strategic, perhaps I was overthinking it. The villains we faced appeared to be nothing more than low-level thugs. Maybe this was all just a diversion, a ploy to separate us. It could have been a trap to mask a larger motive. My mind raced with possible reasons for our easy escape until we reached the center of the UF. There, we saw Mr. Aizawa defeating villains with remarkable speed. Based on how effortlessly he was taking them down, it seemed these were just low-level thugs trying to make a name for themselves, and we had nothing to worry about. As my eyes scanned the area, I noticed a man dressed in black. He seemed to be doing little more than writing in a notebook while observing the fight between my teacher and the villains. Each time Mr. Aizawa's hair stopped floating, the man jotted something down. Perhaps I was right. This was all a diversion to gather information on the pros and students. They might have used the thugs as expendable pawns, merely testing our abilities. Wow, Mr. Aizawa is amazing, Hagakure exclaimed, drawing the attention of the masked note-taker. He looked towards us and locked eyes with me for a moment before returning to his notebook, glancing at us intermittently. Was he taking notes on Hagakure, Koda, and me? Just then, a giant creature appeared and lunged at Mr. Aizawa, pinning him to the ground and holding his arm behind his back. In the process, it caused him to struggle. The monster slammed Mr. Aizawa's head to the ground, and I could see the impact was severe. A purple mist began to form behind the man taking notes. He approached another man with pale skin and blue hair, speaking in a low, monotone voice. "Shigaraki, we may have a problem." "What is it, Kurogiri?" the blue-haired man replied, irritation evident in his tone. "The children at the entrance bested me in battle. When I regained consciousness, one was missing. I believe they might have gone to alert the pros." "Damn it, Kurogiri," the masked man suddenly erupted, abandoning his calm demeanor. "I planned this to go perfectly. There was no reason they should have gotten past you." "Then that means this is game over." Back to the title screen. "I was really looking forward to taking down All Might," the blue-haired man added. Well, before we leave, we should at least break the hero's spirit, right? The masked man said, malice dripping from his honey-sweet voice. Before I could react, the blue-haired man was in front of Koda. His hand made contact with Koda's face, and in an instant, Koda was gone. I am here. Kyoka Jiro's POV. I felt my lungs burning as I ran faster than I ever had in my life. The USJ was so far from the main building that we had to take a bus there. I had a long run ahead of me. I was incredibly nervous. My legs felt like they were about to give out, but I knew that if I stopped, some of my classmates could be in grave danger. Thoughts of my classmates flooded my mind. The reasons they wanted to become heroes, the jokes we shared, the funny training mishaps. Momo, Izumi, Uraraka, Tsu, Denki, Mina, each one of them meant so much to me. We were like a family. Tears welled in my eyes as I imagined life without them. Although it had only been 2 weeks since we met, the bond we shared had formed almost instantly. Even Bakugo held a special place in my heart. Wiping my eyes, I suddenly collided with someone. Standing before me was All Might, in all his glory, wearing a white t-shirt and green cargo pants. He took one look at me and realized something must have gone wrong. What happened? Are you okay, young Jiro? His voice was filled with concern as he bombarded me with questions. The is under attack. I gasped between breaths. Villains. As I struggled to explain the situation while catching my breath, he dashed off toward the day. I still had roughly a mile to run to reach the main building. With the number one hero racing to the scene, I felt the sense of peace and confidence wash over me. After regaining my breath, I summoned my determination to push through the last mile. Dear God, please let my classmates be all right. Shoto Todoroki's POV. Die, die, die. We had just been dropped in the landslide zone not even 10 minutes ago, and Bakugo was already losing control. I planted my right foot and froze 14 of the 15 villains I was assigned to defeat. They were all acting like children, throwing tantrums over not getting what they wanted. I turned to my 2 childhood friends and noticed Bakugo yelling at the villains he was supposed to handle. He was really giving me a headache. Izumi was levitating her 15 villains at least 30 feet off the ground, shifting their positions every few seconds as she tried to extract information from them, just like I was. Meanwhile, Bakugo seemed to prefer a more direct approach. What is your business with us? I asked coldly, my voice steady and emotionless. They remained silent. Suddenly, a villain lunged at me with a metal spear, but I dodged. Him effortlessly, catching the spear and freezing him in the process. These villains seemed to think they could take down the symbol of peace. I couldn't understand how they thought they could succeed. At first, I believed they had gathered a group of elite villains, but they were nothing more than low-level thugs, expendable pawns. From what I could tell, only 4 or 5 of them were truly dangerous. How did they plan to defeat All Might? I rephrased my words, letting more anger seep into my tone. Listen closely. If you remain frozen, your bodies will succumb to frostbite and hypothermia. Fortunately for you, I aspire to be a hero, so I prefer to avoid unnecessary cruelty. I paused, noticing Izumi looking at me, clearly thinking I was referring to Izuku. But I can only do that if you tell me how you plan to defeat All Might. That's the only way you'll survive. Ashido Mina's POV. The mist cleared, revealing Siro falling next to me. He quickly shot a string of tape around my waist and another from his elbow to a tall object. Once we landed safely and he removed the tape, we were ambushed by villains. There weren't many, just 10, but considering there were only 2 of us and we had only about 2 weeks of real training, we were scared. I'll take the 5 on the left, you take the 5 on the right? I suggested, trying to take charge and masking my fear with forced enthusiasm. He smirked at me and replied, "You're on." I unleashed my acid on one of the villains, ensuring it was just enough to incapacitate him without causing unnecessary harm. Even though they were villains, it didn't give us the right to hurt them more than necessary. I sprayed my acid, but due to its solubility, they weren't going down as quickly as I hoped. After knocking out 3 of the villains, I glanced at Siro. He was engaged with his last opponent. I noticed one of the taped-up villains, fully conscious, attempting to escape. Just before I could warn Zero, the villain used his quirk to incapacitate him. The villain charged at Zero's limp body on the ground, but I reached him first. I stood over Zero, shouting at the top of my lungs, and released a concentrated burst of acid at the charging villain, my nerves getting the better of me. The force of my attack knocked down all the villains within a 30-foot radius. The closest villain began to scream as my acid made contact. I cringed as I saw the effects of my actions. I felt a wave of guilt wash over me. Although I wanted to be a hero, I had hurt these people. I made them suffer. I felt like a monster. I held my unconscious classmate in my arms for a moment, tears streaming down my face. After a few minutes, I picked Zero up and started running from the ruins zone, not daring to look back. He had visible burns from the electric attack. I was desperate to find 13 or another pro who could help. Once I found assistance, I could send someone to help the villains I had hurt. Zero began to stir, and then he woke up. I was carrying him and started asking questions. Are you okay? How are you feeling? Are you in any pain? I was about to continue when he fell unconscious again. Worry gripped me and I ran faster. I could see the stairs leading up to the entrance just coming into view. We're almost there. Hold on, Zero. To Azui's POV. I fell out of a purple portal and landed in one of the covered areas of the USJ. Fire and smoke surrounded me. This must be the conflagration zone. I looked around and saw about 20 villains surrounding me, all wearing gas masks and fireproof suits, likely to shield themselves from the gas, fire, and my quirk. As soon as I arrived, I realized they must have known about my abilities. There was a chance I could have landed here by coincidence, but I suspected they were aware of my quirk before sending me. I immediately began leaping away from the villains as they lunged for me. It was extremely difficult to evade their attacks, especially with the fire and gas all around. I started to feel lightheaded, likely due to the carbon monoxide from the fire. I searched for a place to jump next, but I spotted 2 villains with fire quirks, spreading flames all around the area. Then it hit me they were trapping me in. Desperately, I looked around for a safe spot to land, but there was nothing. No walls to climb, no ledges to jump to, no way to escape. The villains were closing in on me, and I found myself surrounded once again, but this time, there was no way out. They unleashed waves of fire in my direction, and I felt the heat searing my skin. The pain was overwhelming, consuming all my senses. The acrid smell filled the air, and the mocking laughter of the villains echoed in my ears. I was in agony, yet I tried to assess my situation. I was trapped in a fiery nightmare. My nerves felt like they were on fire as my lungs struggled against the heat. The flames were intense, and I could feel myself weakening. Lying on the ground, I stared at the villains, their faces twisted in triumph behind their masks. Time seemed to slow down. My blinks became sluggish, and my vision faded to darkness as I watched them revel in my suffering. Some danced around the flames, while others waved at me mockingly. I took my final breaths, feeling the heat enveloping me. The onlookers simply watched, delighting in my demise. My last thought as I succumbed to the flames was a wish for the others to have escaped safely. I hope they made it out alive. Toshinori Yagi's POV. I am here. I shouted as I entered the USJ. I closed my eyes as I spoke, hoping those words would reassure all 19 of the 1A students, but I was mistaken. The screams of my students filled my ears, and I opened my eyes to the chaos unfolding before me. The USJ was in ruins. 13 lay on the ground, unconscious and gravely injured. Mina was panting, struggling to carry an unconscious Zero, whose face bore the marks of high-voltage burns and soot. Further away in the central plaza, Aizawa was pinned beneath a large, monstrous creature. To the right of Aizawa, I saw a pale, blue-haired man holding Koda's face. In an instant, Koda disintegrated into ash. I rushed toward the scene in horror. Arriving too late, the students and villains alike acknowledged my presence. A man in black, wearing a mask, locked eyes with me. His glowing, emerald-green eyes seemed to pierce my very soul. With a chilling voice, he spoke, "You're too late, All Might." His tone was cold, and his words cut through the air like ice. As he observed my reaction, he began to laugh maniacally. Obscured most of his face, but I could see the amusement in his squinted eyes. This man had just witnessed a child's demise and was reveling in it. I maintained my smile, hoping to calm the traumatized child who had witnessed this act of madness. But then, the man's laughter faded, his eyes turning cold and filled with resentment. We stood there, locked in a tense stare, his expression growing angrier by the second. "You sociopathic hypocrite," he shouted, his anger palpable. His erratic behavior was unsettling. I glanced at the shocked student beside me and grimaced. Thoughts raced through my mind, but one idea persisted. There were still 18 innocent children whose lives were in danger. Setting aside my shock, I charged toward the man who was fixated on me. He seemed to find amusement in my faltering smile. I was 10 feet away when the giant bird that had been attacking Aizawa suddenly blocked my path. I lifted my arm, ready to strike the creature with all my power. But as my fist connected with the bird-like monster, I felt my strength wane. A raspy voice to my right spoke. "That's Nomu. He's been genetically modified to withstand your power and eliminate you." The blue-haired man continued. "His ability is shock absorption." Izuku Yagi's POV. I smirked as I watched the hero standing before me, looking stunned. Nomu seized his arm and delivered a powerful punch just below my father's left rib. During my first encounter with the Nomu, All for One had reviewed my plan to eliminate All Might. He refined my strategy based on his knowledge of my father. He told me that 5 years before my escape, he had battled my dad, resulting in severe injuries for both. My father had lost a significant portion of his stomach, while All for One had suffered even worse consequences. As I watched All Might's shirt begin to stain with crimson, I felt a sense of justice. This was just the beginning of my revenge. I chuckled to myself, imagining the satisfaction of breaking every bone in their bodies. I longed to tear off his mask and hood, revealing that the child they all dismissed was still alive. I wanted to show them that the boy they thought was less than human was the one who would prove them wrong. But I hesitated. As tempting as it was to reveal myself now, I knew I had to wait. After all, revenge is a dish best served cold. Toshinori Yagi's POV. I felt my shirt sag as the once white fabric became soaked with my blood. This mutant creature knew exactly where to strike. I broke free from its grip and retaliated, landing punches to its face and body. With one final blow, I knocked it forward, positioning myself behind it. Remembering the villain's warning, I seized the creature's waist. "Shock absorption, huh? Thanks for the tip on how to defeat you. All I have to do is wear him down, then it's on to you," I said, pushing through the pain in my side from the creature's initial attack. I leaned back, preparing to slam his body into the ground, when suddenly, a purple portal opened behind me. "Nice work, Kurogiri. Good to see you're atoning for your past mistakes," a cold voice called out from behind me. I strained my neck to see the masked man shouting in my direction. Turning my head, I noticed a face shrouded in mist that matched the purple portal beneath me. This must be the one who opened it. The agonizing pain of the monster's fingers digging into my flesh intensified, and my face contorted into a pained frown. Struggling to pry the creature's claws from my side, I said, "If this is your best, then you picked the wrong place to attack. You should just give up now." My voice was steady and firm, clearly trying to buy myself some time. "Kurogiri," the light blue-haired man said calmly while scratching at his neck. "Normally I wouldn't want blood and guts flooding the insides of my warp gates, but I'll make an exception for a hero as great as you." He continued as the Nomu pulled my torso deeper into the warp gate. "And once he's pulled your body halfway through, I'll squeeze the gate shut." I struggled and glanced to my left, noticing a fit of laughter coming from the green-eyed figure a mere 50 feet away. He was holding a notebook, writing in it every few seconds. Looking further behind the villains, I remembered I had neglected a student. Young Ida stood watching the whole scene unfold, too stunned by the loss of his classmate to even move. "I'm going to enjoy slowly tearing you apart," Kurogiri said again. I could sense the tone of vengeance in his voice, hinting at a personal vendetta against me. I felt my body being pulled further into the portal when suddenly, I heard a loud scream of rage. Dark shadow! The grip on my body loosened just enough for me to free myself from the Nomu's grasp while the villains turned their attention to the noise. Just as I escaped, I heard more yelling. Die, die, die! Katsuki screamed at Kurogiri before sending an explosion towards the man made of mist. As the ash cleared, I saw Katsuki holding a piece of metal against the villain's neck. Move and I'll blow you up, he said calmly, adding to his intimidating presence. The Nomu lunged at me, but before I could counterattack, a sheet of ice trapped him in place. To my left, I saw a giant dark shadow in the distance, slowly shrinking. To my right, my daughter and her friends, Shoto and Katsuki, were ready to strike. Regaining my composure, I urged them to get out of here and help young Tokoyami, young Ojiro, and young Ida. After a bit of persuasion, they reluctantly agreed. As soon as Katsuki's grip on Kurogiri loosened, the man of mist warped away, standing behind the two villains who were observing the scene. Let's finish this once and for all, I declared, adding a little quip with my newfound boost of confidence. Izuku Yagi's POV. All Might was so oblivious, he didn't even notice one of his students. I watched as Bakugo, Todoroki, and my sister ran to help their classmates escape from the situation. They assisted the now calm Tokoyami, the frazzled Ojiro, and the shocked Ida. While they helped their peers, I noticed they had forgotten a certain floating pair of white gloves. Poor Hagakure was so stunned by the loss of her classmate that she could hardly speak. The audacity my father must have to call himself the #1 hero, only to leave a traumatized child in the wake of a battle. I scoffed. Turning my attention from the oblivious students, I watched as Nomu battled with all might. They exchanged punches so fast I could barely keep track. That I will go beyond. Plus, Ultra, he shouted before delivering a final punch to the Nomu, the force echoing through the area. I watched as the Nomu flew through the roof of the USJ, taking mental notes. There were many changes to be made regarding the Nomu's design. All Might charged towards Shigaraki, clearly still enraged about his dear student. He raised his fist, preparing to strike my friend with all his might. Just before his fist could connect, I stepped in front of Shigaraki, catching All Might's fist in my hand effortlessly. Now, All Might. I began. Let's not be too hasty. I spoke in a sickly sweet tone, a bittersweet smile on my face. Toshinori Yagi's POV. The rage radiated from the man, despite his tone. I tried to free my balled fist from his grasp, but his grip was much stronger than the Nomu's. How could this man withstand one for all at full power? Physically, he seemed quite strong. Decently sized muscles were visible through his hoodie. He stood around 5'9", by my estimation. I was much taller, but it was evident that this man was as strong as the Nomu, if not more. Considering I was already past my limit, this could pose a problem. Abruptly, I was pulled from my thoughts as I heard the man speak. Oh look, your daughter, Izumi, is here. And her friends too, he began. I stood shocked at his words. How could someone, a villain at that, know about my daughter? Only a select few knew of her existence. I gaped as he continued. Bakugo Katsuki, son of Bakugo Masaru and Bakugo Mitsuki. Quirk, explosion. He sweats nitroglycerin and can ignite it on command. He paused, scanning the children. Todoroki Shoto, son of Todoroki Enji and Todoroki Rei. Brother of Todoroki Tenya, Todoroki Fuyumi, and Todoroki Natsuo. Quirk, half hot, half cold. He can shoot ice from his right side and fire from his left, although he refuses to use his left side due to his father's influence. The children, clearly listening in, were stunned. Yagi. Izumi, he started, speaking slowly as he gripped my arm tighter, shifting his gaze from Shoto to my daughter. Daughter of Yagi Toshinori and Yagi Inko. His eyes, glowing a vibrant green, bore into mine, his words laced with malice and intent. Not falling unheard to the children watching attentively from a few hundred feet away. Sister of Yagi Izuku, status, deceased. Quirks, psychokinesis enhancement and one for all. His voice was menacing and slow. How do you know the name of? My voice was cut off as the villain forcefully twisted my arm. He released me before striking just under my left rib, where my injury was. The sheer force knocked me backward into a wall. Smoke filled my vision as my muscular form faded. Surprise and shock took over the faces of my daughter's friends as the smoke cleared. Of course, they would be surprised. All Might, their idol, is the father of their childhood friend. As I struggled, I felt a rush of pain, and the man began to walk closer. A light, matching the color of his eyes, started to emit from his hands as a large, green whip made of electricity formed. He lifted his whip, preparing to strike me, when suddenly, a bullet whizzed past his head. He turned toward the entrance, and in the distance stood Snipe, the marksman hero. He continued firing perfectly accurate shots, which the green-eyed villain promptly dodged. As the man retreated, Kurogiri opened a warp gate. Just before stepping through, he looked back at me. Well then, All Might, I guess this means to be continued. My eyes fluttered open slowly as a bright light shone into my eyes. Adjusting to the blinding lights, I looked around. I was lying in a room of white, a constant beeping ringing through my ears. I slowly sat up, only to gasp in pain before lying back down. I cringed as I felt a surging pain in my abdomen and back. "Dad!" A woman shouted. As my vision cleared further, I noticed a young woman with long, golden blonde hair and electric blue eyes rushing to rise from her seat. I looked at her, taking in her appearance. She had flushed cheeks over a pale face, her red eyes, matching that of an apple, evidently from crying. She looked unwell. "Izumi?" I asked my daughter. My voice held a layer of concern stitched between the fabrics of shock. She looked at me with tear-filled eyes before leaning down to hug my weakened form. "You're okay," she stated, her voice overflowing with emotions. Her tone spoke 1,000 words, though she could only express a few. I returned her embrace, filling the room with the warmth all children should feel. Comforting her, I began to ask her questions. What happened?" My voice was hoarse, and she took note of that. Handing me a glass of water, she began to explain what had happened. I listened, shock and remorse evident on my face. The USJ was supposed to be a fun, learning experience, but it turned into a complete and utter nightmare. The list of injured students was extensive, while the list of those who had passed was even longer. There were 3 casualties from the incident, along with 6 serious injuries. The young heroes had suffered greatly. It had been 2 weeks since the USJ incident, and I had been unconscious the entire time. The students had been given time off from school to cope with the trauma caused by the event. Young Ida and young Toru had apparently sustained severe mental distress from witnessing the loss of their classmate. They had refrained from speaking for several days after the tragedy. When they finally reacted, they both became uncontrollable. Doctors had to sedate them, fearing for their safety. Along with the loss of young Koda, the professionals had discovered young Aoyama's body in the mountain zone. His body had been found in a tragic state, causing great distress to those who discovered him. The initials LOV had been carved into his forehead, raising suspicions about the group responsible for the attack. Days later, a pool of black, foul-smelling liquid was discovered in the conflagration zone. Initially assumed to be oil, further investigation revealed otherwise. In the NPA crime lab, a forensic scientist felt compelled to inspect the liquid. Through testing, he discovered genetic material matching one of the missing students, young Azure. Upon further review, a charred piece of flesh was found. The liquid was identified as her remains. While there were suspicions of foul play, the circumstances surrounding her disappearance remained unclear. The NPA believed it was an unfortunate accident, while the forensic scientists suspected something more sinister. Aizawa had been admitted to intensive care as soon as the professionals arrived. He sustained serious injuries to his face, leaving a scar below his right eye. He had been in the hospital ever since the incident. Alongside Aizawa, 13 had also been hospitalized for the past couple of weeks. She had suffered significant injuries, causing her to lose a substantial amount of blood. Thankfully, she was making a swift recovery with the help of Recovery Girl, although she had been in a comatose state since her admission to the ER. Circling back to the students, young Kirishima had endured serious trauma to the head after impacting a wall during the attack. He was submitted to a full-body scan, which revealed several torn nerve tissues in his brain. He woke up shortly after being admitted to the emergency ward in the Tokyo Takanawa Hospital. The doctors assured that young Kirishima would make a full recovery, though changes in his personality were likely due to the concussion. Young Siro was also rushed to the ER for high-voltage electrical burns and unresponsiveness. After a full-body scan, it was revealed that he had mild damage to a few organs and portions of his tissue. He had woken up several times during his hospital stay, only to experience seizures and fall unconscious again. Doctors believed he would recover quickly, but he would likely have a scar along his back. After waking up a few days later, he was released from the hospital. Treatments for physical therapy were assigned due to the intensity of the villain's electricity. Young Shoji's duplicate arm had been injured, and he was taken into urgent care. He explained that it was only a duplicate and that he could regrow it, so he was discharged a day after being admitted to the hospital. Then there was me. My respiratory injury had reopened, and I was rushed into surgery. The doctors did as much as they could, but I fell into a deep coma, according to my sobbing daughter. They weren't sure if I would ever wake up but managed to keep the information out of the news. I had been on a medical ventilator due to my difficulty breathing until about a day ago. The doctors estimated that my time as a hero would have to be limited to a maximum of 2 hours and 30 minutes a day, if at all. Dr. Takahashi recommended I retire early to prevent further damage to my nearly fatal injury, but I countered, saying that if I left, the world would have no symbol. I have to continue my hero work, at least until my successor becomes the new symbol. Ashido Mina's POV. I hurt them. I hurt them. I hurt them. I rocked back and forth, overwhelmed by what I had done. Tears streamed down my face as I felt the weight of my actions. The words of the doctors echoed in my mind during my panicked outburst of emotion. How are the villains doing? I asked the doctor, anxiety creeping into my voice. I was worried that they had permanent damage. Villains are citizens too. They're just like everyone else. No matter what they do, it doesn't give heroes the right to hurt them more than necessary. Although we had to protect ourselves, it doesn't mean we should have done anything other than knock them out and capture them. My mind raced back to the events of the other day. I remembered the cries of pain as their skin reacted to the acid. My emotions had gotten the better of me, and I forgot to limit the concentration of the acid, causing it to be much more devastating. The memory of the acid's effect would haunt me. The doctor looked at me, a confused expression on his face before he spoke. The villains? As in the ones who attacked you? He asked cautiously. I nodded, still awaiting an answer. Why would you want to know how the villains are doing? He asked again, confusion in his voice. Do heroes really not feel the need to ask about the conditions of the people they hospitalized? I felt puzzled. I would think this would have been a question many heroes would ask. I nodded again, wearing a look of pure confusion. Well, since you asked. He sighed before continuing. All of the villains were escorted to Fuchu prison and immediately sent to the infirmary. They received treatment for their injuries. Some of them made full recoveries and only sustained minor burns, while others suffered more severe injuries that will definitely leave scars. 2 of the villains who were closest to your attack had serious injuries and didn't make it to the infirmary. I felt my heart drop as he explained the situation of the villains I had hurt. Based on that, I'd say 20% of the villains didn't survive your attack, but you did save your friend. If you hadn't acted, your friend, Mr. Zero, would have sustained much worse injuries. Congratulations, you saved a life, he said, patting me on the back before walking into a nearby room. I walked through the hallways of UA High, heading to my classroom with bags under my eyes. I felt the gaze of students passing by. I heard the whispers of bystanders. That's the girl who hurt 2 people. What's a girl like her even doing in a hero course? I would make a much better hero than a cold-blooded murderer. I listened to the remarks of the students as I floated through the halls like a ghost. I felt like an outcast among my peers. This feeling was new. I had always been outgoing and happy, but I had never felt the weight of the actions I took before. I hoped I would never feel anything like this again. I walked through the doors to the classroom and was met with complete silence. Our class was typically loud and fun, but today it was cold and lifeless. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. I looked around at the faces of my classmates and noticed the desks full of flowers and notes, reminders of my friends whose lives had been cut short. My classmates all had red eyes, accompanied by bags larger than Mr. Aizawa's. Slowly I walked to my desk. No one dared to speak. This was the aftermath of the battle. The result of our failure. We all failed to protect our classmates, and now they were gone. Izuku Yagi's POV. The looks on their faces. The looks on their faces were priceless. My laughter echoed throughout the base as I reminisced about the attack we had pulled off. Although my father still breathed, I considered this a victory. I popped a can of my favorite drink and happily celebrated in my room. The rush of the bitter liquid felt amazing as it flowed down my throat. I had been running on pure adrenaline ever since I stepped through the warp gate. With a notebook filled with information about the students and teachers at UA, and the students broken, I felt accomplished. I prepared to wash away the remnants of my father's blood from my body. As much as I loved the idea of his blood on my hands, as long as he lived, it would serve as a reminder of my failure to achieve my goal. I stepped into the shower and cleansed myself, watching the water wash away the evidence of my actions. As the rush of adrenaline slowly faded, I finished quickly, letting the cold air wrap around me. I loved the feeling of the cool air wrapping around me just after a shower. It was refreshing, almost as invigorating as breathing in the crisp air at 2 a.m. Dressing in a loose black shirt and sweatpants, I left my room and walked into the bar. I chatted with Shigaraki-san when, suddenly, the door burst open. There, silhouetted against the night sky, stood my master. Stain-sensei, what are you doing here? Were we supposed to train today? I asked, my excitement evident as I approached him. Get ready, we're both going to Hosu City. Katsuki Bakugo's POV. I arrived at school early today. During our walk, none of us dared to speak. It had been 2 weeks since I last saw Izumi and Todoroki. 2 weeks since the USJ incident, and 2 weeks since I learned the shocking truth that All Might, my idol, was actually Yagi Toshinori. I was at a loss. My respect for Mr. Yagi had grown immensely, but my admiration for All Might had diminished. All Might, a hero, had neglected his own son for 10 years. That neglect was a form of abuse. The number one hero had failed his child. The symbol of peace, the person everyone looked up to, including me. A hero is supposed to help and care for others. If this information ever reached the public, All Might would be finished. Over the past 2 weeks, I struggled to understand my feelings, but all I felt was anger. I thought about how All Might had hurt Izuku for a decade, and then I remembered how I had done the same. I had caused Izuku more pain than anyone else over the years. I was the one who pushed him to jump, yet a parent has a responsibility to care for their child, to be there when they need support. Especially a hero. Considering Mr. Yagi is All Might, it was clear that Auntie Inko had also played a part in this. They both had hurt Izuku. The number 1 and 7 heroes were both guilty of failing him, and I was no better. I watched as Pinky walked through the classroom doors. She looked shaken and hurried to her seat. Her skin appeared flushed and puffy around her eyes, and she seemed drained of color. The USJ attack had clearly affected her deeply. It had taken a toll on everyone. I observed my classmates and was taken aback. Kirishima had changed significantly. I didn't know him well, but he had always been outgoing and friendly. Now, he seemed emotional and different. I had taken it upon myself to research the long-term effects of concussions. I was surprised to learn that when a concussion occurs, the nerve tissue between the two halves of the brain can be stretched, creating new pathways. Kirishima was definitely on the unfortunate side regarding severity. After waking up, he had to remain in the hospital for observation. It's difficult to predict the effects a concussion can have on someone. The doctors ran brain scans, but without a previous scan for comparison, they noticed abnormalities in his brain waves. The impact he sustained at the back of his head caused most of the damage to his cerebellum. His frontal lobes also took a hit, but thankfully, it didn't affect his motor skills or problem-solving abilities as much as it could have. Initially, The school was concerned about allowing Kirishima to continue his hero studies, especially since he sometimes needed assistance walking and would occasionally fade in and out of consciousness. However, the doctors reassured them that it might be temporary. They were uncertain if his balance issues would be permanent, but the school decided to remain hopeful for his recovery. As for Shiro, he relied on a cane and bore a scar along his back. He was surprisingly relaxed about the situation. While he felt remorse for the injuries and losses, he was also one of the few trying to uplift others. He made an effort to bring smiles to our faces, reminiscent of Izuku. I was pulled from my thoughts by Mr. Aizawa's voice. I was surprised to see him in class, and I wasn't the only one concerned. He was wrapped in bandages, mostly on his face but concealed by his clothing. He greeted us as usual, taking a moment to honor those we had lost. The normally lively classroom was quieter than a library. Then he began discussing an event we had all been eagerly anticipating since before we even applied to this school, the famous UA Sports Festival. Most of the class perked up, shaking off the weight of our grief. I smiled at the sight of my classmates' faces lighting up with excitement. Some students, still processing the recent events, were taken aback. They had concerns about the sports festival and whether it was safe to hold such an event after the USJ attack. Mr. Aizawa explained that the school wanted to show the public that we weren't shaken, that we weren't afraid, that we were okay. But we weren't okay. Our friends were hurt. Some were gone. Though many of us shared the same thoughts, no one spoke up. No one wanted to be the one to dampen what felt like the first moment of happiness we had experienced in weeks. So we went along with it. No one objected after Mr. Aizawa spoke. We simply listened. We listened to the new timetable, to the teachers during class. We just listened. During lunch, we split off into our usual groups. My table had 10 classmates, including myself. Todoroki, Izumi, Pinky, Kirishima, Shiro, Kaminari, Uraraka, Midoriya, and Jair. Most of us sat in silence. Uraraka, Izuku, and Kaminari tried to spark conversations, but it became clear that their efforts weren't working. Shiro looked the most shocked, as did Invisible. I understood why. They had witnessed firsthand how one of our classmates was tragically taken from us. It would, of course, take time for either of them to begin healing. I still remember Izuku's still form, surrounded by a pool of crimson. The expression he wore haunts my nights, invading my dreams with relentless nightmares. The pain etched on his face and the memory of that moment linger in my mind as if it were yesterday. I decided to let Sonic mourn in his own way. He needed time to come to terms with the fact that there was nothing he could have done, and he should process that at his own pace. After finishing my meal, I headed to my next class early. Thoughts of Izuku stirred emotions within me, and I didn't want anyone to see me show signs of vulnerability. Izuku Yagi's POV. I threw my knife with precision, watching it strike the alleyway wall before clattering to the ground. A satisfied smirk spread across my face as I turned to face my master, who regarded me with a neutral expression. In just a few months, you've improved significantly, he remarked. Your skills with both knife and sword have sharpened since I began training you. I'm impressed, kid. His voice carried a hint of pride that contrasted with his stoic demeanor. He was right. Under his expert guidance, my abilities with blades had become much more refined. I had been his apprentice for about 12 weeks now, and he was an excellent teacher. We arrived in Hosu City 2.5 weeks ago. Stain had completed his work in Mizudafu, so he brought me to Hosu. He originally intended to finish my training before leaving, but he chose to take me along to witness his skills in action and gain field experience. Stain hadn't made any moves yet. He knew he wanted to confront Ingenium next but hadn't formulated a plan. Taking a break from training, he decided to continue plotting. I was bored and turned on the news. Flipping through the channels on my phone, I realized that UA's sports festival was the only thing airing at the moment. Seeing this as an opportunity to observe the quirks of young heroes in action, I turned up the volume. I was familiar with the quirks of my sister's class but had yet to see many of the other students' abilities in person. The sports festival had just started, so I hadn't missed anything. The camera zoomed in on the student making the opening speech. My eyes widened in shock as I recognized the red eyes I had held animosity toward for most of my life. The ruby eyes. They belonged to the friend of my enemy, my main tormentor, Bakugo Katsuki. He cleared his throat and began to speak. I had expected his speech to be delivered in his usual condescending tone, boasting about how he would defeat everyone and claim first place, but I was quickly proven wrong. He looked down, a hint of shame crossing his features before he began. I just want to say. What are you planning, Bakugo? I want to win this. Don't say what I think you're going to say. Both for me. Don't do it. My classmates. I swear, Bakugo, if you say it, then don't. For my dear friend, Izuku. I shouted in frustration, drawing my master's attention. He turned to me shocked as I held my head and laughed an angry laugh. Tears streamed down my face as I watched my old tormentor continue his speech. He wanted to become a hero more than anything, and he didn't want anything in return. My anger intensified as he uttered those words. The audacity he had to call me his friend. He solely wanted to see people smile. I felt my already wounded heart ache further. He has no right. He has no right to be talking about me. All Izuku wanted was for those around him to be happy. He has no right to use my name. He would have made an amazing hero. His voice cracked as he spoke. He has no right to say any of this. But his life was cut short. He has no right. By 3 monstrous villains. You have no right to say that, Bakugo, I shouted, tears still streaming down my face. I wish you were here, Izuku, he said before stepping away from the stage and into the crowd of students. I trembled with anger as I watched him. He has no right to use my death to garner sympathy. He bullied me. He hurt me. He killed me. And he's going to get away with it. He's going to run free, using my name in his speech. He's going to exploit my death to evoke empathy from the crowd. My blood boiled as I turned off my phone and put it away. My eyes dried as I laughed, my face contorting with a mix of anger and amusement as I thought of Bakugo's words and everything he had done. Is everything okay over here? The voice of a man in his late 20s to early 30s pulled me from my fit of laughter. I slowly turned my head and glared at the man who had just noticed my master behind me. Stain, the hero killer. I took in the appearance of the man in front of me and grinned. Master, it's the man you've been looking for. I have plans to take care of right now, but mark my words, Bakugo Katsuki. I'll see you in hell. Izuku Yagi's POV. The hero standing before me was none other than the man my master had been searching for. It had been a long 2 weeks since Stain had been plotting to rid society of this false hero. The man in front of me widened his eyes in shock as he took note of the figure behind me. He readied a fighting stance, looking me up and down. A child. His words were barely audible as he stood there in disbelief. Get away from that monster. Don't you know who that is? I winced at his words. Monster, you say? His tone was that of a reprimanding teacher, as if he were angry at me for being close to the liberators standing behind me. I reopened my eyes and looked at the man in his silver hero costume with irritation. Did he not hear a word I just said? My mood was already sour, and his presence only added to my frustration. First, he ignored me, then he disrespected my master. I stood up from my comfortable spot and turned my head to face Stain. I looked at him expectantly, and he nodded. Turning back to the puzzled hero, I followed his instructions and positioned myself behind him. The hero glared at my master and began to speak. I don't know what you wanted to do to this child, but I'm going to put a stop to it right now. His voice was filled with determination and self-righteousness as he shouted those words at my master. He activated his engines, preparing to charge at the man in front of him. My master stood still, waiting for what was about to unfold. The hero sprinted forward, but suddenly his eyes widened in shock. A trickle of crimson escaped his lips as his body froze. His engines sputtered, and his legs came to a halt. He collapsed to the ground, taking in a final breath and uttering a single name. Tenya. Kaizomi Akaguro's POV. The child in front of me rose to his feet and glanced back at me. My gaze locked onto his, and I immediately noticed the spark in his eyes, the wild glimmer that signaled he had a plan. I quickly recalled the instructions given to him by the hero standing before us. I smirked internally and nodded discreetly at him. As I watched him follow the orders of the man clad in metal, I wondered what my student was plotting. I don't know what you wanted to do to this child, but I'm going to put a stop to it right now. I winced at his words. I was aware of the terrible experiences my pupil had endured before we met. I knew of the neglect and violence the heroes had inflicted upon him. With a villain involved, the heroes could exploit this child to further their own interests. The reward for capturing the hero killer would be substantial, but saving a defenseless child from him? That would be a different story altogether. The hero before me activated his quirk and charged at me while I stood by, confident in my pupil's abilities. As if on cue, one of my students throwing knives appeared, striking the hero's neck. I watched as the man, rushing towards me, suddenly lost all vitality. Blood spilled from the wound as he fell, and I felt a spray of it hit me. The hero whispered a name as he departed from this world. Tenya. As the hero fell, I glared at my pupil. I could have dealt with this societal stain far more effectively than my young apprentice. The child approached the fallen hero, retrieving the throwing knife from his neck and murmuring an almost inaudible phrase. Rest in peace. May your sacrifice benefit the new world. Ingenium. Shoto Todoroki's POV. Todoroki Shoto vs. his classmate Yagi Izumi. The crowd erupted in cheers as those words rang out. Begin. I immediately unleashed a burst of ice as Present Mike officially started the match between me and my friend. Izumi dodged gracefully as my ice surged toward her. She leaped and activated her quirk, one for all, sending a powerful blast in my direction. After school resumed, Mr. Yagi had called both me and Bakugo to his house. He revealed that he was, in fact, All Might. He explained his quirk, one for all, and I was shocked to learn that All Might, Izumi and Izuku's father, possessed a quirk he could pass on to others. I was also angry. I had always looked up to All Might. My father had abused me throughout my life, and I had admired the number one hero, believing he would be different. But I was wrong. All heroes seem to be driven by power, greed, and a desire for fame. I was abruptly pulled from my thoughts by a wave of energy striking me in the stomach. Quickly recovering, I created a wall of ice behind me, shielding myself from the outside of the arena. I had to stay focused. I glared at Izumi, who stood smirking from a distance, ready to launch another attack. I had come too far to lose now. This was the final match of the sports festival, and the winner would claim victory in the entire event. Bakugo sulked in a corner after his recent defeat against Izumi. I had to win this. I was determined to win. I sent a sheet of ice to cover the floor before creating a path of ice in the air. As I soared through the air on my icy trail, I launched giant icicles toward my blonde-haired friend. She activated her psychokinesis and deftly maneuvered them away from her. The crowd cheered as the massive ice pillars shattered around her. Circling her, I fired another beam of ice, mirroring my first round's attack. She used her father's power to counter it, injuring her finger in the process. I cringed as I saw a small amount of blood trickle from her hand. The purple hue that overtook her fingers reminded me of something. My eyes widened as the memory resurfaced. Flashback. I walked through the hallways of my middle school with pride, known as one of the most powerful students at Aldra Junior High. I high-fived my classmates as I passed by. Scanning the hallway for my friends, I noticed Izumi and her brother, Izuku. I had intended to ignore Izuku as usual, but I saw Izumi yelling at him. What was going on? I approached them and listened to her harsh words. Just give up already. You're nothing. A waste of skin. A waste of oxygen. She spoke with venom. Are you even listening to me, you dumb Deku? I stepped closer and asked her what was happening. She explained how her difficult brother was ignoring her. Being the good person I am, I helped her get his attention. I heard the lockers slam as his focus shifted from whatever he was thinking about to Izumi and me. His fear-stricken eyes locked onto mine as tears gathered in his bright emerald orbs. Crouching down, I placed my right arm over his skin. His skin began to turn a vibrant red before fading into a muted purple as he experienced a mild case of frostbite. And a flashback. The purple reminded me of the mild frostbite I had caused Izuku when he was still alive. Izumi raised her fingers to unleash another attack, but I couldn't react. My ice wouldn't activate. My body wouldn't move. I was frozen. I was broken. All I could see was Izuku. His beautiful green eyes. His fluffy broccoli hair. His adorable freckles. His smile. The fear in his eyes when I passed him in the halls. The pain in his soul when I hurt him. I couldn't use my ice. I tried to send a blast toward Izumi, but I couldn't. All I could picture was the look on Izuku's innocent face when I used my ice to hurt him. When I used my ice to take him away. I looked to my left, desperately trying to summon my fire. I had sworn to myself that I would never use my fire in battle. Not after what my father had done. After witnessing the fear in my mother's eyes as he used his power to harm both of us. I am no better than my father. I vowed never to use my fire because he used his to hurt people. Yet I used my ice for precisely that. I am no better than that monster. I looked around, and everything seemed to slow. The wave of power was about to knock me out of the arena. The cheers and screams of joy from the crowd felt distant. Panic surged in my mind as I came to a realization. I can't use my quirks. I closed my eyes as an intense pain surged through my body, only able to whisper one final phrase before I faded into darkness. I'm sorry, Izuku. Izuku Yagi's POV. Stain and I had just finished disposing of the body. Stain had originally wanted to leave it as usual, but then he realized this was my kill. He told me I should take credit for it and dispose of the hero however I saw fit. I may have taken his words a little too literally. He assisted me with transporting the body and finding the appropriate tools I needed. It truly was an educational experience. After I finished preparing the body for discovery, I headed back to the hideout where Stain and I were staying. It wasn't as nice as the bar, and the bar wasn't nice at all. I sat down on a couch and turned on the TV. Is the sports festival still going on? I had been greatly annoyed by my friend's words, so I had no real interest in watching the event. However, it was the only thing airing, so I had no choice. I watched as my sister battled Todoroki in the finals. They seemed very determined, but then Todoroki stopped. He looked like he was in a trance. Izumi fired a wave of power toward Todoroki. Wow, that must be one for all. I watched as Izumi knocked Todoroki backward, out of the arena. He was about to lose consciousness when his mouth moved. To anyone else, it would have seemed like a breath of air, but with the muffled sound that accompanied it, I could understand. I'm sorry, Izuku. What the hell? I processed his words. I wasn't feeling anger like I had with Bakugo's words. This was different. He was apologizing. Bakugo hadn't apologized. He had just assumed all was good and used my death to evoke sympathy from the crowd. Todoroki didn't call me his friend, nor did he announce on live television that he wanted to win in my name. He said he was sorry. I was taken aback by his words. Was I mishearing him, or did he just apologize? I still held a deep hatred for him, but I started to get an idea. A really malicious one at that. After Todoroki was unconscious, the announcers proclaimed Izumi the winner of the sports festival. I was furious. That which didn't deserve first place. The announcers said that once Todoroki regained consciousness, they would award all the young heroes. Instead of cutting to a commercial break or putting on a more enjoyable program, they let the contestants participate in minigames. So boring. Finally, after around 30 minutes of nothing, they started to bring out the finalists. Of course, the top 3 placers had to be my past tormentors, Bakugo Katsuki, then Todoroki Shoto, and last but definitely the least, my sister, Izumi. They gave a restrained Bakugo his 3rd place award, then a rattled Todoroki his 2nd place medal. Finally, for gold, a voice was heard from the sky, and a cloud of dust formed. As the dust cleared, there stood all might and attraction. My dearest parents. I ground my teeth as I watched them wave at the now roaring crowd. It was giving me a headache. My biased parents spoke with pride about how much Izumi deserved her award and that she worked hard for it. It was disturbing. My parents praised Izumi for being born with a talent. Is that all they cared about? They didn't seem to care about my accomplishments or her attitude. All they cared about were quirks. I composed myself and continued to watch. All Might handed Izumi the microphone and asked if she wanted to give a speech. She nodded slowly. Taking the microphone in her shaking hands, she took a deep breath. I want to dedicate this award to my brother. Oh, not this again. I grumbled to myself. I had already seen this being pulled at the start of the event, so I tried to compose myself this time. Izuku, if you're listening, I'm sorry I wasn't there when you needed me. My only regret in life is that I failed to save you. I hope you know that you'll always be my best friend. Even through death. We were never friends to begin with, you liar, I said angrily to the TV. I glared at the screen, acting as if she could hear me. I will personally ensure that your demise is as slow and painful as my life was. Mark my words. Naomasa Tsukachi's POV. I pulled up behind a bar in Hosu City. The dispatcher had received a tip from a frantic emergency call about a mysterious and disturbing briefcase. It didn't sound too serious, and since I was in the area on an investigation, I was sent to check it out. I planted my feet on the alcohol-stained concrete. My nose crinkled as I inhaled the unpleasant fumes that polluted the air. I looked around for the briefcase, thinking about how disgusting and beneath me this situation was. To my left, an opened case caught my eye. This must be it. I cautiously walked towards the case, wondering what could be so disturbing. As I slowly approached the partially opened bag, I noticed my eyes straining to make out some of the contents. I crouched down and put on a pair of gloves. This could potentially be a crime scene, so I couldn't contaminate the evidence. Fully opening the briefcase, I was hit by an even more foul-smelling odor. Inside the case were squishy, black garbage bags of various sizes. They all seemed extremely compressed, yet they fit without expanding from their placements. My hand reached for one of the bags as I opened it. Oh my god. Shota Aizawa's POV. I was livid. The sheer anger rising in my soul from the blatant lies that child was spouting made my blood boil. I had never seen someone as arrogant as this kid. What kind of person would commit such an act and use it as a means of sympathy? Yagi Izumi. That's the kind of person. If her brother truly were listening, I was certain he would be as disgusted as I was. A thought crossed my mind as I observed Yagi's parents during her speech. Their faces seemed to pale upon the mention of her brother, but overall, they appeared proud of what she had said. Did they not know what she had done? Wake up! I jumped to my feet at the prolonged yell of my coworker. His distinctive way of elongating vowels was unmistakable. I calmed down as I saw my friend, Hizashi, in my room, and decided to just get back into bed and go to sleep. Then I widened my eyes. Wait, how did you get into my house? He looked at me with his usual unbothered expression before replying, You left your bedroom window unlocked. I don't have a bedroom window. You do know, he answered as I glanced at my wall. There was a giant hole in my wall. You know, I could press charges for this. I muttered into my pillow, just above a whisper. I heard a muffled sniffle through the door followed by the sound of my children crying. I immediately rose from the comfort of my fluffy heaven and opened the door, revealing around 7 of my children. They ran into my room and started to circle me as Hizashi watched in shock. Wow, what the heck? I glared at him as I watched more of my disciples trickle into the room in an unending cycle. How can one man own so many cats? You can never have too many cats. I walked to my closet and grabbed my usual black outfit and capture weapon before turning to my dazed friend. You're planning on fixing my wall, right? Nope. I scoffed at his childish antics and left the room, leaving a portion of my beloved cats in the care of my colleague and friend. As I was getting ready for the day, I mentally prepared myself for the lecture I had planned. Get ready, Yagi. I'm beyond aggravated at your little speech the other day. Naomasa Tsukachi's POV. I couldn't believe my eyes as I gazed upon the contents of the bags. In each bag there was more or less the same thing. I quickly grabbed my radio before calling dispatch back in Mizudafu, as well as my detective friends in the Hosu district. Detective Tsukachi, what seems to be the problem? How was the situation in Hosu? What was in the briefcase? The dispatcher asked me frantically. I'm going to need a team over here as fast as possible. But what happened? Is everything okay? The contents of the bag seemed to resemble. I paused before continuing. Dismembered human remains. Just vocalizing the thought made me sick. I felt bile rise in my throat as I struggled to stop myself from feeling nauseous. What kind of person would have the stomach and mental ability to dismember and conceal another human in a briefcase? I gazed upon the case once more before taking a mental note of the organization. This wasn't just someone mindlessly stuffing remains into a briefcase. This was strategic. This was thought out. It all seemed to fit a little too perfectly. This was a statement. This was a warning. This was the act of a murderer who knew exactly what they were doing. This was the act of a deranged individual orchestrating a point. Izumi Yagi's POV. I was packing up my bags in the classroom as I prepared to make my way home. Honestly, I was shocked. I had a feeling that Mr. Aizawa would be angrier with me, but he hadn't said a word. Yagi! I spoke too soon. I looked up from my bag to see none other than my homeroom teacher. His voice was menacing, and his expression was even more so. He looked as if he were ready to confront me, but he was straining to hold back. I visibly tensed and gulped before he continued. We need to have a discussion. Nodding, I looked down in shame as I knew what would follow. Seeing as some of my classmates were still in the classroom, he led me to the hallway. Leaning against the wall, he glared at me. We stood staring at each other for what felt like an eternity. He didn't speak. He didn't even blink. He was just staring at me. He was torturing me with the silence, with thoughts racing through my mind about what he was planning to say. Was I being expelled? Was he going to yell at me? Was I going to jail? I don't like you. My teacher's sharp words cut through my thoughts as his cold tone filled the empty hallway. Well, that was straight to the point. You don't belong at UA, he continued. Geez, are you just going to put me down? You have an extraordinary and powerful quirk, though. A waste of a quirk. What the hell? Where is this going? Do you see where I'm going with this, or should I elaborate? I cautiously nodded, curiosity getting the better of me. Closing his eyes, he sighed an exaggerated sigh of annoyance. He looked me straight in the eye before continuing with his speech. I had done my own research on you prior to even meeting you. He paused before explaining further. I had met with your past teacher, and he had given me access to the security footage of you and your friends mistreating your best friend. My eyes widened as I processed his words. I knew that he was aware of what Kaken, Shoto, and I had done to an extent, but I had no idea that he knew everything that we had done to Izuku. When you and your friends weren't bullying him, you verbally abused him. That, he explained, anger seeping into his voice. You mistreated your brother to the point of him taking his own life, and then you have the audacity to blame 3 non-existent villains. You claim to be his best friend when making your speech during the sports festival. Bakugo even had the nerve to call him by his first name. I couldn't respond as he spoke. All I could do was listen as tears built in my eyes. Do you have anything to say for yourself? He asked, raising his voice. You caused your brother's death and still used that information for your own personal benefit. A lump formed in my throat as my breathing constricted. I felt like I was being suffocated. Is this how Izuku felt? You lied to your classmates because you didn't want to look bad in front of them. You told your friends that your brother had died in a villain attack, but that's not true. Stop it. You didn't want them to see you. Stop. For the person you are. Stop it. My voice rang throughout the hallway as I collapsed to the floor, finally releasing the tears that had collected in my eyes. Of course you'd play the victim. If you can't take responsibility for the grief you caused your brother, you will never be a hero. I sobbed on the floor as he continued to lecture me. This must have been how Izuku had felt every day. He suffered like this for 10 years, alone. I looked up to see my teacher walking away. He didn't even turn to face me, he just left. Izumi? My head whipped to my right as I saw a familiar face. Is all of that true? Mina's words rang out in my ears as I stared at her. I didn't know what to say. Her eyes widened as she understood my silence. A choked sob escaped her lips as she backed away from me slowly. You lied to me. You lied to all of us. How could you? Her accusatory tone shocked me. She stared at me, waiting for an answer as I sat paralyzed with fear on the floor. You murderer! You're the same. I shouted back at her in defense. You think you're any better than I am? I heard what you did. You harmed 2 villains during the USJ incident. You've been pretending to be all depressed and upset, but we all know you've been faking. We all know that you're nothing but a cold-hearted killer. I paused. My brother took his own life, but you actually harmed 2 people with your own hands. You're just as much of a murderer as I am, Mina. My mind went numb once my friend had uttered those words. My vision started to blur as a deafening ringing overtook my ears. The tears I had been holding in suddenly exploded with my sanity. The room started to close in on me as my lungs stopped pumping air. I need to get out of here. I turned on my heels and bolted through the hallways. I could hear the muffled words Izumi had been screaming at me, but I couldn't make any of it out. All I knew was that I needed to escape. I ran away as fast as I could, weaving through the crowds of people in the city. I had been running for so long that the once bright sky had already been consumed by darkness. I spotted an alleyway and stopped running. Sitting down, I buried my head in my knees and cried. I had been told by people that I was a killer before. I had been called a murderer, a psychopath, even a monster, but hearing it from whom I had considered my best friend was so much worse. It felt as if everything people had called me was true. I felt like because of my one mistake, I would always be labeled a murderer. Like I would always be tainted. Like I would always have this stain on my soul. I will forever be a killer. I'll be right back, I just need to get some. Hey! I looked to my right and noticed a man. He looked to be in his early 20s. His voice was raspy, and his skin was chapped beyond repair. I know you. You're that villain from the USJ attack. I shouted as I scrambled to my feet, preparing to run. I started to make my way out of the alleyway, but I felt a hand clasp around my neck. No, don't move or I'll hurt you. The man paused as he dragged me deeper into the darkness. I just want to talk. The clank of a glass impacting on the table before me echoed throughout the halls of the base. 4 of my fingers gripped the neck of the UA student, unfortunate enough to find herself outside our headquarters. These were the circumstances with which we were met. I had no primary intentions of harming this child. Not unless it came to that, of course. We may be classified as villains, but we're not heartless monsters. For the most part. A child crying in the cold, outside in the void of night raised plenty of questions. I started by asking a few off the top of my head. How did you find our base? I started coldly. I felt her trembling under my words and touch. I suppose it would be frightening to be faced with a situation like this. To be met with a man who had helped in the downfall of 3 of her classmates, this was only the appropriate expression. I didn't know it was your hideout, I swear, she said, her voice fluttering and breaking every so often. I glared towards Kurojiri, nodding slightly to the child. Understanding what I had been trying to convey, he walked towards the back counter. What are you going to do? The child asked me, her voice filled with anxiety. I remained silent as my comrade turned to face us, holding a kitchen knife. The sight made her scream, and her cries grew louder as Kurojiri approached her. After a moment, Kurojiri stood before her, holding a glass of water with freshly cut lemons. He cleared his throat and spoke calmly to the frightened child. Lemon water helps to detoxify the liver and improve its functioning. Shigaraki thought your voice sounded strained. As he handed the glass to the child, I released my grip from her neck. She looked back at me, surprised, before cautiously taking the water. Hesitant to drink it, I spoke from the seat beside her. It's safe. My voice came out raspy, though that wasn't my intention. With a look of hidden fear, she whispered a quiet, "Thank you," and took a sip. I hesitated, unsure whether to let go completely. She could easily escape and alert the heroes, or worse, turn against us right then and there. I pushed those thoughts aside, reminding myself of Kurojiri's quick reflexes. If anything were to happen, he would definitely be on guard. Now, Can you explain what a UA student was doing in a back alley crying in the middle of the night? I asked, still a bit defensive. I'm sorry, I got lost, she sniffled, taking another sip of her water and wiping her eyes. It made sense, something must have happened at school, and she ran away to let it out here. The Hero Society often overlooked children. This could turn out to be a useful situation. And why were you crying? I pressed gently. She stiffened and looked down. Having met Yagi, I knew better than to push on sensitive topics, so I let it go and turned to Kurojiri, striking up a conversation as if the child weren't there. Such a shame the kid's not here, I'm sure he would break the ice. The child perked up at my words but didn't ask any questions. Yes, did he ever tell us when he would return? I don't recall him mentioning it before his sudden exit, Kurojiri replied, trying to avoid revealing too much information. We chatted about video games and other random topics, earning a few curious glances from the girl beside me. Eventually, Kurojiri grew bored of the topic and turned on the TV. Flipping through channels, we stumbled upon a rerun of the sports festival. The program was nearly over, showcasing a speech from the blonde-haired girl on live television. I scoffed at her insincere words about Izuku being her best friend. Oh, come on! I exclaimed at the TV in frustration. Remembering the child was still present, I quickly glanced at her expression. She glared at the screen as the girl smiled sweetly at the crowd. Yeah, that's right, the child beside me said, anger creeping into her voice as she finished her drink. The bar fell silent, the only sound being the cheers from the TV in the background. Kurojiri and I exchanged surprised looks at her words as she continued, everyone thinks she's so great, but they don't know the truth. She paused, tears welling in her eyes. She's nothing but a liar and a bully. Naomasa Tsukachi's POV. The room was quiet. The only sounds were my restless pacing and the ticking of the clock. I had been waiting impatiently with the NPA's forensic scientist, Kato Akihiko, for the past 2.5 hours. Apparently, separating DNA from a nucleus and other debris takes a lot of time. Although I wasn't obligated to stay, an uneasy feeling had settled in since I opened the briefcase. It was unsettling. While waiting for the DNA extraction results, Kato began evaluating the disturbing case and writing his forensic report. He explained that this was indeed a meticulously planned act. The separation lines appeared strategically measured, and the bag was placed in an area where many people would wander, suggesting the killer wanted someone to find the bagged corpse. This only reinforced my theory that it was both a statement and a warning. As I delved deeper into my thoughts, occasionally glancing at my friend's report, a single clicking sound filled the room. The sample is ready. Ashido Mina's POV. I once thought of her as my best friend. I began. The two villains seemed to lean in, hanging on my every word. I felt like I had no one to confide in. I didn't want people to know what I had done, but these individuals understood. They knew what it was like to be labeled as murderers. Of course, they actually were murderers, but then again, I felt like I was too. No matter how much I wanted to change that fact, I couldn't. I had taken 2 lives. It was my fault. I didn't want people to see me that way, but it was clear they already knew. Izumi had made it obvious that everyone was aware of my past. I didn't realize I was crying until I tasted the familiar saltiness on my lips. Wiping away the tears streaming down my cheeks, I continued. I found out she had lied to everyone. She told us her brother died because of 3 villains, but I discovered the truth. She had killed her brother. The 2 villains beside me watched my expressions closely. I felt a connection with them. They weren't inherently bad people, they just made poor choices. Perhaps it was because I was the same, or maybe because I had no one else to talk to, but I felt I could trust them. I confronted her about it, and she said I was just as bad as she was. She told me I was a murderer and that everyone thought the same. I explained, my sobs growing louder. So I ran. As fast as I could, I ran without looking back. I didn't know how I would ever face her again. Or any of them. Tears streamed down my face, and it felt like a heavy burden had been lifted as I spoke. I had been holding in my guilt about the 2 people I had lost for so long that I had forgotten how to feel okay. I felt a gentle pat on my back as I cried. Turning to my left, I saw the blue-haired man looking at me with empathy. "It's okay, kid. Just let it all out," he said, trying hard to console me. He was surprisingly good at it. Maybe the kid he mentioned earlier was like me, someone who had been through similar struggles. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through my thoughts as the door opened. "Hey guys. You'll never guess what happened to that brat at school. Day." My heart raced as I turned to see one of my classmates standing in the doorway. I looked back at my friend, my mouth agape in disbelief. I stammered, barely able to form the words as my classmates stared at me in confusion, taking note of my tear-stained face. "Mina," they said, and I felt a wave of panic wash over me. I have to go," I interrupted, standing up and bolting out of the bar. I could hear the voices of the villains debating what they would do, but I wasn't listening. All I could do was run. How could my own classmate be part of that notorious villain group? I couldn't comprehend it. This world was filled with darkness, and the corruption was so overwhelming that I didn't know how much more I could take. I felt like I was running for an eternity before finally reaching my house. I rushed through the door, ignoring my parents' concerned looks, and made my way to my room. Once inside, I dashed into my bathroom, grabbing the blades I had hidden away. In a desperate attempt to escape this terrible world, I pressed the blade against my skin. I felt the sting, but it was nothing compared to the turmoil inside me. Just then, I heard my parents' voices calling out to me. "Honey, is everything okay in there?" Their concern snapped me back to reality, and the thought of losing them filled me with dread. I fought to keep my composure, forcing a smile as I struggled to respond. "Yeah, I'm fine, just really needed to go to the bathroom." I laughed, though it felt hollow. "Okay, honey, just let us know if you need anything." I needed something. I needed to tell them both that I was sorry. Naomasa Tsukachi's POV. It had been 3 days since the sample was ready for cross-referencing. Analyzing DNA can take time, so I had to wait before discovering who had been murdered. I was in the lab when Kato retrieved the data and results. He had also run a fingerprint scan and was going to review the findings with me. The sound of shoes clicking on the floor alerted me to my friend's presence. I looked up as he approached his computer, typing information into his report. Turning to face me, he began, "The victim was a man named Ida Tensei, or as he was more formally known, Ingenium." He handed me a headshot of the hero along with the test results. I was shocked. I had helped him with a case once, so it was devastating to learn that someone who had once been so full of life had been taken from us. The results of the prints pulled from the briefcase and the victim showed that at least 2 different people had touched both in the past 96 hours. Although the prints had deteriorated, we did get a partial match. My eyes widened as he showed me the result. Even though it was only a partial match, it made sense. Our prime subject as of late was the hero killer, Stain. Shota Aizawa's POV. I stood in front of a room full of confused and anxious children. They were on edge because of the newly placed flowers on their friend's desk. I was in shock myself. I had noticed the girl's absent-mindedness and her occasional sadness, but I had assumed she would work through it. "Mr. Aizawa, where's Mina? What's with the flowers?" "Yeah, what's going on?" I looked up from my desk to see Kirishima and Kaminari bombarding me with questions. Their expressions made my heart sink further. Gulping to keep my emotions in check, I began to speak. "Mina will no longer be joining us." "What? Why?" My mind drifted back to the scene from the night before. Flashback. I had been patrolling late at night when I came across a house illuminated by blue and red lights, with sirens wailing. First responders were already on the scene, wheeling a stretcher from their ambulance while police officers took statements. As I evaluated the situation, I noticed 2 familiar figures. They were Ashido Mina's parents, and I rushed to see if I could help. Mrs. Ashido's tear-stained face and her husband's shocked expression filled me with concern. "What happened here? Is everything okay? You're our daughter's teacher, right, Mr. Aizawa?" Mrs. Ashido asked, her voice trembling. "Yes, what's going on?" Upon hearing their answer, I rushed into the building, my heart racing with worry for my student. I walked into Mina's bathroom and was met with a scene that felt like a nightmare. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, and the walls were smeared with crimson. Paramedics crowded the already cramped room, and in the middle lay my student. Ashido was covered in dried blood, her eyes wide with dried tears still present. Her body looked dull and lifeless, a faint smile plastered upon her face. The first responders had lifted her onto the stretcher and started to carry her away. She's gone. Taking a better look at her, I noticed her arms, the source of the blood. They appeared damaged, as if someone had used a heavy tool on her wrists. Had she done this? I stood frozen, grappling with the thought of why Ashido would choose to end her life. Every possibility led to the same conclusion. The hardships my students had faced in the past month all traced back to the assault that had occurred a few weeks ago. Every death, every injury, both mental and physical, was a result of the group of villains who had attacked us. They're responsible for this. I promise you this, villains, I will avenge my fallen students. And a flashback. What? Why? I'm sorry to inform you all that last night, Ashido took her own life. Izumi Yagi's POV. As my teacher uttered those words, my mind traveled back to the confrontation I had with Mina the other day. This was my fault. This is the second time this has happened. I gripped my hair as memories of Mina flooded back. Overwhelmed, I stood up abruptly and asked to go to the restroom. I needed to escape that atmosphere. Slamming the door open, I ran into the bathroom. I collapsed as soon as I was sure no one was in the room. I felt suffocated, as if my lungs were collapsing under the weight of my tears. I reached for my neck, trying to free myself from the sensation, but nothing worked. I tugged at my collar, then undid my tie, but the feeling remained. Everyone I speak to dies. Is there something wrong with me? I'm glad to see you reaping what you've sown, a voice laughed from behind me. I looked to my left, then my right, and then behind me, but there was no one there. The laughter continued, and my expression grew more petrified and confused. Oh, who's there? The laughter persisted as I felt my figure shrinking in the presence of the mysterious voice. What is happening? Everyone you touch dies. Your problem is that you can never keep your mouth shut. I don't care if you just want to vent, you keep doing it. The strange voice spoke, now devoid of amusement. Sorry doesn't mean anything if you do nothing to make amends. Sorry doesn't mean anything if you don't atone for your mistakes. You've hurt so many people, 2 of whom have taken their own lives. Yet, you still think you can become a hero? Pathetic. Shut up. No one will forgive you for what you've done. Shut up. And no one will miss you when you're gone. I said shut up. Yelling at your problems won't make them go away. I felt my body crumble as I drowned in my own tears. The suffocation only worsened during this encounter. The muffled footsteps of the voice echoed silently throughout the room as they faded into the background noises. The voice was right. Sorry doesn't mean anything. Sorry is a meaningless word people mindlessly utter when they make mistakes. Saying sorry won't fix a broken dish, just like how a murderer saying sorry won't bring back their victim. Although it's nice to hear, it's completely meaningless. Sorry won't bring Mina and Izuku back. Tenya Ida's POV. I was in shock. I had been feeling better since the recent deaths, speaking more, eating more, and so on. But now, another one of my peers had their life cut short. I couldn't believe Mina would be the one to take her own life. She always seemed so headstrong and powerful, so full of life. I sat with my usual lunch group, eating in silence. As I tried to comprehend the situation, my phone began to ring. I looked at the caller ID before immediately answering. My mother would never call me during school hours unless something important had happened. Tenya, it's your brother. My eyes widened as I left the table to better understand my mother. Her voice was shaky, obviously from crying. He was found dead a few days ago. I stiffened as she elaborated further. Dropping my phone, I felt tears gather in my eyes. Disregarding the recent death, the school has decided that we will move forward with our academic schedule. So, have any of you heard of the IThat internships? I, along with many of my peers, stared at our teacher in bewilderment. The school wanted us to just forget about what happened? To gloss over the fact that one of our classmates had just died? During your internships, You will work under pro heroes. You will watch and observe the pros in action. Although you have already seen firsthand the fears of being a pro, this will serve as a good learning experience. We all sat in shock. How could the school expect us to just move on from Ishido's suicide in just a few days? As Mr. Aizawa continued explaining the internships, I had only one motive in mind. I had only one goal for these internships: to avenge my brother. I was currently running through the back alleyways of Hosu City. I had arrived for my internship just a few days ago. The entire time I was interning with Manuel, I had been secretly locating Stain. Before even applying for my internship, I had researched the infamous hero killer. I assessed his patterns, trying to understand his motives, learning everything I could that would benefit my own goal: to avenge my big brother. I had noticed that he seemed to kill at least 4 people in every city he visited. In Hosu City, my brother was his first victim, meaning he should still be here now. I had also made the connection that he preferred to strike in less populated areas. Hence, my decision to run through the alleyways instead of the streets. There were plenty of alleyways, and without knowing how often he committed his crimes, I was at a severe disadvantage. He could be targeting someone across town while I navigated these alleys. As I ran, I considered everything that could possibly go wrong. I was so lost in my thoughts that I almost missed the sound of a sword being drawn to my left. I turned my head to see none other than the man I had been searching for, the hero killer, Stain. I made an abrupt turn toward him, sprinting full speed and preparing to kick him. I moved silently, but my suit clanked, alerting the notorious hero killer to my presence. He redirected his sword to face me, and before I could dodge, it collided with my metal mask, sending it flying off but not piercing my armor. "A child wearing a suit," he remarked. I rose from the ground as he spoke, telling me to leave because this was no place for children. I took in his appearance, confirming that this was indeed Stain. He wore red and beige scarves that flowed in the wind, a layer of knives adorning his torso, and a long sword in his hand. His long black hair was kept out of his face by a blood-red headband and beige mask. His eyes, vibrant and luminescent red, pierced through me. In a normal mindset, this would have shocked me to my core, paralyzing me with fear. But I was not in a normal mindset. I was angry, consumed by a desire for vengeance. My expression twisted as I stared into the eyes of my brother's killer. I was about to speak when his sword raised toward my unmasked face. "Your eyes are seething with vengeance. Be careful what you say next. Even someone your age could become my target." His cold, monstrous eyes glimmered with a hint of mercy as he spoke. "Are you saying I'm not even a threat to you?" My fists clenched at my sides, rage bubbling within me. "You listen to me, criminal. I was trying to voice my thoughts when a childish laugh echoed through the air, creating an even more eerie atmosphere. Both the hero killer and I turned to find the source of the unsettling sound, confusion washing over us. There stood a man in a black hoodie and matching mask, his eyes glowing a bright and venomous green. His voice was dark and ominous. This was the man in black, the note-taker, one of the villains from that day, the day 3 of my friends were murdered. The memories flooded my mind as I stood frozen in the presence of one of the villains involved in my classmates' deaths. I recalled how Koda's body had turned to ash before my eyes and the pain the USJ incident had caused my friends. I remembered the faces of my peers as they learned of each death following the villain attack. "Can you keep quiet for 20 seconds? The hero killer's voice pulled me from my trance as he addressed the man. "Sorry, master," the man snickered. "Master? Demon kids," the hero killer muttered under his breath, and my eyes widened. This man was a kid? How could a kid stand by and watch as another was brutally harmed? How could a kid join a group of villains? How could a kid be so twisted? Noticing the hero killer's attention shift back to me, I continued my speech. "I am the brother of an incredible hero whom you killed. He was the best older brother anyone could hope for. I've come to stop you because he can't anymore. You're going to remember my name for as long as you live. I am Ingenium, and I will defeat you. That I promise." I spoke with determination, pushing aside my past fears of the kid in black standing 20 feet away. "Then so be it. Die." Izumi Yagi's POV. I was sitting on a bus bound for Shibuya when suddenly, a giant creature-like monster burst through the wall. It resembled the creature from the USJ attack, but this one was a sickly teal color. What was it called again? Oh yeah, a Nomu. The creature began wreaking havoc on the train, injuring a pro-hero who had been tailing it. I want you to stay back, you hear me? The monster was about to attack the innocent when Gran Torino dashed at it, knocking both the Nomu and himself off the train. I could tell he was trying to lead the Nomu to a more open area. Gran Torino! I called out, looking toward him as explosions erupted around us, flames and smoke filling the city. What on earth is happening here? Ignoring Gran Torino's orders, I jumped from the hole in the train. I was sure I could be of assistance somehow. I looked around and realized this was Hosu City, where Ida had been interning. Maybe I can find Ida, and we can fight together. I ran through the city, using 5% of one for all to boost my speed. I was proud of myself for finally being able to control even a little of my newfound power. I subconsciously ran toward the heart of the action, the main fiery area, in search of either Ida or the pro he had been interning with. At least then I would have someone to help. Hey kid, get out of the way. I looked up to see one of the two people I had been searching for, the hero who had been standing in front of me, protecting me from the Nomu. The pro-hero Ida had been interning with was Manuel. His light blue and white hero suit was illuminated by the orange glow of the fire, and his features showed clear irritation at my presence. I quickly gathered my thoughts to ask my question. You're Manuel, right? My friend Ida was interning with you. Do you know where he is by chance? My voice came out more panicked than I intended. He glanced my way while battling the Nomu with his water quirk, then paused to think for a moment. I haven't seen him since the first explosion. I'm really worried something bad happened to him. His voice sounded sincere. I recalled Ida's recent behavior in class after we had taken cover in a safe area of the city. He had been acting strangely lately. Could it be related to the hero killer who had taken his brother's life? What am I thinking? Of course, that must be it. I remembered seeing on the news that the hero killer had killed Ida's brother in Hosu City, the very city Ida chose for his internship. Could it be possible that Ida was pursuing the hero killer right now? No, that would be completely reckless. Yet, it seemed more likely than not. Regardless, Ida is my friend, and I need to find him. If the hero killer is still in Hosu and Ida is after him, where would he be? Tenya Ida's POV. I activated my engines and prepared to kick again, but the hero killer was stronger than I had anticipated. He leaped over my head as my legs swung through empty air, and I felt his spiked shoe collide with my shoulder. Ingenium. So you're brothers, he said coldly. As he spoke, he landed on my back, his face shrouded in darkness, more terrifying than anything I had ever witnessed. Even more so than the horrifying sight of Koda's body disintegrating before me. You're just as weak as he was. He maneuvered his sword toward me, and I felt a sharp pain as it grazed my shoulder. I winced, feeling the rush of pain as my blood spilled out. You aren't heroes. You have no right to be called that. Both of you are nothing but fakes. His voice dripped with venom. Preach. I strained to meet the gaze of the kid in black, who was stifling laughter, watching me mockingly as if he were enjoying this. You killed him. My brother was incredible, a caring person who saved many lives. People looked up to him. You had no right to take that away. Ignoring the careless words of the kid in black, my voice rang with vengeance and resentment. I felt the kid's eyes boring into me as he laughed even harder. Meanwhile, the hero killer's sword seemed to jab deeper. I let out a cry of pain as the metal created more space for my blood. To escape. Oh my God, isn't this amusing? To think, I went through all the trouble of making my mark on society, only for you to get all the credit, Stain. My eyes widened in shock as the painful truth dawned on me. The hero killer didn't kill my brother, the kid in black did. It was so obvious now. This wasn't Stain's style. He usually left his victims where they fell, rather than orchestrating something so disturbing that even two police officers would be sickened. Tears began to form as I strained to lift my head and glare at the amused monster before me. I won't forgive you. I'll make you pay. Shouldn't you be worried about saving that guy? The kid in black said, pointing somewhere. I followed his finger to a man propped against a wall. I recognized him as the pro-hero, Native. He looked to be in dire condition. My eyes widened as I realized I had overlooked him. I was so consumed by rage that all I could see was the hero killer. You were so focused on your grudge that you forgot about him. You planned to use your quirk only for yourself, blinded by a selfish desire for revenge. You're as far from being a hero as I can imagine. The man, still gripping the sword, brought the blood-stained metal to his face. And that's why you'll meet your end tonight. After saying this, he liked his sword. A wave of dread washed over me as I struggled to move. My fingers wouldn't even twitch. This must be his quirk. A terrifying thought crossed my mind. I was paralyzed. Goodbye, child. May your death bring about a better world. His bloodthirsty aura radiated from him, creating a menacing final sight. As those words sank in, I realized that the true murderer of my brother was about to escape. The kid in black was the real killer, and he would never face justice for what he had done to my family. No, please. Not like this. Smash. Izumi Yagi's POV. I figured the hero killer would be hiding in an alleyway, considering the number of pro-heroes in the city. I had been running through alley after alley, searching for Ida. He might not even be in trouble. He might not even be pursuing the hero killer. No, please. Not like this. My eyes quickly darted toward the source of the familiar voice echoing from the alley to my left. I recognized that voice all too well, and I knew exactly who it was directed toward. The hero killer, Stain. Seeing my friend face down with a sword poised above him sent a shiver down my spine. I leaped forward, fist extended, and knocked the hero killer backward with a powerful right hook. Smash! Standing protectively in front of my injured friend, I prepared to fight the hero killer. He began to rise from the ground as another figure glared at me. I recognized this man. His black hoodie concealed his messy hair, and a black surgical mask covered the lower half of his face, leaving only his vibrant emerald eyes visible in the moonlight. His angered expression was one I remembered from just a few weeks ago. This was the man who had put my father into a comatose state. This was the man who had revealed my father's identity to my friends. This was the man who had played a role in the deaths of 3 of my friends. This was the masked man. The man in black. The man in black scoffed at my remark before looking away. He glanced towards the moon, making his beautifully entrancing eyes shine even brighter. The man in black? Interesting name. His voice was sweeter than nectar as he spoke. I don't like it. Call me Agony. His honey-sweet voice was both menacing and calming to listen to. It reminded me of something, but I couldn't quite remember what. Was it someone I knew? The hero killer rose to his feet, liking his sword, which had a droplet of blood on it. My blood. He must have cut me when I punched him. I felt my body stiffen as I struggled to move. Somehow, I was frozen where I stood. My legs wouldn't move, my arms wouldn't flail, and my nose wouldn't twitch. You're not powerful enough. It's not that you predicted my movements, you just left my field of vision and maneuvered to get a clear shot, but I saw through your plan. He spoke with a menacing voice, though it wasn't as frightening as Agony's. I'll take care of you after I finish this child. What? He's going to kill me too? I shouldn't have gotten involved. I should have just stayed on the train. What? No. I strained my neck and eyes to see Agony looking angry with Stain as he shouted those words in frustration. I couldn't decide who his anger was directed towards, nor could I understand why he said those words. I wanted to kill her. Fine. Do as you wish. The hero killer spoke with a sigh. What? Oh no. I don't want to die yet. I stared at the man stalking towards me in terror. Despite his mask, I could tell by looking into his eyes that he wore a grin, a sickeningly sweet one at that. He took off his gloves, and a vibrant green light, matching his eyes, began to emit from them. Then, forming from the green light, were 2 twin whips made of electricity. Under different circumstances, I would think they were majestic. The way the 2 whips flowed gracefully through the air was unrivaled. The perfectly synchronized electric currents, attached to his hands, were elegant, even more so than Shoto's ice. Agony was getting dangerously close with his whips, clearly struggling to contain his laughter. I quickly snapped out of my self-induced trance and screamed as he was about to strike me. Then I saw it. Shoto Todoroki's POV. I heard an ear-piercing scream just as I was about to turn the corner into the alleyway Izumi had sent me to. She's usually not one to send cryptic messages, and since she's my childhood friend, I felt obliged to make sure everything was okay. I ran into the alley just before a giant green electric current was about to strike my friend. I was still finding it difficult to use my ice, but seeing my friend in danger, I broke through my mental block and sent a beam of ice towards the man holding the whips. The ice was heading straight towards him. It should have hit him in the stomach. I watched in shock as the pillar of ice I shot went straight through him. The man stopped what he was doing and stared at me. What? How did he phase through that? I thought his quirk was those electric whips? I stared back at him for a moment in shock before noticing an airborne knife headed right towards me. I swiftly dodged, realizing who had thrown it. It was the hero killer. I glanced at the two men who were both trying to attack my friends, and they glared back. Wondered for a moment why my classmates weren't countering their attackers. They're both heroes in training, so this shouldn't faze them as much as it currently was. Shoto, help us. They are going to kill Ida and me, she yelled at me without actually looking at me. Yeah, I kind of assumed that, Captain Obvious. I replied confidently. I had to keep a level head, and maybe I could activate my ice again. I took a deep breath and stomped my right foot down, creating a level of ice. The ice lifted my two friends and the pro who had already been there off the ground. I internally grinned as my ice finally started to work again. It had been days since I had been able to use my quirk, but now it was finally responding. The level of ice I had built was on a slant, so my friends and the hero slid downwards to meet me. Now that they were safe and I could use my quirk, this should be much easier. Shoto, you can't let that guy get your blood. I think he controls his enemy's actions by swallowing it. That's how he got us. Glancing behind me, I noticed Izumi's features. Although she was paralyzed, I could tell by the shaking in her voice that she was scared. After Izumi had uttered those words, another knife flew right past me, this time cutting my left cheek. You have good friends, Ingenium, the hero killer's voice echoed through the alleyway as he jumped into the air, preparing to strike me with his knife. Or you did. I created a small stalagmite of ice from the floor to block his attack. Looking up, I noticed his sword in the air. He must have thrown it at the same time as the knife. I dodged his attack while he tried to lick the blood that was slowly flowing from the gash on my cheek. As an impulse, I used the flames on my left side to knock him back. I used my left side in battle. My eyes widened as I realized what I had done, and I quickly extinguished my flames. The hero killer landed and caught his sword before swiping it right through my ice, cutting the stalagmite in half. I quickly sent another blast of ice towards the hero killer, successfully knocking him back once more. Glancing towards the man who had been attempting to harm my childhood friend, my face contorted in confusion. He wasn't doing anything. He was just watching. Attentively. What is this man doing? Why are you doing this? I was abruptly torn from my thoughts as I heard the voice of my classmate, still paralyzed on the floor. His fight is with me. I inherited my brother's name. I'm the one who should stop him. Agony is mine. Agony? Why would you want to be in agony, Ida? I glanced towards the other figure, finally putting the pieces together. The man watching me was the one from the USJ incident. I remembered now. He was the reason I discovered All Might's secret. He must go by the name Agony. Snapping from my thoughts, I began to speak. You're Ingenium now? Strange. As those words flowed past my lips, I pressed my hand to the floor, creating a giant wall of ice. Pillars flew left and right as the hero killer dodged, and Agony turned transparent. I watched with interest as the pillars flowed straight through him, and he just stared at me. The Ingenium I knew never had that look on his face. I paused for a moment, staring into the beautiful green eyes of the man in the hood. You've got a dark side. I guess my family isn't the only one. Careful, Shoto. The wall of ice I had created was swiftly broken by none other than the hero killer's blade. You blocked your own field of vision against an opponent who's faster than you. He spoke as he jumped through the air. Rookie mistake. Come get me then. You're good, kid. Unlike him. His words left his mouth as he aimed his sword at the pro hero next to me. Right before he landed, Izumi jumped into action and punched him directly in the face. Grabbing his arm, she ran him against the wall. Izumi! I'm not sure why, but I'm able to move now. So he has a time limit. No. The voice of Native answered my remark. That kid should have been the last one to be freed. I still can't move a muscle. Izumi, dodge. My voice sent her back as I sent a path of ice towards the hero killer. Why would Izumi have been freed first? I think maybe the hero killer's quirk differs based on blood type, I thought out loud. If that's the case, then I'm type B, Native responded first. I'm A. So you figured it out? Bravo. Izumi stood to her feet, preparing to fight alongside me when all of a sudden, I couldn't breathe. Izuku Yagi's POV. I was angry. So angry that I was laughing. This is the second time. The second time that those monsters have ruined my life. The second time that they have dragged me down to a point of wishing I could disappear. The second time that they've taken something from me. Flashback. Izumi and Todoroki stood to their feet, ready to attack my master and me, but I wasn't having it. I activated one of my quirks, Ghost, and turned myself invisible. Walking towards them undetected, I grabbed both of their necks. My satisfaction of seeing them both gasping for air was immeasurable. Just watching as their faces contorted in confusion and fright made my heart flutter. It was a breathtaking sight. Literally. I made myself visible and watched as their eyes shook with fear. This must have been how I looked all those years. It made me feel powerful watching them, for once, cower in fear as I hurt them. Like I was finally getting my revenge. I thought of removing the thin hood and mask concealing my identity, but I realized it wasn't the perfect time. I needed to do it when they were all here. When they were all suffering. When they've lost everything. I wanted them not just to know how I felt, but to feel it. To feel the desire to give up. To want to make it stop. Stop the pain. Stop the suffering. Stop breathing. I wanted them to suffer just like I did. I heard the sounds of their struggles as they fought for breath. The looks on their faces as they began to pale were striking. I figured they'd probably pass out if I didn't let go, and I still had plans for them, so I released my grip. I needed them to suffer. Not just for a mere 30 seconds. Not just for a few hours. I needed them to suffer for as long as I did. Gasping for air, they held their throats on the concrete beneath me. It was a striking look on them. Todoroki glanced up at me with eyes that simply held fear. As he desperately took in oxygen, I remembered something. Todoroki was the most malleable of them all. I smirked at the thought of how I could use this to my advantage. Of how I could break him to such an extent that he would never recover. I've got it. Shoto Todoroki's POV. I gazed up at the man standing above me. He looked to be enjoying himself. He laughed darkly as he watched Izumi and me trying to refill our lungs with oxygen. His eyes wandered over my figure, as if inspecting every inch of my being. I felt like he could see through me. I stood to my feet quickly and prepared to punch the villain in the face, but then he disappeared. I glanced towards Izumi and noticed she had fainted, likely due to oxygen deprivation. I'm on my own. At least until Ida and Native can move again. I felt a sharp pain in the center of my back, knocking me to the floor. Agony leaned down, placing a hand firmly on the back of my neck, as he began to whisper in my ear. Yagi Izuku. His husky voice filled my senses as he uttered those words. My body stiffened, and I could feel his smirk growing on his face. Several thoughts shot through my brain. You still think you can become a hero after what you've done? You're just like your father, Todoroki. With those words uttered, he let go of me. He walked towards the hero killer as I was paralyzed in my spot. I had known in my heart that I was just like my father, but actually hearing it from someone else made it feel more real. As well as bearing his quirk, I also bore his wretched personality. I'm tired. May I go back to the hideout? I strained my neck to look at the man once more. Stain nodded his head and explained he'd only be a few moments. Agony whispered something in the ears of the hero killer before turning back towards me. It was lovely to see you again, Todoroki. What was he talking about? The USJ incident? And it was a pleasure watching you weep. My eyes widened in shock as he did something unimaginable. He removed his mask. My eyes roamed the freckle-covered face of the man I had killed, and he stared right back at me. How is this possible? I saw his body laid cold in a casket. Izuku. I mumbled quietly to myself, although I'm almost sure he heard me. Seeing my expression, he turned and began to walk away, leaving Izumi, Ida, Native, and me alone with the hero killer. All I could see was red as he left. I have to see him. I have to talk to him. I have to apologize to him. I need answers. I need clarification. I need his forgiveness. I desire his presence. I desire his smile. I desire him. The only thing standing in the way of the man I desired was the villain blocking my path, the hero killer. I need to get to Izuku. I need to tell him how sorry I am. Izuku Yagi's POV, try not to harm the blonde girl or the Canadian flag. I want those two alive for a moment longer. I whispered to Stain. I didn't want anyone around us to hear my words, other than Stain. If they knew my plan, they would be able to prevent me from achieving my goals, which would make me angry. It was lovely to see you again, Todoroki. Glancing towards my sister to ensure she was unconscious, I spoke. And it was a pleasure watching you weep. After confirming that the other two people in the area were incapacitated and facing the other direction, I removed my mask. Although I had changed significantly since I last saw Todoroki, I was sure he'd remember me well enough to recognize my face. I didn't feel like removing my hood, so I hoped he would recognize my features. He stared back at me with wide eyes. My mask hung from one ear, my freckles, my emerald eyes. His eyes flickered through all of it. I knew he recognized me when he muttered my name under his breath. Perfect. This was one step closer to making my dreams a reality, to making my vision possible, to making my ideals a common goal. I began to walk away, the painful expression Todoroki had worn still fresh in my mind. It made me smile. The way he looked, the way his eyes shook, the way his lips trembled, the way his body wobbled where he sat. It was so captivating. I trusted Master to complete his mission swiftly, without harming the two individuals I wanted for myself. I arrived at the base happily, still amused by the look of fear on the faces of my two tormentors. I wondered how much fun Stain was having without me. This is the road I must take to pave my way into the mind of Todoroki Shoto. The path I must run to achieve a fraction of my goal. The fun I would have been having will double as my goal progresses, as my ideals blossom into a new mindset for the public. It'll all be worth it. Once I am finished. I woke up in a cold sweat. This was more normal than not. I held my head in pain as I thought of my dream. It was always more or less the same thing. A memory. I honestly don't remember a single moment of happiness. I don't think I've ever truly been happy. There wasn't a day, night, birthday, or holiday when I wore a real smile since I was 4 years old. This dream was of my 10th birthday. I was a twin, so my parents often forgot it was my birthday as well. They only remembered my sister. I had sat in my room watching my favorite All Might video, as per usual. During my sister's 5th birthday party, I learned not to even show up. Whenever I was around, I would either be completely ignored or bullied. Since it was also my birthday, I didn't want to feel miserable. However, the universe had other plans. I finished watching the video and decided to lay on my floor and cry. I was trying to stay strong, trying to find the light at the end of the tunnel, trying to find hope at the bottom of the ravine. I couldn't though. There was no light. There was no hope. Deep down I knew that. I knew that I wasn't strong. I knew I was hopeless. I knew I was weak. A waste of a person. I could barely hold on. I could barely keep up with the train headed straight towards me, about to run me over. I silently cried as I thought of how pitiful my life was when a click processed through my brain, followed by an eruption of noise. I forgot to lock my door. I closed my eyes, preparing for whatever would happen next. Tears were still streaming down my face as I waited. I knew I couldn't outrun them. I knew I couldn't fight back. I knew I was too weak. I knew I stood no chance, so I didn't try. I think that was the day I had truly given up. Although I hadn't been completely broken down, that was the day I had given up on everything. I was only hanging by a small strand of belief. Belief that something would change. Hope that something would change. I waited for so long, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. I opened my eyes and glanced towards my sister and her friends. They just stood there, staring at my small figure. My hair was a mess. My eyes were red and puffy. My cheeks were stained with tears. My body lay on the floor on my left side. "Aren't you going to do something to me?" My voice came out hoarse and broken, my emotions clear in my words and tone. As I continued lying on the ground, crying silently, they just stared. Bakugo was the first to walk up to me. He kicked me in the stomach as the others quickly snapped out of their trance. None of them said anything. I didn't say anything. I didn't feel anything. I wasn't numb to the pain. I wasn't used to it. I was just tired. I felt more pain mentally than physically. After a while, they left as I lay silently on the floor, tears unending. Reliving memories like that made me feel like I had never escaped. It makes me feel like I'm still in pain. Like I'm still slowly fading away. I hope that when I finally get my revenge, it will all stop. When I finally show everyone what it was like, I will be freed from my mental prison. From my problems. From those memories. From myself. I rose from my bed and went to see if Stain had returned while I was asleep. I had waited for him until 1 in the morning, but he never came back. I wasn't nervous at all. He was strong. He could take care of himself. I looked around our temporary hideout, but he wasn't there. Not in the kitchen. Not in his room. Not in the main room. He wasn't here. He's fine, right? Yeah. Probably just getting an early start. I made myself a bowl of cereal and toasted some bread before turning on the TV. No way. He's gone. Kurogyri. Yes, young Yagi? I need a warp gate back to Mizudafu. Ah, I was wondering when you'd be returning to the league. Shall I meet you and Stain here in an hour? No. I need a warp gate right now, and Stain will not be joining me. Might I ask why? Okay, send me the coordinates of your location and I'll open a gate for you. 36.2048, 138.2529. Thank you, I will open a warp gate from your location to the bar. See you in a moment. I pressed the end call button as the words of confirmation echoed in my mind. As the purple mist began to grow in front of me, I stepped forward. All I could see was red. All I could smell was the sickeningly sweet scent of blood. All I could hear was an ear-piercingly high ringing. All I could think of was what would have happened if I hadn't left. Stain would still be here. I am going to enact my revenge on those who ended the life of my master. I am going to find an opportunity to confront them in the slowest, most painful way possible. Escaping the metallic smell, I entered the bar. It smelled like alcohol and regrets. Waiting for me were Shigaraki and Kurogyri. They seemed excited that I was back. I was happy to see them all again as well. After all, they're my family. I looked towards them and nodded before walking to my room. I was so tired. I needed to think. Think about my options. My master just died, and it was the fault of the 3 people who had turned me into the person I've become. I'm not a monster. I'm the person I've always been. A warm liquid started to drip down my arms. I looked towards my arms, noticing my nails dug deep into them. My nails were covered in the crimson liquid I had remembered so well, and my nose was once again enveloped in the metallic scent I had longed for. They're the monsters. Yagi! I looked up and saw that my door had been opened. There in the frame stood Shigaraki. He wore a look of concern as his eyes wandered over my figure. I just checked the news. He stared at me, his features contorted in pity. I had known that Shigaraki hadn't liked Master much. I think he thought Stain was taking me away from him, and to be fair, I did leave with him for a few weeks, so his nerves weren't misplaced. In his face, I could tell he shared my emotions. Although faint, they were still present. could just tell. However, I had no idea what those emotions were representing. I knew he didn't like Master, so why did he seem so distraught over the death of his one-sided rival? If you need to talk, I want you to know I'm here for you. He took a breath, trying to find the next words he'd utter to cheer me up. I think of you as a little brother, you know? Yeah? Thanks, Shigaraki. You can call me Tamura, I don't mind. I looked up at him and smiled sweetly at his words. It crossed my mind that he was trying to make an effort to help me through this difficult time. Maybe he was empathizing with me. He too has a master, so I guess he can understand how terrible I feel. As well as the death of my master, he was murdered by the people who had ruined my life. The people who had abused and harassed me throughout the majority of my time on Earth. That's just the cherry on top. The ribbon to tie it all together. Thanks, Tamura, you can call me Izuku. He smiled at me and started to leave before turning back towards me. He opened his mouth, and words that I hadn't expected flowed from it. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Master wants to speak to you. What was it that you wanted to talk about, Shoto-kun? I glanced around the room and frantically flickered my eyes from person to person. I was currently sitting in the Yagi's living room with Bakugo, Izumi, Mrs. Yagi, and Mr. Yagi. It's been a few days since my encounter with the hero killer, and since I had seen Izuku. The internships had just ended, and I needed to tell someone about this. Of course, I couldn't tell just anyone. I clenched my fists as I stared at the floor. I didn't know how to say it. I could barely muster up the courage to even ask to talk. As I felt their impatient gazes on me intensify, Bakugo spoke up. Well, spit it out. Izuku. The already silent room went dead quiet as I uttered that name. I could feel the tension building between the five of us. It was so silent, you could hear a pin drop. I could feel the tears starting to build in my eyes as I struggled to choke out the words I had been meaning to vocalize. The stares of shock only grew as I quickly turned into a stuttering mess. I saw Izuku a few days ago. What are you talking about? He died. If this is your idea of a joke, it's not funny, young Todoroki. My eyes widened as they spoke. Do they not believe me? Of course they don't believe me. I don't even believe me. I'm practically saying I saw a dead man walking. Except he was perfectly alive. He even seemed to be thriving. I swear. Izumi was there too. What? When was this? Agony. Everyone other than Izumi. And I looked shocked as I uttered the villain's name. Of course, they would be confused. Only Izumi, Ida, Native, and I were aware of the villain's bizarre name. What do you mean? Agony is the name of one of the villains Izumi and I fought in Hosu. Well, we didn't really fight him. We basically just had our backs handed to us the entire time he was there. What are you talking about? You only fought the hero killer, right? Mr. Yagi's voice interrupted my thoughts with his own question. No, Shoto's right, there was another villain. She paused before continuing. And yeah, he did have green eyes that matched Izuku's, but plenty of people have green eyes. No. He took off his mask after you fainted. I exclaimed in frustration. He had Izuku's freckles, his eyes, and I could slightly see his fluffy, green hair. I'm telling the truth. We all know that's impossible, Todoroki. He had an open casket funeral for goodness sake. Bakugo's voice echoed throughout the house. You need to let it go. Izuku Yagi's POV. It was dark and ominous in the room. I always felt nervous in dark spaces. They made me feel alone, as if I were falling into a deep void of nothingness, forgotten by everyone who had once known me. Dark rooms, void of any light, unsettled me. I guess it could also be that the darkness metaphorically transported me back to the days of my misery and despair before I escaped into the light of villainy. Ironic. I felt more alive now that I was dead, although I was alive. I had heard of Stain's death. I send my condolences. I nodded and thanked All for One for his kind words. There must be more. I highly doubted All for One, of all people, would call me to the viewing room just to talk about my master's recent death. Usually, when he had a message for me, he would send it through Tamura. There must be more. I subtly glared at the one person standing in my way. The one person who could prevent me from reaching my goal. My goal of changing the minds of the public. My goal of curing society from the hero plague, infecting the innocent and simple-minded. Infecting those blinded by the shining light glowing from the monsters we call heroes. A knock sounded on the door, pulling me from my thoughts as I glanced upwards. There in the doorframe stood a man in sunglasses with two other people beside him. The man was dressed in a fitting purple suit, tailor-made to fit his form perfectly. His semi-transparent sunglasses delicately shaded his eyes. His hair was a darker shade of gray, and his face bore light wrinkles, further expressing his middle age. To the right of the unfamiliar man stood a blonde girl. She was dressed in a beige cardigan over a navy blue schoolgirl uniform. Her matching miniskirt swished about, following her hip movements as she swayed impatiently. Completing the look, she wore a vibrant red tie. Her ash blonde hair was styled in twin messy buns, letting her bangs hang down over her face. She wore a childish grin as she glanced around the bar with awe-stricken eyes. My best guess for her age would be around 15 to 17 or so. Around my age. The other person beside the man was a dark-haired man wearing a deep blue jacket and a low-cut V-neck t-shirt underneath. His black, spiky hair complemented his striking electric blue eyes. The features that stood out the most were his scars. I felt my eyes wandering over the man's figure, taking note of every scar present on his body. They flowed from his collarbone to his bottom lip, from his bottom lip to his ears, and underneath his eyes. The burnt flesh was held together by mere staples. That's not sanitary. I took note of his height and features, making a mental persona as detailed and accurate as possible. He looked to be at least 20 to 23 years old. I watched as his eyes roamed around the base until finally landing on mine. I looked towards Shigaraki and Kurogyari, both to break eye contact with the man and to ask who they were. Shigaraki, your League of Villains has been the talk of the town lately. Word is you're about to start something big. Ah, Jiren, it's a pleasure to see you. What inspires your visit? Kurogyari's voice echoed throughout the base, and I felt the pair of eyes currently scrutinizing me tear away from my being. Thank goodness, Kurogyari. The guy was starting to freak me out. So it's really you? I've seen you in pictures, but I've got to say, you're way more intimidating in person. Wow. It's the weird hand guy. You were friends with my hero, Stain, right? Cool. Let me join the league. I want to be in your group. These two heard of Stain's death and motives as a liberator. The man, whom I assumed to be Jiren, spoke in an upbeat tone. Okay, so what? Why should we care? I noticed all eyes turned towards Tamura as his snarky, obviously annoyed voice rang out through the bar. They want to join the organization that the hero killers served in. Who is this guy? I figured he must have some affiliations with the League, but I couldn't understand what those ties were. Kurogyari, get these two out of my sight. I can already tell they're exactly the kinds of people I dislike. Now, Shigaraki, they came all this way. Let's hear them out. Besides, this man is a well-respected broker in the underworld. They're bound to be valuable assets. Like it or not, you still owe me a finder's fee. In cash. I suppose I could introduce them before I go, the man, Jiren, said. This one looks like an adorable high school girl, right? She's actually a suspect in a series of incidents where the victims all bled out. Her name and face have been kept out of the media so far. Toga here. Himiko Toga. I just want to make it easier to get by in this world. I want to be like Mr. Stain. I want to take down Mr. Stain. Come on, please let me join your League of Villains. And this guy, he hasn't committed any flashy crimes, but he's really taken Stain's ideology to heart. I see no point. Is your group really dedicated to the hero killer's mission? Obviously not if you're going to let this person join. This was a waste of time. She may be a little eccentric, but at least she knows how to introduce herself. Come on, what's your name? Right now I'm going by Dabi. No. I'll leave him alone, Tamura. Hey, I'm Yagi Izuku. I spoke, breaking the tension between the man and my big brother before it escalated. You don't know if our league really cares to carry on the ideals and aspirations of Stain? Well, I can tell you for a fact that we absolutely do. After all, Master and I have always shared the same mindset. The girl's eyes widened as she processed my words. That stain was my master. That stain was my teacher and I was his student. All might, attraction, endeavor, they're all deluded. I often imagine taking them down in the most calculated ways possible. Then, ideally, I would confront them with their own demise, watching as they faced the consequences of their actions. I paused, envisioning the satisfying cries of despair that would escape their lips as they faced their reckoning. And I think you could help me with that goal. What do you say? Do you still think we're a waste of time? We obviously share the same ideals and aspirations. And those are to rid the world of the virus known as heroes and carry on the legacy of my master. The blue-eyed man stared at me, his expression still bored. I noticed a sinister grin slowly forming on his lips. I'm in. The door suddenly swung open, revealing the traitor. They looked worn out and sweaty from where I had been sitting. Hey, I heard we've gotten new recruits. Their voice was more energetic than usual, which was saying something. I nodded with fatigue at the lively UA student, gesturing toward the newest recruits. Toga, Himiko, and Dabi. Hey wait, I know you. You're that kid from UA's sports festival. What's a hero in training like you doing in a villain group? Toga's questioning voice rang in my ears. Ever since she saw me after a midnight mission, she had been clinging to me like a stubborn sticker. Oh, I'm working undercover, gathering information for the League. Like a spy. That's so cool. As they chatted and introduced themselves, I sat and thought. I had too many goals swirling in my mind. I needed to choose one and focus on it for a while. Somehow, I had to make all my ambitions intersect and merge into one. Although I was eager to pursue my latest goal, inspired by my conversation with All for One, I realized the first step should be my plan for Todoroki. Oh yeah, Yagi, I came here to tell you something. I looked up from my notebook to see my friend gazing at me from across the bar as they approached. I closed my book and waited for the traitor to elaborate. The Hero Corps students are going to a training camp over summer break. It's completely isolated and I don't think I'll have any service out there, so I'll be off the grid for a while. I stared at the person in front of me in shock as an idea sparked in my mind. Where exactly is this training camp again? I'm not exactly sure. Could you find out? Yeah, I could do some digging. Why though? I think this could serve as an opportunity. For what? To enact Phase 2. In the most crowded place in the city, I couldn't hear anything. In a location where the noise never stopped, silence enveloped me. I could see people laughing, their lips moving as they formed words, yet I remained unable to hear any of it. All I could focus on were the sounds of my shoes meeting the concrete. I'm losing my mind. Of course, it wasn't Izuku. It was just someone who looked exactly like him, someone who had the same voice. It was just my brain playing tricks on me, a mind trapped in the past. I don't think I'll ever truly forgive myself, nor will I ever move on. Izuku hasn't forgiven me neither in his letter nor in person, and now he's gone. If I never receive Izuku's forgiveness, I will never forgive myself. My mind just wants him to still be here because if he were, I would have the chance to apologize. It's selfish, really. I only want to apologize for my own desire to clear my guilty conscience, to be able to forgive myself. My wish to make amends for Izuku's sake is only a fraction of the reason I want to reach out to him. It's mostly about helping myself. I truly am the worst of us all. Kaken, why are you being so mean? My head whipped to my left as I heard a familiar voice. My eyes widened as I saw who had spoken. Izuku. He stood there in his white all-might shirt, fists balled, red shoes planted firmly on the ground, trying to protect another kid from Bakugo, Izumi, and me. It wasn't real. It was just my mind playing games. I watched as Bakugo, Izumi, and I hurt Izuku. I watched him cry and scream, while adults and pros walked right past, ignoring him. Tears began to form in my eyes as I realized the barbarity of my childhood actions, regardless of my intentions. Even worse was that all those people walking by did nothing. They could see him, they could hear him, yet they chose to look away. I couldn't bear to watch any longer, so I ran. I needed to escape. I dashed through street after street, but those memories followed me everywhere I went. Every park, every alleyway, every building brought back memories of Izuku over the years, Bakugo, Izumi, and I tormenting him from ages 4 to almost 14. I couldn't go anywhere without seeing his face. I can't escape my past. How am I? Todoroki Shoto. A deep voice pulled me from my panic. It was familiar yet unsettling, like a whisper from a forgotten lullaby. I turned to face the source and saw a man I recognized. Agony. What brings you to this part of town, Todoroki? I need answers. And I plan on getting them now. He scrutinized me before removing his mask. His eyes sparkled with mischief, accompanied by a sly smirk. He leaned against a wall in an alleyway, concealed enough that an ordinary passerby would miss him, but I could still see him. I know I'm not going crazy. That's him. He nodded and motioned for me to come closer. I hesitated, debating whether to run, but I needed answers. I needed closure. I needed his forgiveness, and I wouldn't get it if I fled now. His smirk widened as I stepped closer, and he retreated further into the shadows of the alleyway. I didn't even know there was an alleyway here. I couldn't expect anyone to intervene if things went south, as we had ventured deep into the unpopulated alley. As we moved further away from the street, my nerves intensified. There was no one around except Agony. He remained silent, and we walked in complete stillness. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain surge through my back as I was thrown against the wall. I closed my eyes and gasped in pain. His figure loomed over me as I scrambled to my feet, readying myself for a fight, only for him to shove me back against the wall. Oh no, what do I do? Izuku Yagi's POV. So, the training camp will be held in a forest here. My finger traced the map I had prepared for my presentation. The League of Villains had truly grown since my arrival. And there was even a new kid, younger than me. My current friend group consisted of Dabi, Toga, and me. Mustard often tagged along since he was around my age. Twice and Mr. Compress usually paired up whenever I was around, so I assumed they were friends. Magnetism and Spinner had become best friends, while Moonfish and Muscular kept to themselves. I didn't like Muscular, but at least I could tolerate Moonfish. You 9 will enter here. Wait, I thought you said there would be 10 of us? Dabi interrupted. If there's one thing I dislike, it's being interrupted. Well, that and Izumi. Yes, you will have a 10th member, but he's not ready yet. My voice rang out as their faces twisted in confusion. Nomus take time to engineer. It's not like you can whip one up in 30 minutes. Anyway, as I was saying, you 9 will enter here. Dabi, I want you to use your quirk to set the forest ablaze. Mustard, envelop as large an area as possible in your toxic gas, then shoot anyone who makes it to your location. They nodded, understanding my instructions. I needed the students to feel cornered. It would be easier to isolate them if they were split between fire and toxic gas. Then we could capture those of use and eliminate the rest without a fuss. The rest of you, cause chaos and take down those false heroes where they stand. We also have a capture list for the pros. Don't forget our primary targets. With that, I left. There are some students that we, the League, believe could be more susceptible to our cause than others. By some students, we of course mean Todoroki Shoto. I was aware of his father's actions towards him and his siblings when we were younger. He hadn't talked to me directly, but I overheard one of his conversations with my sister. He sounded so broken as he spoke to Izumi. His voice cracked occasionally, and it was clear he had been crying. I remember feeling terrible for him as I learned about his home life. Maybe I could empathize with him because we shared a similar experience, or maybe those were just the feelings of a 7-year-old boy, naive and longing for a friend. I wanted to hug Todoroki as I listened to him talk from a room over, but I decided against it. He would have just hurt me for being nosy. I walked out of the bar, wearing my hood and mask to get some air. I felt like even though I was free, I was still being tortured mentally. Even though I had escaped the torment and harassment I endured for almost a decade, the memories continued to haunt me. I'll never truly be free. As long as those brats are still breathing. Shoto Todoroki's POV. Huh, what's wrong, Todoroki? I could hear the amusement dripping from his voice as he pinned my arms beside my head. Opening my eyes again, I was met with his hate-filled emerald orbs. They could probably intimidate even All Might himself. Izuku? Is it really you? My voice cracked frequently as my guilt and remorse shone through. His eyes wandered my figure, taking note of my trembling. I felt like he could see right through me, as if he could read my mind. I felt vulnerable in his presence. He lowered his head to match my height. If this truly were Izuku, he had definitely grown. His head hung low next to my right ear as I impatiently waited for his response. What if it is? His husky voice rang through my ears. Although it wasn't a proper confirmation, it made me realize that this was indeed him. This man, who had nearly killed me just a week ago, was Izuku. This man, who had aided in the execution of the tragedies that befell my classmates, was Izuku. What are you going to do about it? I felt his grip tighten on my wrists as his voice grew angrier with each word. I was in shock. I thought I was imagining things, but he truly was alive. How was this possible? Izuku had an open casket funeral. I saw his body, lifeless and broken on the pavement at our old school. So how could he possibly still be alive right now? My throat felt constricted. My mind was racing with questions, but I had no idea how to voice them. Where would one even begin? Should I apologize first, or should I ask my questions first? His head started to rise, and I was once again met with his eyes. He was dangerously close to my face. The guilt within me surged as his now pain-stricken eyes met mine. He looked so broken, so lost, so hurt, and it was all my fault. The pain and sadness in his eyes quickly shifted to anger as he pulled away from me, his expression filled with disgust. I'm so sorry, Izuku. What did you say? I felt his gaze deepen as his eyes began to glow. I couldn't move, I was frozen in fear. I didn't want to hurt him again. If he decided to end me, I would accept it. All I wanted was to make amends, and if it took my life to pay for my wrongs, then so be it. Who gave you permission to use my first name? We're not friends. I'm sorry. My broken voice echoed through the alleyway as my glossy eyes met his angry slits. I shut my eyes, bracing for whatever would come next, but nothing happened. I felt the pressure on my wrists release and I fell to the ground. I noticed the warm trickle down my wrists from his grip. Looking up at the man standing over me, I felt a mix of terror and confusion. So what? His voice was different now, less harsh, less angry. He seemed like a completely different person than he had just moments ago. You're sorry? Why should I care? I was shocked. Deep down, I knew he would never forgive me for what I had done to him. I wouldn't forgive myself either, but I had hoped. I hoped he would smile one of his carefree smiles and tell me, it's all right. I hoped we could put our pasts behind us and forget what had happened. I hoped we could be friends. Of all the times I had dreamed of meeting Izuku again, it had never crossed my mind that he might not accept my apology, that he would be angry, that he would turn into this. The man in front of me stared down at me as I thought of what to do. His eyes were softer but still filled with hate and agony. You want me to what? Forget about the decade you spent making my life a living hell? Forget about the threats, the harassment, the abuse, the mental strain. Even now, I'm still haunted by the memories. I didn't expect. Haunted by the misery and despair that you caused me. And you want me to just forgive you? I'll do anything. My voice broke as I shouted at him. I just want to make you happy. I want to erase everything. Well, guess what? You can't. I know. Watch yourself, Todoroki Shoto. We're not done here. As he walked away, muttering, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. It was as if a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. He's alive. He's really alive. I swear to you, Izuku, I will make this right. Izumi Yagi's POV. I've been watching Shoto a lot lately. He's been more jumpy and paranoid than usual. His often calm and collected demeanor has definitely shifted, and I doubt that I'm the only one who's noticed. We arrived at the training camp today, and he's been on edge. At even the slightest sound, he panics. He froze a squirrel while it was collecting acorns today. A squirrel? I can't help but feel like this is all connected to something he had said a few weeks ago. Could Izuku really be alive? I shook my head, quickly dismissing that thought. No way. Of course, he's not alive. If he truly were, he would have come home by now. I know in his letter he seemed angry, but I'm sure he still loves Mom, Dad, and me. I mean, he can't hold a grudge against us forever, right? Shoto had mentioned that Izuku was the villain from Hosu City, which is impossible. Izuku didn't have a quirk, and he's definitely not a villain. He's also not taller than Shoto. Shoto still refuses to accept that Izuku is gone. I'm a little worried about him. He's losing his grip, and he's one of my best friends. I walked up to him, hoping to calm his nerves. Tapping him on the shoulder, I began to speak. Crazy training, right, Shoto? He jumped at my sudden approach, looking startled, like a cat encountering something unexpected for the first time. What's with you lately? You've been acting so paranoid. It's strange. His shoulders relaxed as he noticed my features. Sighing in relief, a small smile spread across his face. Sorry, Izumi. He chuckled a little, leaving me even more puzzled. What is going on with him? Just a little jumpy, that's all. Before I could respond, Mandalay's voice interrupted us. Okay, listen up. It's time for the super awesome test of courage. I heard the cheers of my classmates as Mandalay reminded us of the reward they had promised us. We had all been pushing ourselves to the limit, trying to improve our quirks. Mandalay and the other PP cats said they would give us a special treat at the end of the day because of all our hard work. This only motivated us to work harder. As Mr. Aizawa dragged the protesting remedial students away to their classes, the PP cats began to explain the activity. Okay, so Class B will start out as our scare airs. Once they're in place, Class A will leave in pairs every 3 minutes. There are tags with your names on them at the far end of the route. Your goal is to collect those. Revelry in the dark. I glanced at Tokoyami, who spoke those words with a serious expression. What on earth does that mean? Now, those who are scare airs aren't allowed to make physical contact with the pairs. Use your quirks to frighten the others, got it? Pixie Bob continued. The winners are the creative students who managed to scare the most people. Tiger's voice was intense as he spoke. He kind of freaks me out with his intensity. Did we really need that visual? As I thought of a good idea to scare my peers, Ida went on one of his long rants about academics and such. He's so annoying. Okay, everyone draw lots to see who your partner will be. As Pixie Bob waved the cards around, I grabbed a number. I noticed Kaken and Shoto were teamed up together, and they didn't look happy about it. They've been at each other's throats ever since Shoto mentioned Izuku's name. Kaken is still really sensitive about Izuku. He's been suppressing his emotions, but whenever someone brings up Izuku, things get tense. Shoto, on the other hand, has been acting strangely. He's been subtly glaring at Kaken from across the training camp, dining hall, and pretty much everywhere else. I assume his recent behavior is also related to Izuku. I suppose Kaken is the one who told my brother to jump, so it makes sense that Shoto would be angrier at him than at me, although he hasn't been any better. Along with Kaken and Shoto's team, there were Tokoyami and Shoji, Toru and Jiro, Momo and Uraraka, and finally Ojiro and Ida. A confused look crossed my face as I looked around frantically. That doesn't make any sense. Recounting, I realized those were the teams and I was alone. Sulking in the corner, Momo attempted to console me, but I still felt left out. Revelry in the dark. Well, it can't be helped, I suppose. I'll just have to deal with it. Izuku Yagi's POV. The Vanguard Action Squad had already gathered at the designated area. I wasn't supposed to go, but I really wanted to. The satisfying screams of terror from the heroes in training, combined with the looks on their faces as we disrupted their peace of mind, would be so refreshing. I tagged along with the elite team of villains and decided to find a good spot to watch from. I wanted the best view to see the chaos unfold. I flew around for what felt like ages before spotting a mountain. It was perfect. High enough that I wouldn't be seen, but I could still hear and see all the action. I hoped no one would be there, but the universe always seems to contradict my wishes. Standing exactly where I wanted to watch was my least favorite member of the league. Muscular had chosen this cliffside to roam. Of course, he would go to the one place I wanted to be. I disregarded his presence and landed on the peak of the mountain about 30 feet higher than my comrade. As previously established, I dislike Muscular. It's not that I don't like him just because. His motives really make my blood boil. All he wants to do is hurt people. He has no real drive, powered solely by the desire to create chaos. I suppose I too enjoy the thrill of fear and the desperate pleas for mercy from my targets, but I have other goals. At least I have reasons beyond just enjoying violence. Muscular sees this lifestyle as a game, a way to have fun and nothing more. He doesn't want to change the world for better or worse. He doesn't kill only those who lie and stand as false heroes. He kills everyone just for the thrill of it. Okay, maybe I do dislike him just because. It's just that he reminds me of the 3 people who ruined my life. He reminds me of Bakugo Katsuki. He reminds me of Todoroki Shoto. He reminds me of Yagi Izumi. He torments those he wishes to eliminate before actually doing so. Just like those 3. I looked up, freeing myself from my thoughts as the delightful smell of smoke began to fill my senses. It started already. A low laugh, filled with malice and excitement, escaped my lips as I watched the forest catch fire. The once peaceful forest was now engulfed in blue flames. The calm and relaxing sounds of crickets and laughter were overtaken by screams of fear and terror. Taking a breath of the smoke-filled air, I smiled slightly. "I'll do anything." Todoroki's words echoed in my mind as I sat, watching the flames and toxic gas flow gracefully from the forest. Anything. Did he really mean anything? He has a remarkable quirk, so he wouldn't be completely useless. That's one of the main reasons we're here, to obtain Todoroki. Even if he doesn't want to join the league, I can still make him regret it. However, I'm sure it won't take much to completely sever his sanity. Koda. I was pulled from my scheming by a feminine voice in my head. This doesn't sound like the usual voice in my head. I held my head and shut my eyes tightly. Pulling at my hair, I heard the voice continue. "If you can hear my voice, hurry up and come back to camp. I'm sorry I can't come to you. I don't know where you're always running off to. This must be the work of one of those pitiful heroes. Forgive me. Just get back home fast. I came here looking for a nice vantage point, and here I find someone who's not on our list." The voice abruptly stopped as Muscular's voice cut in. I peered down the edge of the mountain and noticed Muscular towering over a child. An innocent child. "By the way, nice hat, kid. I like it." I ground my teeth as I watched the exchange between the child and the monster standing before him. The child wore a black t-shirt and beige cargo shorts. His black hair was covered by a red hat with golden horns attached to it. If I had to guess, I'd say he was around 5 or 7. Most likely 5. He's not seriously going to hurt that child, is he? The child looked paralyzed with fear, just as I did when I stood in front of Bakugo, Todoroki, and Izumi. "Why don't you trade me for this lame mask? They gave it to me because I'm new. Said they couldn't get a shipment of the good ones in time." The child screamed as Muscular lunged at him. "I think you and I should have some fun up here, kid." Raising his fist, his muscle fibers began to surface. I felt my anger growing as I realized my earlier question had been answered. Yes, he does plan on hurting this child. "Ready?" Muscular's mask dropped to the floor as his hood began to rise. A gasp escaped the child's lips as I watched attentively. Although I was observing from 30 feet above, I could still see the fear in the child's eyes. I could still hear the soft whispers that escaped his mouth as he stared at my accomplice in dread. "It's you! This child knows that villain? Papa. Mama." My eyes widened as I put the pieces together. This child looked similar to the water hose heroes. Muscular was the villain who had harmed them. This child said "Mama." "Papa," upon seeing my associate's face. This must be the son of the water hose heroes. I watched Muscular jump, fist fully extended, aiming for the kid. Suddenly, in an act of rage, I felt my body moving toward the two. Watching as the child's eyes shut in fear, I realized what I had been doing. I was attempting to save a life instead of taking one. I heard an explosion sound beside me. Stop! Silence! Silence! After the explosion, there was nothing. The loudness of the blast followed by the quietness of the shock. The wind was the only source of noise as we stared at each other. I was just as shocked as Muscular was. I'm a villain who had just put their life on the line to save the son of a pro. Well, I didn't really put my life on the line. I could have just turned on one of my quirks and let Muscular pass straight through me. Of course, I didn't. I don't know why I stepped in to save this kid. Maybe it was the expression on his face as he gazed upon the man who would harm him. Maybe it was an old habit of rushing in to protect others. Maybe it was another ulterior motive that I have yet to realize myself. Muscular stared at me in shock as I glared at him coldly. The explosion he had made solely from punching the ground would have surely harmed the child currently shaking in my arms. This lunatic was planning on hurting this 5-year-old. Yagi? What the hell was that about? Muscular's voice broke the eerie silence we had been subjected to as I continued to stare at him in disgust. Me? What the hell were you about to do? This is obviously a child. He's shaking. He watched me as if I were crazy, which, to be fair, I am. As I held the child in my arms, he shook and quivered. You said to eliminate the ones we don't need. I meant those hero course brats, not the innocent bystanders. As we bantered back and forth, the child opened his eyes. I felt his gaze roam my figure, taking in every detail. I had decided not to wear my mask because I had no intentions of being spotted, nor was I planning on stepping in at any point. That went as planned. Well, who cares? I don't have to listen to a thing you say. He spoke with pride, as if he thought I would be powerless against him. I released the child from my grasp and began to walk toward Muscular. I think this child could be of use to our cause in the future. My voice came out soft yet stern as I quietly whispered those words to my comrade, making sure the child couldn't hear my thoughts. The thing about Dabi, Toga, and the rest is that they all know me. Muscular was our newest recruit, so he didn't exactly know what I was capable of, nor did he care. He didn't care to learn my strengths, weaknesses, abilities, and most importantly, he never learned to fear me. Dabi and Toga know what I'm capable of, so they listen to my words as if they were law. Muscular, on the other hand, never cared to understand that I am more than what meets the eye. My form is built and tall. However, compared to Muscular, I was a toothpick. I assumed that because of my brains and skills in analysis, he thought my quirk would have some sort of link to that, so he didn't think I could do anything if he defied me. Big mistake. The first thing you should do when facing a superior opponent is learn their weaknesses. Well, I disagree. He raised his fist, preparing to hit me with a powerful punch, probably hoping to take me down. I watched with boredom as his fist was about to come into contact with my chest. Idiot. Shoto Todoroki's POV. I watched in fear as Mandalay's words echoed in my mind. There are villains here? This must be the to-be. Continued, Izuku had promised me. Bakugo and I walked cautiously as we began to make our way to the camp. As we walked, we began to hear unsettling noises. It sounded as if someone were slurping a bowl of spaghetti and tomato sauce. Either that or I was just really hungry. We approached a man, hunched over something. His figure blocked the better half of whatever he was looking at, but his words explained his actions. Human flesh. Beautiful human flesh. I listened in horror to this man's words. The slurping sound was coming from him, and judging by his words, I would say he was definitely not eating spaghetti. The man turned to face us, and we could finally see what he had been hunched over. An arm. No fighting. Is that the rule? Izuku Yagi's POV. Boredom. I yawned as I felt his fist land in my hand. Clasping it tightly, I stared into the eyes of my accomplice-turned opponent. Unlike this guy, I knew my opponent's weaknesses and strengths. I understood his fighting style and what techniques he preferred. I knew what his quirks would enhance and limit him to. I knew what he could improve on and what he already knew. I knew how his brain worked. Not that it really mattered. I could defeat this opponent faster than I could swat a fly. Although I didn't particularly like this guy, and it had been a while since I had the pleasure of outsmarting someone. What the hell, dash? Muscular's voice faltered as I tightened my grip. I listened to his pained reaction as he realized the mistake he had made. It was honestly quite satisfying. Hearing the cries of someone you dislike echoing in your ears as they plead for mercy. Mercy, compassion or forbearance shown especially to an offender or to one subject to one's power. Such a silly term. What's the fun in mercy? The pleasure, the rush, the thrill? You get none of those when you show mercy to someone you hate. There's a more interesting outcome when you see a plan through, rather than heading to the pleas for mercy. I stared at Muscular with a sinister grin as he reacted in pain. Laughing, I began to taunt him. You didn't seriously think you could beat me, did you? He didn't answer as I bent his arm in an unnatural way. Not that it mattered anyway. He would meet his end here and now, so there was no real use in breaking his bones in a way that could be easily fixed. No use other than the enjoyment, I suppose. Which is all one truly needs. I released his fist from my grasp as I watched Muscular's arm fall. His cries filled me with satisfaction as his body collapsed to the ground. Crouching down to his level, I spoke firmly to him. This is what happens when you defy me. With that, a glowing green light emerged from my hands. My energy whips always instilled fear in my opponents. I lifted my whip and brought it down, knowing it would leave a lasting impression. All the while, he cried out for salvation. I could have said something more profound or impressive, but I felt no need. After all, this is what happens when you defy me. I watched for a moment as the scene unfolded. I kind of wanted to take a trophy home, just as a warning to anyone who even thinks of disobeying me in the future, and also for my own amusement. Tamura decorated his room with the remnants of his victims. I could take that idea one step further. I turned to glance at the child once more. He was sitting on the floor shaking as he watched the chaos unfold. I began to walk over to the child, deactivating my energy whips. The kid shifted his gaze to me as I approached, and he began to scream. As I got closer, I collapsed, rolling from my side to my back and sighing loudly. I had almost forgotten how much energy it takes to power those whips. This is why Kurogiri feeds me so much. I wouldn't have been this tired if I had used my shock absorption quirk. It could have gone quicker and cleaner if I had, as well as conserving my energy. I could have absorbed the raw power from Muscular's punch, then just taken him down with it, but no. I just had to be extra and use that force to completely overpower him. Then, I didn't have the necessary strength to finish the job, and I had to resort to my energy whips. It will take me at least 10 minutes to be able to stand up in this condition, and it didn't help that I hadn't eaten lunch today. I sighed yet again as I thought of breaking the tension between the frightened child and me. You like Pokemon? My voice was soft and humorous as I spoke to the child, attempting to lighten the mood. He sat silently, his face contorted in a mixture of disgust, relief, and worry at the same time. It was honestly impressive that he could wear so many contrasting expressions at the same time. I smiled sweetly at him, and this time my smile was genuine. I watched him gulp as a new expression crossed his face. I couldn't quite read it, but he definitely looked confused. Emaha. The fear was evident in his shaky words, and I could see the worry behind his eyes. It made sense. I had just confronted someone in a way that would leave anyone unsettled, and he didn't know if I would turn that same intensity on him. Part of me was tempted to sway him to the darker side, just to spite the heroes. It would certainly be interesting. Yeah. My favorite Pokemon is Mewtwo. What's yours? I like Charizard. Sick? Yeah, Charizard doesn't take nonsense from anyone. He's awesome. You can learn a lot about a person by their interests and things they like. Mewtwo was the creation of Mew, a legendary Pokemon. Mewtwo's origin story involved a lot of experimentation and challenges. Typically, people chose their favorite character or animal from a show based on their similarities and shared experiences. It's easier to connect with a character if you can relate to them on a personal level, although that isn't always the case with younger children. Children usually picked the coolest or strongest character, or the one with the most interesting backstory. So, Charizard wouldn't really help me get to know this kid better. My name's Agony. What's yours? He eyed me for a moment before responding. My name's Izumi Koda, but you can call me Koda. He seemed to relax as we continued our conversation. Izumi. His last name was the same as my sister's first name. I kept my feelings about that name in check, not wanting to frighten him more than he already was. Izumi isn't an uncommon name, so I should probably deal with my emotions regarding it sooner rather than later. Quick question. Does anyone besides you know about this place or that you'd be here? It shook his head. I turned to gaze at the starry night sky before sighing. That's good. But don't you want the heroes to find you and save you? I chuckled at his words. I guess he doesn't realize I'm a villain yet. No, if they did, I'd probably be arrested. What? Why? You see, I'm kind of a villain. He looked at me in confusion as I spoke, as if the thought had never crossed his mind that I was actually part of the ongoing chaos. Really? Why are you a villain? I raised an eyebrow at him. People don't usually ask villains why they do what they do. They typically just run away screaming or call for help. Humming in response, I began to answer. People never ask that. Yes. I just want to show everyone that I'm strong. I've been pushed down too many times to get back up, so I want revenge. He stared at me, taking in my words and listening intently. Believe me when I say, not all of us are like those who just want to cause chaos for fun. While I do enjoy it, I wouldn't harm a random kid just for the thrill. I just want to rid the world of all the corrupt heroes running around. Mandalay told me that one day, I'll understand why heroes do what they do. She said someone will show me what it means to be a hero. That someone will be my hero. I thought that you were that hero, but you're a villain. He spoke with frustration. Mandalay was wrong. Heroes don't save people. You're my hero, and I don't care that you're a villain. I smiled after hearing him speak. No one had ever told me that I was their hero before. That's right. I am a hero. Izuku Yagi's POV. Snow of black in the cold of night. Orbs of red locked behind blind eyes. Seeking that of evil and ill. A known unknown will forward what's due. What does that mean? The sounds of frightened children filled the air. However, the atmosphere was perfectly clear. It was a beautiful night, and I had nothing of importance to do, so Koda and I decided to pass the time together. We talked about video games, made fun of the heroes, and then began discussing poetry. Koda had mentioned the ashes in the sky and remarked on the beauty it held. Death can be a beautiful thing after all. The ashes kind of remind me of black snow, and it's cold outside tonight. Snow of black in the cold of night. He turned his gaze from the forest, illuminated by the blue flames, and stared at me as I explained my poem. Anger is often portrayed as red. Orbs meaning eyes. Angry eyes locked behind those that refuse to acknowledge them. Orbs of red locked behind blind eyes. He watched in awe as I further explained the words I had spoken softly in the light of the fire and moon. That wasn't exactly it, though. I had been pushing my anger down, waiting for the right moment. However, it had been over a year since I had been planning, scheming, waiting for the perfect time to strike, for the perfect time to reveal myself, for the perfect time to enact my revenge on my so-called family. Yet, time and time again, when a chance arose, I faltered and told myself, it's not the right time yet. The time has been right. I'm the only one who has not been ready. Orbs of red locked behind blind eyes. Anger and vengeance locked behind the chains of doubt and uncertainty. Seeking that of evil and ill. Exactly how it's spoken. Out for vengeance and chaos. Finally, a known unknown will forward what's due. A familiar thought to be gone will pay forward the wrongs and injustices they had been subjected to. Basically, like how when you die as a ghost you haunt the people that have wronged you. Wow, that's so cool. I want to try. A small smile spread across my face as I watched Koda's eyes brighten in the elegant light of the moon. Although small, it was still present. The smile. He scrunched his face in concentration as he tried to think hard. It was honestly quite adorable. I've got it. His voice cut through the night air, only to be interrupted by a ringing on my phone. Just a sec, I said, checking the caller ID and answering. Hey, Kurojiri. What's up? We got him. Shoto Todoroki's POV. My mouth was dry, my eyelids heavy, and my arms felt raw while my legs felt like jelly. A foul odor filled the air, reminiscent of burning flesh and metal. I tried to lift my arms to cover my nose, but my movements were restricted. I attempted to move my chest, legs, and every limb I could control, but nothing worked. Gathering all my energy, I opened my eyes. Chains bound my limbs to a large metal chair, bolted to the floor. My breathing quickened as I struggled to move, my heartbeat echoing loudly in my ears. I felt trapped. I was trapped. A door opened, revealing the man I had hoped to see all along. Izuku. My Todoroki Shoto. What a coincidence seeing you here. It's a pleasure to see you with such an interesting expression. If I had to guess, I looked like a mess. My hair was plastered to my forehead with sweat, my eyes filled with fear, and my shirt was stained. I was hyperventilating, bound to a chair in an unknown location. So, shall we start? Izuku Yagi's POV. Todoroki had been chained up in the League of Villains base for the past few days, and I was given the liberty to do whatever I wanted with him. I should have known he didn't mean anything. Remember that day? He looked up at me, not meeting my eyes, blood trickling from his mouth and head. His gaze was clouded with regret and despair. You know, the one when you and your friends told me to jump off a roof. His eyes darted to the floor as my words flowed past my lips, clearly filled with guilt. He was here because of that one little comment. He was here because of everything he had done to me. Though I would have loved to end it now, I realized I could still use him. He might have been strong, but no one was unbreakable. I lifted my foot and kicked him in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him. He gasped for air but still refrained from speaking to me. It bothers me that you won't speak to me. He looked up, struggling for breath as I held my hand over my heart dramatically. Interesting. You seemed much more willing to do anything for me last week. What changed, I wonder? I deserve this. I grinned at his words. So, he was acknowledging that this was all his fault. At least he wasn't blaming someone else. I'm sorry, Yagi. I deserve to pay for what I did to you. So, that was why he refused to join the League. He thought he didn't deserve a second chance. He didn't, however, I needed him. I wanted a powerful ally. You do deserve to pay for what you did. My voice echoed in his ears as I crouched down to his eye level and grabbed his hair. Pulling him closer, I made him look me in the eyes for the first time since I had brought him here. But it just so happens that I'm feeling merciful right now. My smirk ignited fear in his eyes. I relished seeing him cower. I'm willing to forgive you. No, I'm not. If nothing will make me forgive him. You joined the League. However, there was a catch. And he watched my movements, captivated by my glowing green eyes as I spoke. If you do everything I say. Shoto Todoroki's POV. I held back tears as he pulled my hair with force. Think about it. His voice echoed in my ears as I processed his words. He would forgive me? All I had to do was join the League of Villains and obey him? Seeing the glimmer of hope in my eyes, he let go of my hair and began to walk away. I want your answer by tomorrow. I'd do anything to make this right to earn his forgiveness. I couldn't erase the pain I had caused him in the past. However, I could do what he had just asked of me. The sound of the door shutting behind him brought me out of my thoughts. I'll do it. I was enveloped in darkness as I heard the click of the lights being turned off. Izuku, I'll do it. Hot tears streamed down my face as I screamed those words, hoping Izuku would hear me. He didn't come back. I supposed he didn't want me to choose yet. It was a big decision, and I shouldn't choose right away. I assumed his unspoken options were either to recruit me or to end it, and it was clear he would be fine either way. All I needed was to know that he was okay. All I needed was to know that he was happy. All I needed was his friendship, and I would do whatever it took to get it. Izuku Yagi's POV. Izuku, I'll do it. His words echoed in my mind as I felt myself drowning in an ocean of metal. Red metal. Not metal. I gasped for air as I opened my eyes to find myself floating. I sat atop an ocean of blood, gasping for the air I had been lacking. My whole life flashed through my mind. I calmed myself and slowed my heartbeat before looking around. 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. The numbers only grew. Silhouettes surrounded me as I sat defenseless on the surface, watching them all. It felt as if I were back to where I started. Stop. Laughter. Shut up. Laughter. Shut up. Silence. I shut my eyes as I gripped my hair. The voices disappeared. Hearing only a dripping sound, I tried to calm my racing heart. The dripping began to sound like a stream, then a waterfall flowing faster and stronger than before. My outfit began to soak as I felt the water invading every crevice of my clothing. Opening my eyes rapidly, I saw myself in a glass box, quickly filling with water. I could see people outside of the box. They were watching me, whispering as I struggled to stop the water. Bakugo, Izumi, Todoroki, Toshinori, everyone else who had ever hurt me. They were watching me. The water was about to reach the top of the box, filling my only source of oxygen, until I woke up. Gasping for air, I shot up from my bed. That's a new one. I had never had a dream like that before. It all felt so real, as if I were truly being drowned. As if those people were truly watching me. As if I was dying. I knew what it represented. Standing up, I walked to my bathroom, thinking of nothing but that dream. I understood the second part. I stripped off my clothing and stepped into the shower. Feeling the warm water cascade down my body, I began to lose myself in my thoughts. The glass box was a representation of my hesitance. The water was my anger and resentment. I was being trapped by the small strand of who I once was. I was being overwhelmed by my anger and rage. The longer I waited to enact my revenge, the longer I would be suffocating myself in those pent-up feelings I held locked inside my heart. I needed to end this. After I finished washing, I turned off the tap and began to dress, putting on a black hoodie over a white t-shirt and a pair of ripped black jeans. I was into the grayscale. Leaving my room, I walked into the bar and greeted my friends before sitting down to eat Kurogiri's yakizakana and steamed rice. "How is your progress going, Izuku?" Tamura struck up a conversation. "I think he's starting to crack. I just need a little while longer." I answered with a smile. Finishing my food, I excused myself from the bar. I needed a moment to myself. A moment to clear my head. I needed a smoke. It was a bright day, and I hadn't been outside in a while. At least not during bright hours. It was almost blinding. Hiding from the light in the darkest places of the alleyway, I took out a pack. I lit my cigarette and took a deep breath, letting the smoke fill my lungs. Then I sorted through my thoughts. After I finished, I went back into the room where I had been keeping Todoroki. Knock knock. "How's it going?" He looked up at me with a desperate expression. I could see the crazed glint in his eyes. 4 days, 9 hours, 37 minutes. That's how long he had been here. That's how long it took him to snap. "I'll do it." What was that? A grin spread across my face as I watched Todoroki's eyes flicker with a hint of determination. I said, "I'll do it." "Then let's get started." It had been 9 hours. 9 hours since Todoroki had officially announced his allegiance to my cause, and 9 hours since I had been altering his mind to make him more susceptible to my words. I mean, I couldn't have him double-crossing me now, could I? The League discovered a drag recently called scopolamine. This drag for a short period of time, and with the right dosage, could make the user more susceptible to suggestion. However, too much of this drag could result in serious consequences. That fact made this much more difficult. There was no telling how soon the drag would have worn off, and if we had used more than the designated amount, Todoroki could have faced dire outcomes. So, we sent the drag to the doctor. The doctor was all for one's physician. I had never properly met him, no one in the League had, but he agreed to help us with our biomechanical problem. He took the original product and modified it, creating a new substance in the process, scopolamine X. This was a more concentrated form of the drag. It would achieve the original task, but for much longer than if we had used the original drag. We would have around 3 weeks with Todoroki before the drag wore off, and once it did, he would remember everything he had done. Yet another flaw with the original product. What's the point in using Todoroki if he couldn't remember anything? The frontal cortex is the part of the brain that makes decisions, so it was only natural that we try to inject the drag there, which had also taken a lot of time. Brain operations were long and grueling. One wrong move and it would have been all over. Any behavioral changes could have been explained by being held in captivity and highly pressured for as long as he had been. I was about to wake him up when suddenly, I heard a loud crashing noise coming from the bar. I ran as fast as I could to see what was happening and was met with all of my comrades restrained by wooden branches. Then I heard a voice that made my blood boil. Anger and vengeance locked behind chains of doubt and uncertainty. It was time to stop holding back and procrastinating my revenge. This is the reveal. Izuku. I stared in disbelief as I watched my son become entangled in a tree branch. He glared at me with the most intense eyes I had ever seen as I stood dumbfounded. Shoto was right. Shoto was telling the truth. Hey, Dad. Gray clouds of mist began appearing, and from it came a creature we recognized all too well, the Nomu. Nomu, how did you get here? Kamui Woods shouted, worry and confusion evident in his voice. I thought Kurogiri was restrained? His warp gate was purple, and this one was a grayish-black. Does that mean they have another ally with a warp quirk? Izuku smirked at me with a glint of madness and mischief in his eyes before I noticed the gray mist starting to form again. It grew around all of the villains trapped in the branches, including my son, and then they disappeared. Endeavor! Help us! Looking back towards our other ally, I noticed more gray warp gates expelling Nomus on the ground. Screams erupted from citizens in the area, and gunshots could be heard from the police officers trying to contain the Nomu. This is a complete disaster. Toshinori, what now? Gran Torino's voice brought me out of my dazed state as I remembered why we were even here to begin with. We were here to save my daughter's friend, Shoto. This must be the work of him. Multiple Nomu attacked me as I felt the weight of 3 monsters on my back. Easily blowing them off my back with a Detroit smash, I shouted to Endeavor. Endeavor, are you having any trouble? Does it look like I am? Just do your job and save my son, damn it. Right, this is Endeavor's son we're looking for. He could still be in the building. We didn't see him being taken away. Search everything. I promise you this, we will find you, Shoto. Izumi Yagi's POV. Damn it. Those heroes probably ruined my newly established collection. I stood behind a crumbling wall, fear gripping me as I heard the voices of more villains. Calm down, kid, everything's going to be just fine. We've still got that brat you wanted. Are they talking about Shoto? I can't panic now. I have to save Shoto. I began to move forward despite my fear, only to feel an arm clasp around mine. I glanced to find Kaken trying to follow me. Ida held his arms around us, restricting our movements, his eyes filled with fear as he glared at us. We were all frozen in place. We had heard what the leader had done to Best Jeanist. The sickening sound of destruction echoed in our minds. We knew how he spoke. This must be the evil my father had warned me about. This must be the man he had cautioned me against. This must be the man known as All for One. There you are. My eyes widened as I heard All for One's voice cut through the fear-stricken silence that enveloped us. Did he find us? I'll have you return my student, All for One. Have you come to confront me a second time, All Might? My breath caught as I realized All for One wasn't talking about me or my friends. He was focused on my father. Dad, please be okay.